from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in God's universe and all his time zones. And that would be all of the world. We cover every single bit of it. This is Midnight in the Desert. Good evening, everybody. The rules for our program are ever so easy and short. No bad language. And only one call per show. The usual thank you list includes Telos, Joe Talbot, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, Heather Wade, my producer, Stream Guys, LV.net, Sales, of course, Pete Eberhard, I should say, and TuneIn Radio, which carries us to the masses. All right, a couple of items right off the bat. Hundreds of government employees. I guess you heard about this whole thing with Ashley Madison, right? These are people, life is short, have an affair, that kind of business. Well, apparently they got hacked. And apparently they got threatened, take your site down, we don't like it, or we'll release the hack. They didn't take down the site. The hack got released, and now we find that a lot of the names on it, according to the AP, are assistant district U.S. attorneys, an information technology administrator in the executive office of the president, a division chief, an investigator, and a trial attorney in the Justice Department, as well as a government hacker at the Homeland Security Department. Good heavens to Betsy. A lot of scrambling going on out there. President Jimmy Carter has cancer, and now he's got brain cancer. He will be treated, but, that's getting pretty serious. The Dow fell about 358 points. This is all over China fears. A global sell-off, as it were. The U.S. stock market endured the worst, performance in 18 months on Thursday, driven lower by another slump in Chinese shares, so we'll have to see what happens there. Coming up in a moment, I know a lot of you have been awaiting this. Brendan Cook is one of the founding members and key spokespeople of the GIS. He's been on the forefront of EVP research, ghost photography, and the use of modern technological devices to capture what goes on in the spirit world for nearly 20 years. He's done all this by being on a number of TV shows, documentaries, and lectures. His knowledge and, at times, skepticism, and that's a good thing to have, has been important by giving real people comfort or the advice they need to delve deeper into what's going on at their homes or businesses. Most of all, he's done this by being sought after as a guest with his radio partner, Barbara Macbeth, for over 14 years. His perseverance to challenge what we know about the spirit world and people's mindset has him a pioneer in ghost investigating. People have changed their perception of what is real of ghosts in the GIS core beliefs. They are just people. His research with Barbara and the GIS has brought forth new concepts and ideas of what is possible, could be possible. Barbara and Brendan have been working together to bring this research to the public for 17 years. Now, Barbara Macbeth says her roots are in Louisiana. Louisiana, isn't that how they say it? And her grandparents practiced spiritualism there before relocating to Utah with other members of her family back in the 1940s. Barbara and her grandma were very close, and her grandma shared many of her theories, beliefs, and experiences with Barbara when Barbara was growing up. Her grandma had a great influence on Barbara's outlook of life, death, and the hereafter. She taught Barbara never to fear what you don't understand, but to try and find answers. And Barbara lives that, I might add. And that all of us are stronger than anything we face when dealing with the unknown. Having ghostly activity in the house was a natural occurrence while growing up, and Barbara believed that everybody's house had activity just like hers. Barbara has independently researched and studied the spirit and ghost phenomena for over 50 years now. She has conducted lectures and presentations, conducted ghost tours at locations where the ghost phenomena has been experienced by many different people over many, many years. She has also been co-spokesperson on behalf of the Ghost Investigators Society, a USU documentary on television and radio. She is leery of anybody who claims to be a so-called expert in any aspect of the subject of ghosts and haunting. She believes that there are simply too many unknowns about it for anyone to claim such a title. She believes that a ghost is the essence of a conscious soul of a person who has lived on Earth. That's a good definition. A ghost had a physical body, but the consciousness continues after death. She believes that whatever kind of personality we have while we're physically alive continues and is retained after physical death. Good to hear. Or at least fragments of it. The EVPs that have been recorded have every range of emotion and personality which clearly come through those recorded strange-sounding voices. So, coming up in a moment, the GIS. And this is one you're going to want to be warned about. This will be a little bit scary. So, be warned. From the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert. Art Bell at your ghostly service this night.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Hold your calls for a bit, everybody, of course. Oh, there is one other thing I wanted to mention. The Time Traveler opportunity to subscribe at the $5 price expires at 11:59 Pacific Time tonight. So in other words, you get about a little less than 3 hours to join. Now, when you join at $5, you get frozen there, grandfathered in at $5, because it's going to go to $7.99 after 11:59 Pacific Time tonight. So again, a little less than 3 hours to join, and that gets you a lot of things. You know, you can download all our old shows. You can download last night's show, this show, tomorrow morning, and or any old shows. And it also allows you to use the wormhole. Speaking of which, let me take a quick look at it. So, I'm talking about Ashley Madison. So anyway, that's the deal. Keith reminds me to remind you to use your correct email. Be sure that you're using the email that is your email. People tend to use their wives' or husbands' emails or something like that, and it gets all messed up. Keith has headaches. All right. Here we go. I would like to welcome two voices that we have not heard in a very, very long time. It really has been a long time. Brendan and Barbara, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. It's good being with you again.
Good to hear your voice, Barbara. It's been, my God, a long time.
Very long. And I'm a lot older than what I was.
Yeah, me too. How about you, Brendan?
It's so strange not saying good morning.
Yes. I mean, the old show began, at 10, so it was evening, too.
Wait.
I try and say good morning, afternoon, evening to everybody, because we actually covered the entire world now.
Right.
Pretty awesome. So what you two do is to various locations, all kinds of locations, when you have time, and you record. Let's see if I can remember this correctly. Originally, you used to record the two of you with tape decks and microphones and all that, and then if I recall correctly, you switched at some point to digital. Is that right, Brendan?
That is correct.
Nothing special is done. We should tell you the GIS, there's a lot of new listeners. I mean, it's been years. So the GIS is an organization of how many now?
It's still the same 5.
5.
So the original 5 that in 1998 when we started.
All right.
Same
There's
people.
Barry, Jenny, Roger, Brendan, and myself.
Okay. Brendan, stay good and close to the phone for me, because you guys are on extensions. That changes things a little bit. It always did when I talked to you. It's always been the same. All these years,
But
not one thing has
Barbara
changed.
Before.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I still don't have a cell phone.
Really?
Really.
You may be the only person I know without one. Are you like,
I don't want one.
you're holding out?
No, I don't want one.
You don't want
I'll
one?
never-
Barbara will just use smoke signals at some point.
Uh-huh.
I just won't use them.
All right. So anyway, the point is that GIS is a non-profit. That's a very important point for people to know. It's non-profit. You're not trying to make money from this. You're not writing books. You record the voices of those who have, is it fair to say, passed away, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Barb, you really do feel these are people who were once in physical bodies. These are not demons or anything like that.
No. Demons are a whole different ball game.
Mm-hmm. And one, I take it, you care not to play.
No, why invite that kind of thing into your life?
Mm-hmm.
But ghosts are experienced by many people, sometimes over hundreds of years, and so and they're very subtle. In fact, a lot of their activity, you've got to watch for it. It can be missed.
What, in your view, or would you even like to take a guess, either one of you, causes what was a human being, instead of going on to wherever it is we're supposed to go, to become a ghost?
I think there's several different aspects. I think regret and remorse and guilt can cause somebody to stay.
Boy, that includes a lot of people, if not
yes,
most.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And it's surprising how many places have haunting activity.
You know, when I read your bio, it said that you grew up in a house with ghosts, and so you kind of assumed that everybody did.
Yes.
Still true?
But I think a lot of the activity in my house was caused by my grandma doing seances. She invited things in.
Oh, see, I never heard that. I never heard about seances. This is a first tonight.
She practiced spiritualism.
Well, I did read that, but I don't think I said seances. That's something else altogether. My goodness. So virtually anything could have walked through that door.
Oh, yes. If you invite it in and you're done with your playing around, it doesn't necessarily leave. And it's a
Great.
different type of entity.
Great. Perfect. All right. The group is sort of somewhat disassembled. Brendan, if you don't mind, the website, I guess, went down. It's going to go back up if you can scrape together the time to do it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So here's the deal. We will have all the EVP back up. Originally, we planned on, I guess, last month, actually about a year ago. What we're doing is we're just trying to modernize it, put everything into a database, make it easier, because if you remember, we had, thousands of audio clips.
Oh, yes.
The biggest complaint was there was no way to search it. So trying to put all that into a database form where people can just easily find the EVP they were looking for, it takes time when I'm the only one doing it. So,
yes, I understand. And you have a regular life, children and work and such, right?
correct.
Okay. How are decisions made about where to go to investigate, to even try to get these recordings?
Well, a lot of times people will approach me and tell me I should check out a specific location. And I always get permission to access these places, get permission by the property owner or the manager.
That can't be so easy, Barbara. I mean, a lot of people, a lot of people are afraid of ghosts, not only because they're ghosts, but because of property values. So, if you say, well, we found a ghost at such and such a place, or somebody's house, wouldn't that potentially affect their property values or something?
Well,
strangely, it used to be that way. Now,
not so much anymore.
Yeah, now it is kind of a tourist I can't count the number of locations who want to charge. They will literally contact us. And, hey, can you come out? Can you check the story here? Oh, by the way, we're also going to charge you $1,500 to do it.
Oh.
So there's places that we used to be able to access anytime we wanted, but there's been ownership changes, and they don't want nothing to do with it. So we don't have access to that anymore.
I believe we are still being threatened to be sued. So.
Really?
Yes.
For entering someplace, you mean, or what?
Barbara, you can't say that.
Sued over what kind of issue? Let me put it that way.
Well, here's the thing. It is a location we had investigated, and this is the ownership change Barbara mentioned.
Right.
Easily a decade ago. We had investigated this place. We had mentioned it on the air, I believe, with you.
Hundreds of times we've investigated this place.
And we've mentioned it publicly quite a bit. It was all over our website at one point. And ownership change, and next thing we know, we're getting a cease and desist letter from a lawyer going, yes, any reference to this is now gone.
Really?
Yes.
So, well, they're afraid of something. I mean, they're afraid, obviously, of being identified with ghosts, right? I would take it, yeah.
Well, I kind of thought that, and now I'm hearing they're charging for a haunted room tour during October. So,
well, now wait a minute. Wouldn't that be enhanced by your work? You would think.
You would think, yes.
So, what's their? Well, okay. I mean, I wanted to say, what's their problem?
Think about it.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, you decide based on what people tell you that there's something going on where they are, or whatever. And next question is, because a lot of people, after we do this program, as they did in years past, will go out and attempt this themselves. So what's a good time of day, if there is a better time of day, to get these voices that we're going to hear tonight?
You can record any time of day. Some of the best voices that we've ever recorded was in the day.
Uh-huh.
The only reason we would go out at nighttime was for the infrared camera.
Okay.
Well, that and it was quiet.
And it was more quiet. It wasn't as noisy.
Mm-hmm.
Traffic noise, and, like if you're out in a cemetery and, there's not so much activity going on at 1 o'clock in the morning compared to 12 noon.
Now, the average person would say that there's probably a better chance of getting a ghost in a cemetery, for whatever reason. Would they be right?
There was one particular cemetery that we never failed to get great EVP out of it. You don't always get EVP in every cemetery.
And really, I mean, to go to your question there, why would you get anything in a cemetery? And as Barbara mentioned before, why do ghosts stay? Why do people stay? Well, a lot of it's emotion. And what place has more emotion than a cemetery?
That's right. Brendan, stay good and close to the phone for me. Barbara's actually louder than you are. That's backwards.
Wow. All right.
That's really weird.
It is. All right, that's better, whatever you're doing now. So one cemetery has a lot, but other cemeteries not so much so, huh?
All right. And I don't know what the reason is. I can speculate, but I don't know why.
Okay. All right, this is a big one. Are there evil ghosts? And I bet I'm going to get two different answers.
More than likely, knowing Brendan.
What? No. Come on.
So, okay, Barbara, are there evil ghosts?
I would say if there's an evil ghost, it was an evil person when it was alive. Most ghosts and ghost activity, it's very rare for you to come upon a evil ghost. I have never.
Well, I'm going to say that I bet it's getting less and less rare because there's plenty of evil people
there's
around.
There's an awful lot of wicked people around.
Wow. Point, exactly. So I didn't mean to push you into a point of view, but Brendan, I think you think there are evil ones, all right?
Well, I do. Last time I checked, Jeffrey Dahmer existed, and he was pretty wicked. I'm not saying he's a ghost, but how many other Jeffrey Dahmers are there? So,
hopefully none.
Well, no, there. Yeah, you're right about that. But there's plenty of not so nice people. This is not to say they're demonic or other. Well, I guess otherworldly is correct, but they're not this fallen angel kind of thing. They're just plenty of wicked people.
All right. If somebody at home,
it's all in your perception, though.
Well, I guess. But when they say things like "drag me to hell,"
wait, did we ever get
hard
that
to take that. No, that was a name of some stupid movie. But
You're right.
But the point is, when they say something that really sounds evil, and you got to admit you've had a few of those, right?
Yeah.
Or scary?
More than I'd like to remember.
Right. So, when you hear that, you got to wonder. Anyway, give advice to those who will listen tonight and then want to do this themselves, because people can do it themselves, prove it to themselves, and they will get EVPs. If they persist, they will get them, right?
That's correct.
What do you recommend they do?
Ultimately, I think, Art, you covered one of the main things here, proving. And, there's nothing we're going to do, we're going to play tonight, we're going to talk about where we're going to prove it to you. I mean, it's not going to happen.
Well, yeah, but Brendan, this will set them up. To prove it to them, they're going to have to go out and do it themselves.
Essentially, yeah, we're whetting their appetite. If this is something that interests them, or it is a question that they've had during their life, we're going to show them how to do it. We're not going to charge them to do it. We're going to show them free of charge. Here's how easy it is.
Well, we're all getting old. You might as well promulgate new ghost EVP hunters. Now, what kind of...
there's plenty of those around.
There you go. What would you recommend they use for equipment?
As of now, here's the thing, and this is... Barbara, you're going to hate me.
Cell phones.
Well, kind of. Yeah, so essentially a cell phone, make sure you have the antenna shut off. I mean, because this is kind of the equivalent of the analog tapes always using a fresh tape. You turn it on airplane mode.
Oh, my God. Okay, cell phones. I just, put me in a trance for a second. I hate cell phones.
No, I get it, and the reason I say this is because...
No, it makes sense, Brendan.
Barbara has one.
It makes... What? Did you say Barbara has a cell phone?
No, except Barbara.
Except Barbara.
Except Barbara has a cell phone.
All right, this is all... I'm hearing this for the first time tonight, and it should have occurred to me long ago because cell phones are beautiful digital recorders. Right, Brendan?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it just hit me. Just hit me when you said it. So we never brought this up before. This is brand new, everybody. So you can use your cell phone for EVPs. Oh wow, this is cool. This is Midnight in the Desert. The GIS is ahead.
The heart of the city. Where you talking about?
While midnight sweeps across America, you've found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
The GIS is here, and it has been years. Holy leaping iPhones and Androids. I never thought of it. It never occurred to me, but they make the perfect recording device. So you say, turn on the airplane mode, which, of course, disables the internet portion of it and other aspects. So you've now got a recorder with nothing else into it, right?
That is correct. And, I mean, once you disable that antenna, you should have no contamination.
Get close to that phone now, Brendan.
Wi-Fi, all that.
Thank you. So, no contamination. Well, if you start a brand new file, if you start a brand new recording, you're not going to have contamination, right?
Yeah, but you could still make the argument about the antenna being turned on, so cell bleed through, which I have yet to hear, but it's theoretically possible. So it's essentially when we used to use the analog tapes, always using a brand new tape.
Got it. So have you had people working with cell phones on this?
Yes, including me.
Including you?
Yeah, which we've got some audio tracks that we didn't include tonight. Maybe on the next one we will include. But quality-wise, obviously they are great, and they are different.
They're different. In what way?
Well, I used it in conjunction with somebody had wanted me to test out all these different ghost apps that you see for Android, iOS, things like that. And, you know, for the most part, those are all gimmicks. They're all junk. But there are a few that make sense. I mean, scientifically, if you look at them, break them down, they actually make a little bit of sense. And I hate to say worked.
All right, so this gives people a new tool, and just about everybody carries around a cell phone. But again, turn it on to airplane mode, so you're not getting contamination, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And basically, anything that records, you can use.
Can I get you two to switch phones? Barbara, you're doing so well. You're loud, whereas Brendan is not, and that's so not normal. Not normal.
All right.
Hearing little strange noises.
I have no idea what that
could
is.
be an EVP in that.
I think that was a fly. I don't know.
Seriously? That was a fly?
I'd be shocked.
All right. Let's get down to it. And if we can, I would like to do the ones that you send by email first. Would that be all right?
Sure. Absolutely.
That way I can get them out. I'll give you the name of them, okay?
Okay.
This is Talk to the Dead, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us where this was done?
This was done in a private residence.
All right. Well, don't name it. Don't name it. Again, folks, this is not a profit-making organization. These people do it as a hobby. A hobby, if you will. Think of that. A hobby. Let me see if I can play this.
There's no body down there.
Okay. Did I get that? Did I really get that? Did I hear that?
You did. So here, if we set up context
yes.
for that, and you get a lot of these that we're going to play tonight, I think we're calling this From the Vault because it's stuff that has been recorded over nearly 20 years. A lot of it we've never played, or maybe played once. We may have never even put it on the website.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play this one again. Set it up for me first.
Okay, so basically on this one, you're going to hear Barry, which is one of the GIS members, say, "I hope there's no bodies down there," which Barbara tried to get away from it, saying it was a private residence. It was actually a funeral home, which is about as close as we can get to saying the name.
Okay, that's fine. Don't say the name, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a funeral home. We were about ready to walk in. Barry says, "I hope there's no bodies down there." And this EVP right after him says, "Talk to the dead."
All right, everybody listen very closely for this and what he just said. Here we go.
Hope there's no body down there.
Oh, man, I heard it that time. All right, I'm going to attempt to give it to you one more time here. Here we go. Listen very carefully.
Hope there's no body down there.
Oh, I don't like that one already.
And this is, here's the thing. This is so old. If you remember, when we do these tracks now, and for at least 10 years, we loop these. So we will play them in context with, the investigator speaking, the EVP, and then we'll cut the EVP out and play that twice by itself just for clarity.
Yeah, and I'm going to do it one more time, too. And again, the ghost voice says,
"Talk to the dead."
Listen very carefully, folks.
Hope there's no body down there.
Oh, my God. That's awful. I mean, it's great. Don't get me wrong. It's great. It's a great EVP, but it's an awful EVP at the same time. It's kind of like, okay, talk to the dead.
And the tone behind it is just, short of what it says, which is creepy enough, the tone is not okay.
No, I have had ghost people on tell me that what you are in life is what you're going to be in death or in Ghostville or whatever it is when you're trapped. And do both of you think that's true? Or do you think you become younger, prettier, or more handsome and suddenly soft-spoken, whereas before you were a lousy, foul-tempered, cussing son of a gun? What do you think?
I think your personality carries on with you, however you were in life.
Whatever you were is what you are, huh?
Yes.
So the grace of God doesn't do much for your personality.
Not much, no. How you are is how you are.
Okay, I'm going to have to really straighten out. All right, we've got another one here, which is called something about Deathgate.
This was in a mausoleum.
A mausoleum.
Yes, and Roger recorded this, and you can hear, the mausoleums, they're marble walls, floors, and you can actually hear an echo with this voice.
Okay. Well, you would in a mausoleum, right? And what does he say, and then what does the ghost say?
Roger, I don't know if it's...
there is no, I don't think Roger says anything in this.
Roger, what had happened was Roger had his flashlight, and he says, and was taking pictures with a flash, and he says, "I hope our lights don't bother you." And this voice responded.
And what we're going to hear is the response, right?
Yes.
Okay, here it comes. I can't make that out. Tell me what it says, and then let me listen again.
It says,
it's a whisper.
Our death gate.
Our death gate. All right, here we go. Oh, man. Why do they have to talk like that? I'm going to do it one more time. Our death gate. Now, again, folks, these are not made up. These are not jimmied. These aren't anything. These folks are amateurs. Sort of professional in a way. But they don't make money. They don't sell books. They just record these because it's important. Now, listen carefully. There are going to be some of you out there who probably should be tuning this out. This scares the hell out of people. Honestly, it does. It even scares me. It always has. There's something about doing this program that just really creeps me out. There's no question about it. Our death gate, great. Barbara, again, you know, I don't mean to come down on your case because you're such a sweetheart, and I know you think that they're mostly okay, but these things sound terrible.
They're scary to you?
Yes, they are. I've got to be honest, Barbara. What I've heard so far, the death gate. Yeah, that does it for me. You bet.
He even had kind of a... When you listen to that with headphones on, you could tell kind of almost like a British accent. I mean,
All right, I'm going to listen again. Here we go. I don't know. I can almost hear chains rattling.
Yeah, but you kind of can, which is, you know, and here's the thing, that I think we recorded in 97, somewhere around there.
It was one of our first
Boy, that's old.
Yeah.
So that was recorded probably with some sort of analog device, right?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, no, without a doubt, it was analog.
It was on tape.
Okay, what people need to understand is, really, folks, you can take your cell phone, oh, God, forgive me for saying that, but you can take your cell phone, you can take it out, disable put it on airplane mode so there's nothing to leak through, and you can attempt to get these yourself. You can go to a place where ghosts have been reported. You probably got a better shot if you do that, right, folks?
Yes, walk through a cemetery. Cemeteries are beautiful and peaceful, and just take a walk.
Oh, I know. A lot of times I'm kicking around during the afternoon. I say, hey, hon, let's go to a cemetery.
Well,
I was going to say, you know, if you don't see a ghost, at least you get a great story, right?
No, I never do that.
Very
But
entertaining.
So let's try this. Have you ever experienced, or do you know of any actually humorous EVPs or ghost events? You know, because these just scare the hell out of me.
Off the top of my head, I mean, yes, there are definitely humorous EVPs.
Really?
And, I mean, I as many as we've recorded in 20 years, it's hard to pinpoint one. I know we've all sat around a table, listened to it, and just laughed. The one that just immediately comes to my mind, I can't say because it wasn't very nice.
Okay. Well, okay. You know, I have a very perverted sense of humor. For example, when I have a friend who goes on vacation, I wait until they're gone for 4 or 5 days, and I write to them and I say, listen, not to worry, it wasn't a big fire, and I think it might be out now. My other neighbor just went on vacation. While he was out in park somewhere, I said, don't worry, the police will fill you in when you get home. So that's my kind of sense of humor, you know. Pretty bad, huh?
I know there was one night we were out in a cemetery, and Brendan fell in an open grave that had been dug for a burial the next day.
Lovely. An open grave. Just great.
I said, you know, the stories that you have, even if you don't see a ghost.
You really fell in an open grave?
Yeah, and I believe, wasn't it you that took the picture, Barb?
I think Barry took your picture.
Just to rub salt in the wound.
If I fell in an open grave, they'd have to wait until I woke up to get me out.
No, it was a view I never want to see again. So,
well, it's a view you will not see again, but you know you'll.
Well played.
Certainly, all of us are going to, I suppose, get there. All right, now I'm going to move on to the other ones you sent me on email so I can get this out of the way. All right, and this is something about why can't they shut up? Fill me in.
So this one, and I'm not sure if we included context with this or not, because again, this, excuse me, this is one of the older ones from nearly 15 years ago. But you're going to hear, I believe it's a woman, and this was in a private residence. And we were all talking, it really had nothing to do with ghosts. And you just hear this woman just annoyed sounding, saying, why can't they shut up?
Okay. I haven't previewed any of these folks, so we get what we get.
But he was by himself when he got that voice. He wasn't in that room.
Oh, man. Okay, so that one on all kinds of levels.
Yeah, but so here's a spin on that voice. You hear Barbara talking about one of the investigators who was alone when he got that voice.
Yes.
Nothing to do with the voice we just recorded. It was a previous voice. And it almost makes you wonder if this spirit is speaking back to Barbara, saying, well, why do they keep talking? And not us, but the spirits that we're recording.
Really? I didn't like it one bit. It sounded like a young person to me. Yes?
A little bit.
A little bit? Let's listen.
But he was by himself when he got
Barbara.
that voice. He wasn't in that room.
Yeah, I think that's a young person.
It could be. So, it's hard to tell.
Been a lot of children EVPs, which are like the most disturbing of them all, I would say, right?
Yes, they are, and I still don't understand. I mean, at least half of the voices we've recorded they sound like children.
Really, half?
Yeah.
I would say it's over.
Yeah.
Over half.
My goodness.
But at least half of them.
Oh, my. Aren't there times when I know that you two are hardened to this because you've been doing it for years, and people need to understand that you come home, you do a recording session for hours and hours and hours, then you come home and you review hours and hours and hours of tape, and maybe if you're lucky, you get one EVP. So the people in the audience need to understand what they're hearing is the culmination of a very, very great deal of work. Is that fair?
That's very fair.
Easy, yes.
If you're out for 4 hours, you have 4 hours to review.
And to be able to hear something that even sounds like a whisper in that 4 hours is lucky.
All right, we're going to take a brief break, so you two hold it right where you are. Well, no, we've got time to just do this one more time.
But he was by himself when he got that voice. He wasn't in that room.
They were talking about you. Right, that's what I think. I know you don't want to think that, right?
It doesn't bother me if they're...
Barbara wouldn't care either way. So.
Really?
Yeah, we've been told to get out, and I want to go right back.
You see, if a ghost told me to get out, even if I found this when I got home, I wouldn't go back. There's no chance that I would go back. I remember one year I was urging you all to get an instant replay deal, and I think you sort of briefly worked on that so you could hear whether you got one at the time.
Yeah, it was actually a scientist that listened to your show created one, I think, right after that show for us.
That's right. Did it work?
I think because we used it for about 2 years, and we may have got one voice.
One voice.
I think that was it.
That was it. All right. Hold tight, you guys. The EVP people, Brendan Cook, Barbara Macbeth, are here. And I'm warning you, this is going to be scary.
You'll have been warned. Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
You are in the company of the GIS, which officially stands for, Brendan?
Ghost Investigator Society.
All right. Brendan Cook, Barbara Macbeth. I'm Art Bell. This is Scary Stuff. So you take your chances when you tune in. All right. So what I've got left on my left computer, I've got things all over the place, would be something about drowning. Who wants to set that up?
Yeah, so this one, we played this before.
Right.
Here's the thing. Since the site is down, this was easily the most listened to EVP we have ever recorded.
Ever recorded.
Yeah, and simply because, it's so long. And, it's called Drowning just because, there's no other way to say it. It sounds like a child being drowned.
God. All right. It sounds like a child being drowned. So any other providence you can give us on it?
So the context of this was in a old mental asylum in Ogden, Utah. And the building was abandoned, had been abandoned for years. Mm-hmm. The owner of the building was renovating it. She had called us in to, investigate these things that were happening while they were doing the renovations. Something apparently was upset. We had set up our equipment. We had gone through, done a regular investigation, and I decided I was going to leave my mic, and because I had this big condenser mic, in this room, kind of in the back of the building. And I was just going to leave it there, and then we were all going to go, I don't even know where we went. We went outside, and yeah. So we were out for a while. There was nobody in this building. There should have been really no sound other than maybe cars driving by. And about 10 minutes in, this picked up. And, I remember hearing this and just... Well, I didn't even want to show you, Barb.
Yeah. He didn't tell us about it for a day or two after he heard it, because it was recording into his computer from the condensed mic.
All right, so I'm not going to hear any of your voices at all. Everything I hear
should not be there.
Should not be there.
The water sound. This building had no running water.
No plumbing.
No plumbing on, no water on for years.
All right, with that as a setup, here it comes. Listen closely at your own peril. You know what? I'm going to stop it.
Yeah, and that's basically just the voices.
Yeah, am I hearing correctly? When the voice comes in, is the voice saying, help me?
The child, the voice that sounds like a child?
Yes.
Yeah. It sounds like he's saying, help me, can't breathe, couldn't breathe.
All right. See, that I want to hear again, so I don't know. I hate to play the whole thing again, but I guess I'm going to. And then another voice. Am I right? I need to hear that again. I'm sorry. This is so freaky. Listen it here. That was another voice. Please, I heard that. Oh God, that's just horrible. It's horrible.
It is. And if you listen really close at the very end of that, it sounds almost like a thud.
Oh, I hear it. Trust me, I hear the thud. God, that's awful.
It's awful.
Even you say so, Barbara.
Yeah, that's horrible. And when Brendan came across it, he was just expecting to see a straight line on the cool edit,
On the waveform.
Yes.
On the wave.
Right.
And then when he saw this stuff start, the noise graph start.
Well, originally, like I said, I thought it was a car driving by, maybe a diesel.
Yeah, and again, there's no water in this building at all, right?
And hadn't been for...
There wasn't a tub.
Yeah. I don't get it. I almost don't want to get it.
Boy, I hear you. That's horrible. I don't know what else to say. It sounds exactly like what you said. And what do you feel like when you go to your computer and you're just sort of monitoring because hours are going by that you don't get anything, and then you get something like this? How do you handle it, Brendan? Barbara said you waited a couple days to even talk about it.
I did. I mean, we recorded that in 2005, and I mean, at that point, I had been doing this for over 10 years, and I mean, I didn't know how to take it at all. Like I said, yeah, I mean, like you just mentioned, I didn't tell anybody about it because I'm like, this is just way too much.
Yeah, way too much. So now let's talk for a second about events. And this was an event that are somehow caught in some horrible loop or are played again and again, or what?
I would hope so, because I'm terrified to think that this is some kind of an intelligent haunting, and this child is having to live this over and over.
Oh, no.
Like you said, I want to think it's a residual, it's a loop, it's something that, for whatever reason, was recorded in the atmosphere.
How about you, Barbara?
I do have a feeling that it's residual, but I think that child wanted somebody to know.
Well, there's something to think about. The child wanted somebody to know. Well, plenty of people know now. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
God.
It's heartbreaking. I can remember my feeling when I first heard it, and Brendan had called and said, we recorded something in that building. He says, and we hadn't been to that building since we had recorded it. It had been a couple of days. And he says, I want you to listen to it and see what you think. Yeah,
I didn't tell you at all what it said, it shouldn't be there, and that was it.
Guys, I've got a question. Was there ever a time when you recorded something, God knows, like this, and you just said, okay, that's enough. We don't need to be doing this anymore? Did you ever come to that point?
No.
Not yet.
No, never.
I can see, and it's a good question. Actually, that's a question we've never been asked. The fact that you ask it, I can see that there would be a point, but I haven't had it yet.
Have you ever had, everybody always asks this, I'll try and get it out of the way right now. Have you ever had an entity follow you home?
Yeah, I think all of us have.
Yeah. There was, in fact, one night, Barry we'd come home from an investigation. Barry went home. Can't remember where we were on this particular night, but when he woke up, he had like 4 or 5 lights in his bedroom. He had gone to sleep, and when he woke up, every light in his bedroom was on, like 4 or 5 lights. And he rarely, he'll have one light on, but not all of the lights that are in his bedroom on.
Yeah.
And he thought maybe his son had come in and played a joke on him while he was sleeping. And so when he got up, he went and asked to go ask his son about turning on all the lights in his bedroom, and the son hadn't come home that night.
So, once something follows you home or attaches to you, can you get rid of it easily or not so easily?
Well, me and Roger have had a couple of events where we know that they've followed us home. And one event really made me mad because it kicked my dog down the stairs.
Oh.
And he was an older dog, and he just went flying sideways down the stairs. And that was when it dawned on me, something's come home with us. And I said, get out of this house. You weren't invited to be here. Get out and go back where you came from. And that was the only event that's happened in this house that we're living in now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so we've got EVPs. Let's do it. Let me see if I can do it properly. I've got them scattered all over any number of computers here. This first one, I guess, has a title of Let Me Go, if that helps you understand. Who wants to set it up? Barb, I guess?
Well, Barb's pointing at me, so apparently that's me.
Okay.
Yeah, so this one, you're actually just going to hear Barbara say, and again, this is a private residence.
Okay.
You're just going to hear Barbara say, boy, we were out there for a long time. And she's actually listening to her recorder. I'm the one that I think recorded this. Right after that, you hear Barbara kind of exclaim, well, we're still out there. And then this creepy kind of disembodied, and I hate to say it that way, but that's really what it sounds like. This voice says, let me go.
Well, it is disembodied for sure, right?
I know. I was just hoping I could come up with some
other term
way to say that.
So the let me go part is going to be the disembodied one.
Correct.
Here it comes.
Yeah, we were out for a long time. We were still out.
Well, that's awfully clear, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it has that quality of, I don't even know how you would describe it other than what I just said, otherworldly.
Yes. On average, how many hours of, blank stuff do you have to listen to before you get to something where your eyes pop open?
Well, it depends on where we go. There's some locations I've gotten 10 to 15 EVPs in the location.
Oh, my.
On average, I would say between the five of us,
yes,
we probably would go through, over 20 hours to get one voice that might sound like that.
Well, there you have it, and here you have it one more time.
Yeah, we were out for a long time. We were still out.
I don't suppose you want to speculate on what let me go means?
Ideally, I wouldn't, because
I have no idea.
The only thing I can come up with is just not pleasant. So us being there, I think, was keeping this thing around.
Meaning your presence.
So bad that we can't hear them at the time it's recorded.
It really is a shame, I guess. On the one hand, it would be so freaky that I don't know how I'd handle it. Hearing it later is at least detached in some way. We'll be right back. We've got a break here. So I want everybody to hold tight. There is a theme you should recognize. Don't forget, time travelers, you've got about an hour and 3/4, not quite an hour and 3/4 to join us. This is Midnight in the Desert. That is to say, join us at the $5 rate. Then it goes up. I'm Art Bell.
I won't cry, but bombs is there, little kids keep coming. No way to breathe easy, time to be young.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
If you are just tuning in, warning, this is really, truly scary stuff. What you're hearing are EVPs. These are the voices of the dead. They are recorded, in this case, by the GIS, represented tonight by Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth. And this has been over many, 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 many years that they've been doing this. They do it as, I guess a hobby is the right word. Is it, you two? Is that the right word for what you do?
Well,
for the most
people
part,
consider it a hobby. I don't.
well, we've spent how much money doing it, so
Yeah.
It's a very expensive hobby. How's that?
Accurate. I love the idea of cell phones, though. I'm going to try it myself. Trust me.
Really?
I'm absolutely going to try it. Yes. I have an iPhone 6. I'm ready.
I'm proud of you.
You are. So that means you're going to get an iPhone soon, Barbara.
No.
No. Sorry. Just had to mess with you.
I have a hard time with a digital recorder, Art.
Right. I got you.
She's not even joking. She has a reel-to-reel.
You still have a reel-to-reel? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. 2 questions from the internet, if we could, please. I get these, and they're pretty good ones. This one comes, I guess, relayed from Twitter from Darren. Do EVPs ever contain useful information? I don't know what they mean by useful, but, you know.
Contemporary? Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, not contemporary. Useful information, like, your chair is weak and will break soon. I just made that up. I mean, something.
I'm sure there are cases where they have.
I mean, we haven't. The only useful information we got was the plastic eyes. We played that on your show.
Oh, right.
Oh, God, I remember that one.
In the mausoleum, and Jenny had recorded that. And I called the funeral director the next day to find out if plastic eyes had anything to do with their business.
Right.
And we found out that
they did.
Yes, they do use plastic eyes on bodies.
And the ghost voice said what exactly?
It just said plastic eyes.
That's awful. All right. Another question from the internet. What's with all the EVPs always being in English?
They're not. We only play English ones because, here's the thing. EVPs are so hard to understand anyway.
True.
And we're pretty much an English-speaking country, so we do have plenty of EVP that speak German, French, Native American, Gaelic, even.
All right, here's a very important question. Do you record using 2 or more simultaneous microphones? And if so, have you attempted to triangulate any audio source? Now, this is really an important question. If I break it down a little further, you do use microphones, I think, right? Yes.
Yes, correct.
But it's not. Yeah. Is it absolutely mandatory to use a microphone?
Well, for us, yes. For everybody else, again, cell phone, just the internal mic is fine. Yes, we use external mics on everything. At any given time during an investigation, we have 4 or 5 recorders in that location.
So Terry's question went to triangulation of where the audio actually is emanating from.
Does not work.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. We have had the weirdest. We've had things where we audibly hear the voice, which is rare, but we audibly hear it, and it does not pick up on a recorder, or it only picks up on one. So triangulating the source is a tad hard.
All right. Let's move on to the next one, and this is entitled Beautiful, I think. Is that right? That make sense? Let Me Go was the first. Oh, Be Careful. I'm sorry, not Beautiful. Be Careful. It says Be Careful, I guess. Who wants to take that one?
Well, you'll hear me say, please come and talk with us. And it sounds like a child's voice that says, be careful.
Well, here we go again with a child's voice. All right, listen carefully, everybody, and I may have to play this more than once. Here we go.
Please come and talk with us.
Be careful. Be careful. Be careful.
Well, that is a child's voice. There's absolutely no question about it. That's a child's voice. And I wonder what the child meant you should be careful of, Barbara. Any thoughts at all?
No. The only time I would take any kind of thing like that would be from if the person was alive.
Boy, I hear that. All right, one more time. Listen very carefully, folks. You tell me the age of the person saying this.
Please come and talk with us.
Be careful. Be careful. Be careful.
Been saying, that's walk around in the dark sometimes, and I could have been going downstairs. It could have been saying, be careful, going down the stairs.
Right, this could have been, well, there it goes to the guy's question. Do they ever say anything helpful? That certainly is helpful in a way, isn't it?
I like your thinking. That's fantastic.
Or it could have meant something, I don't know, far more ominous would be the word. Be careful because something's about to happen, something like that?
Yeah, I doubt it. I haven't ever been hurt.
Says the woman who had a bolt thrown at her.
I think that was, it was just to get my attention.
A bolt of what?
Oh, it was one of those big, heavy metal bolts that, bolt down.
Oh, I never heard this. Hold on, you two. We'll be back. A big, heavy metal bolt. Said nothing like that ever happened, didn't she?
All our times have come here, but now they're gone. You think she's coming?
No call screening, no waiting on hold, no requirement to kiss Art's ring, just good talk. Join Art by calling 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Hello, everybody. This is EVP time. The GIS, Ghost Investigators Society, or did I get that wrong? I think that's right. Ghost Investigators Society, right?
Right.
Okay. Barbara Macbeth.
Time you've said it, but
I'm sorry?
No, it was a joke. Sorry.
Okay. And Brendan Cook, Barbara Macbeth, Brendan Cook, the ones who get these things. And I'm hoping that I can talk you guys into, well, I don't know, a big show somewhere near Halloween. Can that be done?
Easy.
Easy.
You can do that.
Easy peasy, huh? All right.
Well, again, doing it as long as we've done. If we weren't so busy, we'd have had quite a bit more, I think, here.
Mm-hmm. Well, my new show hasn't been on the air that long, and I just really appreciate you folks. All right, there's something coming up about we want to go to. What does that mean, Barb? What am I about to hear?
Well, on this, anytime we are leaving an investigation, once we get into the car, I always say, if anyone's in the car, please get out.
Smart.
Most of the time they will.
Oh, I see. So this is the ghost saying we want to go to after. So you actually said that. Are we going to hear you say that in this?
You're going to hear me say, if anyone's in the car, please get out.
Right.
And you'll hear this It sounds like a child. We're leaving a cemetery.
Okie dokie. Here we go. Brace yourselves, folks. Anything else, Barb?
No.
No, okay, here it comes.
If anyone's in the car, please get out.
Okay, we're going to hear this again. And again, Barbara says, the child says, we want to go too. So here you go. Listen very carefully. No. That's wrong. If
anyone's in the car, please get out.
Wait, I don't get that out of it. It's almost sounds like we can't or something. That's hard to make out.
I clearly hear we want to go too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm sorry, folks. Again.
If anyone's in the car, please get out.
Oh, yeah. Okay, got it that time. Thank you. And I know that even you, when you take these things home, you have to listen sometimes, multiple times, to understand what's being said, or maybe you've been listening to ghost voices so long that that's not the case. You tell me.
No, the fights that we have been in around
5 of us.
Yeah.
Hearing it say something completely different.
Yes.
And ultimately, that's the key with EVP. We were obviously presenting some of the best voices that we've ever recorded, the ones that are loud enough to be heard.
Sure.
The majority are not like this at all. I mean, they're just whispery and syllabic, and there's a lot of what you'd call pareidolia that goes into it, trying to figure out what it's saying.
I bet.
And EVP is ultimately just subjective. So you notice we context what the investigator says, what the EVP says, and human nature. Your brain is now trained to listen to that.
Gotcha. You're far more trained than we are, for sure. And as I mentioned, it's been years, so there are a lot of new listeners tonight, and they're probably pretty freaked out, is all I can say. And, I'll say one more thing. Try it yourself. This is not something only the GIS can do. Yes, they're very good at it. Yes, they've been doing it for years and know what they're doing, but you can do it even with a cell phone. Just remember, turn off, as was suggested, turn on the airplane mode so that you're not contaminating in any way. You can also do it with a digital recorder. Do microphones, Brendan, make any difference?
If nothing else, I don't know so much about on the EVP quality, but ambient noise, understanding what's happening in the room at the time.
Right.
Yes, definitely. It makes it much easier to listen to.
It's always a problem, of course, of signal versus noise. You can increase the audio gain, but you bring a lot of hiss and stuff with it, right?
Right. And, to kind of go to that, some of the voices we played from the mausoleum, I mean, you can hear that echoey kind of, and it's very hard to make out things that are being said. So, yeah, I mean, getting a mic, being able to kind of filter some of that stuff out, in real time, it helps a ton.
Okay, let's go to one, I guess with Barry, something about wake up. Is that right?
Okay. So this is a little bit different. This was from the prison in Rawlins, Wyoming. And you hear Barry, he's actually shutting a cell door, and it almost makes a cliched horror movie sound effect. So you hear the cell door just shutting and slamming, and you hear Barry go, creepy. That's creepy. And this woman almost like she's yelling / whispering at him, saying, wake up.
Again, this is in a prison?
Yeah.
Well, you guys just really go to some of the best vacation spots anybody goes to. Prison. All right, let's listen to this, see what we get out of it. You ready? Ooh. Oh, yes. Oh, creepy indeed.
all of her energy. I mean, it's like she's using every bit of energy she has to get this out.
Yeah, I've never heard any of these. These are all new ones, huh?
For the most part, they're new. Well, new in the fact we haven't played many of these on your show, but we've had them forever. Again, we were going to call tonight's show From the Vault.
From the Vault. Well, the vault is a good word, actually. One more time.
Wake up. Wake up.
Oh. Let everybody know what you do at the end of these particular ones. You repeat it 3 times, and you increase the volume so it's more easily heard on the radio, right?
Well, and normally we don't even amplify the 2 loops at the end. Sometimes we do if it's really whispery.
That was pretty whispery.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, we just like to keep it as natural as we can. So with context, the investigator speaking, the EVP coming in, and then just cutting the EVP out and playing it twice after.
Right, okay. Have you ever taken a photograph of a ghost, is a question.
Yes. We've taken video.
You'll have to speak up good and loud. Our connection.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
We've actually taken video of one walking into a wall.
Walking into a wall? Actually, or through a wall?
Yeah, well, no, just disappearing into a wall.
Where it was headed and disappeared at was into the wall.
Okay, that sounds like walking through a wall to me. If you see it disappear into a wall, presumably it came out on the other side and you just didn't see it. But maybe not. You actually have video of that. I would dearly love to see it, and I guess your website is going to have to get back up before we see it, eh?
Yes. Within the month, it will be back up, I promise.
All right, and again, you have to promise this Halloween-type show. Bring out the big guns for Halloween.
Will do.
All right. I'm getting this promise from you on the air, so it's got to be kept. All right, we're going to move on to the next one because I do want to get calls in, and so I want to get these in. The next one is also Barry, I believe, right?
Yes.
And it's what called the question to mind, something about a flash?
Yeah, so this one, again, is Rollins Prison. Not the same night, though. I believe this was actually like a year later. And it was in the death house of Rollins Prison. We stayed the night there, the 5 of us. And Barry was testing out this new camera he had that had a new flash system. And you're going to hear Barry say, well, we'll see what the flash is going to do. Mm-hmm. Yep, we'll see. And this, like, really disgruntled old man, it is kind of in the background, but it's almost like he's making fun of Barry. He's being very sarcastic, and he says, you'll see in a little bit.
Really? You'll see in a little bit. All right, let's listen to that. Here we go. Wait a minute. Let me stop that and do it again from the beginning.
Okay. When the flash is going to do, and we'll see. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Now, these are not easy to hear, everybody. They're not easy to hear. That one's not easy to hear, particularly, is it?
No, and that again, I think that was 1998. So
really?
There's some audio degradation.
There was no carpeting or drapes or furniture. It's just a cement.
It's a death house.
It's the death house. There's just cement, nothing to absorb sound.
Do you remember when you switched from analog to digital recording?
I do. Barbara still technically I don't think has. So it would have been, the first time was 2004 where I started just doing nothing but digital.
that's when we began getting slightly clearer copies. I mean,
Correct.
the digital just doesn't have the same kind of, I mean, after all, if you have a recorder, you've got a tape running across heads, so you've got noise. That's all there is to it. All right, let's move on to the next one.
This next one was at Deer Lodge Prison up in Montana. And you're going to hear this door, a cell door creaking shut. And the EVP says, "Help, I'm in here." It sounds like an old man. And then you'll hear Brendan say, "Is anybody in here?"
But the "help, I'm in here," that's from the disembodied voice. Is that correct?
Right. And I was actually, so Deer Lodge Prison, just to kind of give a little backstory, is gigantic. I mean, this place is massive. And I think it was, 2003 was when we went. We were lucky enough to just have the caretaker hand us the keys and say, "Yeah, we'll see you Monday."
That is lucky.
So, we spent Friday night until Monday morning, just the five of us in this gigantic prison. So this place where I recorded this voice, I was just there by myself. I mean, it was just me for an hour or so.
Is it worth asking how you guys managed to stay in these creepy locations, and particularly by yourself?
Well, it's not a scary.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, you know, most of the time you're not aware of anything going on around you. You're just in a dark location. You know?
So if you can get over atmosphere, it's not a bad deal.
All right, so we're going to hear an old man and say, "Help, I'm in here." Here we go. Oh, yeah. Gee. That's, I guess, what you would expect to hear from somebody in a jail, right?
Yeah.
Well, and he sounds like a prisoner. I mean, which is kind of weird. Like, he has just been there the entire time, and this place was shut down in 1970 something.
They built a new prison and relocated the prisoners.
Somehow you would think if you were a prisoner in this life that you wouldn't be stuck there in the afterlife. I mean, that's about as horrible. But again, maybe it goes to what you are here, you are there.
What's the old saying that hell is a repetition? So,
you know,
I mean,
I would imagine a lot of prisoners, that's all they know. You know, a lot of them are in prison almost all their lives.
Well, here's a little hell for you then, repetition.
Anybody in here?
A little hellish repetition. The two of you, do you think you don't think that all people when they die become stuck here, do you?
I don't believe so. No.
No, and I'm with Barbara on that. I think if that were the case, our job would be so much easier.
That's true. There'd be so many more voices to get, I guess, huh?
Correct.
All right. We've got yet another one. This is Brendan, I guess. This is you, huh?
Yes, actually it is. And what you're going to hear is me just saying, okay, let's go see if Barb's upstairs. This was actually in that mausoleum that we did quite a bit of recording in. We don't so much anymore because we can't really get access. But I'm downstairs with, it might have been my wife at the time. Again, this may have been 15 years ago.
Okay.
So, yeah, I say, hey, let's go see if Barb's upstairs. And this child says, and it's interesting because this was in the middle of the night. We had no flashlights on and no lights on in this mausoleum. So if you can imagine being in this marble tomb that is pitch black, this child says, I can't see.
All right, and that's what you're listening for, folks. Oh, my goodness. That's pretty awful, and it's pretty clear. I can't see. It's very, very clear, and that really sounds like a young child.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is right where that was recorded is this stairway, which I don't know if you remember, we had a voice of me falling down those stairs and something responding to that. So that same staircase, that's where the children are entombed.
Little babies.
Little babies.
Children.
All right. One more time. Here we go.
All right, what's the parking stairs?
You know what else it is? It's the plaintive. It's kind of a plaintive tone. It's a very young child, and it obviously is a plaintive tone, almost crying, saying, "I can't see."
Very distressed.
Very distressed. Yes, I would agree with that completely. That makes it so hard to take. You two, hold on.
You're gonna choke on it too. You're gonna lose that smile. Because all the while, I could see for miles and miles.
Midnight in the Desert is a wild trip across the Days Divisor. Get your ticket to ride by calling 1-952. Call ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
You know, I thought I'd lighten it up a little bit. Listen to this. A man checked into a hotel. There was a computer in his room, so he decided to send mail to his wife. He accidentally typed in the wrong email address, and without realizing it, he sent that mail to a widow who had just returned from her husband's funeral. The woman decided to check her mail, expecting condolence messages from relatives and friends. After reading the first message, she passed out, fainted. The son rushed into the room, found his mom on the floor, saw the computer screen which read, "To my loving wife, I know you're surprised to hear from me. They have computers here, and we are allowed to send mails to loved ones. I've just been checked in. How are you and the kids? The place is really nice, but I'm lonely here. I've made necessary arrangements for your arrival tomorrow. Expecting you, darling. Can't wait to see you." Oh, God. Well, I had to lighten it up somehow. My wife actually showed that to me earlier. Incredible. All right, well, back to the bad stuff, or the good stuff, depending on how you look at it.
Art.
Yes.
I've got to let you know that Brendan had to leave to go to work, an emergency, but Barry is here.
Barry.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay, Barry. I don't know that we have ever heard from you, or at least live.
No, I wasn't prepared for this, but I guess I'll do the best I can.
You'll do fine. And I'm kind of glad to have your input, Barry. My goodness. Where have you been all these years?
Actually, I was working a lot of swing shift and late shifts, so I, had to fill in and go with the group when I could.
I understand.
Retired now.
You're retired?
Yes, I just retired about 6 months ago.
How did you get dragged into the group?
I met Barbara. Well, I had met Brendan online, and he invited me to a meeting that they were having, and where I met Barbara and her husband, and we took a liking to one another. And when they set up their group, they invited me to join them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not the normal kind of invitation you get. We record Voices of the Dead. Come join us.
No, I had the interest, prior to that. I read a lot, and it was a time that I wanted to experience it myself. And so I found a group that, was local, and we hooked up.
And we adopted him.
You adopted him. A lot of people don't know that EVPs go back a long, long way, correct?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Alexander Graham or somebody who experimented with them? I believe it was.
I believe it was, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one. We've got, a lot of people calling wanting to talk, and I want to get them on the air with you all. But let's get through what we have. This next one, Barbara, either one of you.
Me, Brendan, Barbara, and Roger all recorded this, and it says, "You guys dead."
You guys dead? Really?
This was in a cemetery, and Jenny recorded it, and she's saying who is present, and she says, "Me, Brendan, Barbara, and Roger."
Okay, here we go. You're listening for You Guys Dead. See if you hear it. Come on, go.
Me, Brendan, Barbara, and Roger.
Oh, yeah, that's what it says, all right. You guys dead.
It's asking a question.
You think it's a question?
Yes, I think it's asking a question. You guys dead?
Uh-huh.
Me, Brendan, Barbara, and Roger.
Yeah. Ooh, that is so creepy. You're right. It says, as a question, you guys dead? Like that.
Yes.
Clearly. So, that implies then that the dead don't know if they're talking to the dead or the living.
That's true.
Is that fair?
That's fair, yeah.
What do you think, Barry?
That's what I get out of it from, my understanding of the way the voice sounds. It's asking a question.
I don't like that one. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Let's do one more. We've only got a couple more, so let's do one more. This one looks interesting. Who wants to set it up?
Which one are we doing?
That's the second to the last one.
Yeah.
Okay. We're leaving a local funeral home, and Brendan says, I can hear it from back here. I think he heard some audibly. And this recording comes on and says, "We're not done." It's a woman's voice.
Meaning they're not done, I guess. All right, here it comes.
I'm here from back here.
Oh, yeah. All right, that one is very disturbingly clear. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's very clear.
Disturbingly clear is the only way I can. How many of them come out that clear?
Oh, God, percentage-wise, I think clear percentage, in my opinion, about, 25% of that?
Mm-hmm. That are loud and where they aren't so whispery. She has a good, strong determination.
Yes, one last time.
I'm here from back here.
We're not done. So the clear implication, I guess, was there if you could have heard that at the time, you probably would have stuck around because you would figured there's more to go.
That's right. See, and we were leaving. We were packing up our equipment and leaving this funeral home.
I would have been throwing the stuff in the suitcase and running. Incredible stuff.
I feel like that myself sometimes, Art.
Do you? It's good to hear that. Frequently, the GIS members do not admit real fright.
Well, I won't admit real fright. I'll say startled. How's that?
Startled?
Yeah.
I've only seen Barry rattled a couple of times.
How come you've never come on the air before, Barry?
I don't know. I actually have probably, and as a fill-in, but that's about it. Usually I'm a listener at home late listening to the show.
Or he's been working.
Okay. All right, one more time with this next one, and I think we're listening for a ghost voice to say something like, "Meet me out back."
Yeah, are you ready to do that one?
I am. You want to set it up?
Okay. We were at a mausoleum, and you can hear Jenny. She recorded this, and she's asking Brendan for his flashlight. She says, "Can I see your light?" And Brendan replies, "Here." And this EVP, this woman, said, meet me out back.
Okay, here we go.
Can I see the light, Brenda?
Here.
Oh, that's a very whispered thing, huh? Very whispered.
Yeah, and a lot of them are like that. They're hard to know for sure what they're saying, very whispery. That's why we try not to use those.
Well, nevertheless, we went from one that was very clear to one that was hard.
Can I see the light, Brenda?
Here.
And for clarity, let's do this one again.
Sure.
Quite a difference between them, huh?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Amazing stuff. All I want to do is, in a moment, we're going to go to a break, and then I would like to take calls. A lot of people have a million questions. A lot of people have never heard any of this before. This is an absolute first for them, and in a way I sympathize with them because it's hard hearing it for the first time. It's harder if you're alone. If you're in a vehicle at night in the dark, it's really tough. So here we go. I'm going to give you the phone line information very quickly. Our public number is area code 952-225-5278. Again, that's area code 952-225-5278. Now, listen very carefully. If you're using Skype, please listen very carefully. The way to do this is to add a new contact. Let's say you've got Skype on your phone. So you want to go to add a new contact. And what you add, if you're in North America, Canada, add MITD51. MITD51. And then you'll see it in your contact list. And you can click on MITD51. It will dial us. Outside the country, put in MITD 55. Outside America and Canada, put in MITD 55. Then it will be in your contact list. Then you can call us. So there you have it. That's how to do it. Now all you have to do is do it. If you have a question about what you've heard so far this evening, it would be a good time. Be a good time to pick up the phone and ask. From the high desert, from the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert.
Some people want to build a world with silly love songs. And what's wrong with that?
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
And again, the two Skype entry points for North America would be, the one for North America would be MITD 51. That's MITD 51. If you're outside the U.S., way out there somewhere, MITD 55. Either way, it is a free call. And remember this, if you don't get through the first time when calling Skype, for heaven's sakes, call again. In other words, don't give up. It just means I didn't get you. If you begin to hear audio of the show, me, the callers, whatever, that means you have made it through, so hang in there. All right, going back now to our GIS members, are you ready to take some calls?
Sure.
Okay. Those sounded like pretty weak sures.
Sure.
All right, good. All right, here they come. Ian on Skype is first. You're up with GIS. Hi.
Hey, guys. LMAO, I can't believe I'm on the air right now. This is pretty sweet.
Yes.
But anyways, so, Art, I got a story, and then the question will come at the end. So.
All right.
So my friend's mom died a few months ago, and she was a huge fan of yours. She recorded every single episode since you started, basically, on cassette tape.
Yes, sir.
And so I've been going over there since you started your show again, and I would play the show periodically, like every few days, maybe twice a week. And when I would play your show, there would be increased ghost activity, and there would be some ghost activity throughout regular times. But when I would play your show, you could literally hear responses to what you're saying on the air. And it's just mind-blowing, and I'm wondering, what is the absolute best way to record these EVPs? Like, say I have unlimited funds, what is the best way I could record these so I could send them to Art?
Well, first of all, if you have that much excess cash, just, send it off to me, and I'll try and make the best use of it. But otherwise, it is a good question. If he wants to buy the best equipment available, what would you suggest?
Well, if he has a cell phone, that would probably be the best way, if he has a newer cell phone, because the quality is very good.
I do agree with that, and I was really heartened, frankly, to hear that suggestion. And
look who gave it to you.
You guys did. I can't believe it. I can also not believe that I didn't think of it. But cell phones have really come along since, frankly, we did our last show. Good ones, anyway.
Yeah.
It's fair to say, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, overseas, somewhere or another, is Marty. Hello, Marty.
Morning, Art. Morning, GIS team.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Bristol in the UK.
Okay. Fire away, Marty.
I'll have to set this one up a little bit. In the past couple of weeks, my partner has been diagnosed with cancer. And ever since then, I've always been interested in the topic of EVP, but we've been starting to hear them with our own ears, which is very unusual. We've been starting to hear all sorts of voices and just, sounds just seem to be materializing out of thin air, really.
Okay.
I just wondered if the GIS team have ever been able to hear such things with their own ears, and why might that be? Because it's only just started happening ever since we've learned this devastating news.
GIS people?
Yeah, I would recommend that you start recording and ask, is your partner still healthy?
Yeah, she's feeling very well within herself. She lost her father when she was very young. She was only 12. And my personal theory, I haven't shared this with her, but I think it might be him trying to, maybe reach through and comfort her, maybe. That's my own personal theory on why this has suddenly started to happen.
I would agree with that, too. I would agree. That's what I was thinking. It's somebody that is there, and she might have a lot of experiences through her care during the period of time that she is having treatment. Is she having treatment?
She actually starts her treatment on Monday, this coming Monday. And it's funny, actually, because she's been having a lot of scans and everything lately. It's a very complex process. But on more than one occasion, she actually said before she actually went under, she had to be sedated for a number of tests. And she said she could actually smell the aftershave that her dad used to wear just before she went under, which is very interesting to me.
I would get a recorder.
Yeah, I would get a recorder. Right. And again, we're now being told you can use a cell phone, so give that a try, please, and let me know how you do with it. All right, here's somebody named Michelle. Hello, Michelle.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Hi, I'm calling from Sydney, Australia. I've spoken to you once before.
Sydney, Australia. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
if you would please turn down
5 months ago.
Michelle, turn down your radio or your whatever it is.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Yes.
Okay, I'm the lady that looks after kids.
Right.
About 4 months ago, we had a disembodied voice come to our front door. Oh. Basically, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. and I was expecting one of the parents to come and pick up their child. And the child's only like 14 months. Anyway, so I was just washing my hands, and I heard this, hello, like this.
Yes.
And so the little baby actually thought that it was its mother. And so he crawled to the door. I walked to the door, and 2 other children ran to the door. And she was nowhere to be seen. And so subsequently the little baby just started to cry. So I picked him up. Anyway, she turned up some 15 minutes later, and I said to her, were you here, 15 minutes ago? And she said, no. And I said, are you sure? She said, absolutely. I've only just arrived. And I said, okay. But she said, oh, he's crying. I said, yes, he's crying because he thought you were at the door 15 minutes ago, as we all did. And she has actually quite a distinctive voice. So I don't know whether it was a time slip or a ghost, because we have, had a number of things over the years happen, playing tricks on us, like a practical joke. So, yeah, that's my tale.
Okay, well, here's a good question then for our guests, and that is, if you hear something in the audible range, if you actually hear it with your ear, I would assume, for example, that when you record it, if your ear was in the right place listening carefully enough, you would hear it with your ear. Is that correct or not?
We've had some audible that we heard out loud that actually didn't show up on the recorder.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh.
That's happened a few times.
All right, Michelle, that probably doesn't help you, but it is interesting.
I would wonder if the mother was thinking about, if it was her. Did you say that it was her voice?
She did, yes.
I would wonder if maybe the lady was thinking about getting there at the house to get her baby.
There you go. All right, let's go to the phone. Las Vegas, Nevada, just over the hill here.
Hey, how you doing? All right.
Okay.
Couple of questions. Now, as I understand it, when these EVPs are recorded, you aren't wearing headphones. In fact, they're not happening at that time. I don't know. I guess I'm confused. But you're not hearing them in real time, I guess what I'm saying.
That is correct. They just leave a recorder and a mic going in a given room, in a given place. Sometimes they're present, as you can hear, because you hear them in the EVP, and sometimes they're not. So, go ahead.
Okay, so it's the actual medium of recording that's capturing these sounds or these communications, and once converted into a digital or analog format, it exists on that tape or whatever format it is.
That's right.
Could you not put a digital delay in, or just basically feed a microphone into a digital delay and then be able to hear within a couple of seconds or whatever you adjust the delay to?
Oh, I see.
The sound.
Yeah, okay.
That work?
Yeah, it's a very good question, one that I asked years ago, and they did have a device like that for a period of time, but they only ever really got one EVP, I believe. Right, Barbara?
Yes, that's correct.
So
it was very confusing because I can remember the time that Brendan had the earphones on, and we were talking, and he said, "I think I just heard an EVP." We were sitting around our table in our kitchen. Barry, were you there that night?
No, but I remember up in Montana another incident where he tried that out.
Okay, you got to speak up good and loud. We've got a very weak connection with you guys.
I was saying we had another trip in Montana where Brendan was experimenting with that to actually audibly hear it.
Real time.
Yeah, real time.
And that's crazy. It's crazy that it didn't work better. I thought, and I suggested that he try that, and then as he pointed out earlier, somebody actually designed something for him, but it didn't work that well. Still got to go back and listen.
I don't care where I go, when I'm with, when I cry.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
All right, back with the GIS. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. You folks back with me?
Yes, back.
Good. All right. Here come some calls. Going to Sydney, I think, Nova Scotia. You are on the air with the GIS. Hi.
Perfect. Hi. Great show. I'm really enjoying this topic. Question. One of your earlier tracks that you played was Let Me Go.
Yes.
I think it was. To me, it sounded almost like it was something being said backwards, like it was being played backwards. Have you ever received any noises that, have you ever played any of this backwards? Do you ever maybe inaudible noise, maybe backwards? Because it just had that feel like playing a record backwards or something, just for that particular one. So I was wondering.
I'll take this one. We actually have. It isn't something that we did on a regular basis because we're trying to prove one thing, and by playing it reverse, we didn't want to take away from that. But we were at a local, it was a bookstore at one time, and they were doing New Age stuff, and I actually recorded something that we couldn't audibly make out what it was saying. And when we played it in reverse, it said, "Now you can hear it."
Wow.
Okay. I guess
do you have that one? Is there any way you can play that one for us tonight?
Brendan has it. I couldn't play it now. Maybe on another show he could.
We'll do it on the next show. How about the next show? Let's make a request.
Yeah.
Halloween. All right.
We'll tell him.
Thanks, guys.
All right, you bet. Can you make a note of that, Barbara?
I'll remember it. Me and Barry will hound him about it.
Okay, excellent. Let's go to Chaz, I believe, on Skype.
Hey, Art, this is Chaz calling from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yes, sir.
Hey, quick question for the GIS team. Real quick, I've done research paranormal for the past about 5 years, and I found that it's really tough to keep a group together of people that, are in it for the pure research aspect rather than just what they see on TV. I was wondering if Barbara and Brandon had any insight on good ideas for putting a good team together.
Okay, well it's Barry right now. Brendan had to go, but no, the question is really good. It is tough keeping a group together. Barbara, either one of you, what do you do? How do you do that? How do you keep from scrapping and fighting and breaking up like the Beatles?
Well, like we were talking earlier, life throws things at you, and you don't have control of certain aspects of your life.
Of course.
But you've got to be able to trust one another and get along with one another. Yeah. There has to be a real bond if you want good relationships between everybody in the group, and I'd keep it as small as possible. We experienced that when we first got together. We were allowing people to go with us all the time, and it just gets out of hand. There's people that want to throw you under the bus, and
of course,
and it's all for glory, and the research aspect isn't what they're there for. It's fame and fortune.
Very good answer.
You've got to keep your group, I would recommend, very small, and where you're very compatible. Be with people that you trust, where you can believe what they're saying, and they're watching your back too.
Listen, Barbara, on behalf of my listeners, many of them, I want to tell you how much you were missed.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're very welcome.
That surprises me.
Well, it shouldn't. Believe me. Trust me when I tell you. Santa Ana, California, I think. Hello.
Hi, this is Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hello. I had a quick question, and I'll take it off the air.
Okay.
For the guests, I was wondering if there's any EVPs that were so horrible that they haven't talked to them, about them on the show, or they just kind of wanted to forget about? And on the other spectrum, are there any happy EVPs like, wow, those roses smell great, or I'm doing great over here?
Yeah, good. Both good questions. Thank you. Any so horrible that you have not played them or allowed them to be played on the air?
Not really. The worst one that was the drowning one. That's the most.
The one that bothered me was we got at the Rollins prison. It said, "You laughed at me, cute laugh. I killed you." I think that's how it went.
Yeah, I killed you. You laughed at me, real cute laugh.
Yeah, I don't remember that. That'd be one to bring back too. My goodness.
Okay.
My goodness. All right, let's try. And the second part of the question was anything really happy.
Yes, we've recorded laughing, a lot of laughing at different times, but we've recorded giggles.
You mean like real giggles, or? Not that.
There was something was said about somebody used Ben Gay and Chanel number 5 or something.
I said old people, and I don't mean to insult anybody, but the mixture of Ben Gay and Chanel number 5 didn't do it for me.
And the ghost, it must have caught it off guard because it kind of snorted laugh, I mean, it was like it caught it off guard, and we record. So they have a sense of humor, and they do laugh.
All right, Dustin on Skype. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Brandon. Hi, Barbara.
Brendan's not here. It's Barry now. Brendan had to take off for work.
I apologize.
That's all right. Go ahead.
On the way home from work. Barbara, I want to echo Art's sentiment. Hearing your voice is like running into an old friend. It's good to hear you.
Thank you. That's very nice. I appreciate that.
I have a question, and I hope this hasn't been addressed. If it has, please forgive me. And then I have a comment to share that will be of interest to Art. First, the question is, what is the purpose of this research? What do you hope to accomplish?
Good one.
Well, me personally, I did it for myself. I wasn't out to prove to anybody anything. I just wanted to satisfy my own interest.
I sympathize with that. I want to know, I guess that is the biggest question in life. If there's a bigger one, I'd like to know what it is. So I get that. Caller?
Very good. Art, this dovetails nicely. MV over at Belgab, some years ago on his podcast, shared his experience of actually doing the recording.
Yes.
So this absolutely is real, and no, I am not going to try it. Thank you all again very much.
Yep.
Have a great show.
I get it.
Art,
right.
Welcome back.
Thank you, my friend. Let's go to somebody who might be Maria. Hello. Well, maybe it's not Maria. You're on the air, whoever you are.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes. Hello, Art. I just want to say welcome back. It's been a lonely time without you being here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Just like I say, first-time caller. I live in a shelter right now, which is turned into an insane asylum before, and there's been many things that we see at night, especially my children, seeing crazy, crazy things. Some of my neighbors reported seeing somebody walking up and down the hallways at night. But my father had died over 11 years ago, and every time I come home, I see his spirit, and I hear him nonstop. And I just wanted to know what could cause me to keep hearing him all the time. Like at night is when I hear him the most.
Okay. Either of you.
I would talk to him like if he was physically there and tell him that everything is okay and that he can go on, that he doesn't have to stay.
Would you do that with a recorder, hoping for an answer?
Yes. always, if you're asking a question, always try to record it in case you get an answer that you're not able to hear audibly.
All right. Again, coming through the wormhole, somebody wants to know. Barb, I guess, wants to know if you've ever done a personal EVP attempt. In other words, anybody from your own families. Have you done that?
Me personally, I have not. That's something I think bothers me, maybe not Barbara, but I'd rather communicate with someone I don't know than someone personal.
I hear that. No, I hear you. I completely understand. Jeremy on Skype, you're on the air with GIS. Hi.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Okay.
That's good. I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. I called the other night. Fellow ham operator. So
I'm sorry, you're where? You're where?
Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville, okay.
Yeah, and fellow ham operator. So I've trained my ears to try to listen as best as I can. But the audio clip that you played a while ago, I think it was a girl talking, or a lady. I think it's called "You're Not Are You Dead?" or something like that.
You guys dead?
Yeah, you guys dead.
It was a question, right?
Right, and yeah, that was it. And it sounded to me, and I'm on Twitter, and I was trying to find out if anybody else can confirm of what I'm hearing. It sounded to me like she said, "You guys done?" That's what it sounded like to me. If you could play that one more time for me.
I can't. It's buried in a computer right now, so.
Okay.
Normally I could. They normally send me a CD, but it didn't get here, so we had to do everything by computer, which is now Skyped up.
Okay, no problem. I was just wondering.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry we can't do that. Normally we could have done it, so perhaps on the next show we can do that for you. Let's go to Rockford, Illinois. Hi.
Hi, Art. Thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Your guests are some of my favorites. Inspired me to actually go out and do the EVP as well.
Really? How did you do?
I'm still listening to all the data I recorded. I went to a famous place that a lot of people have heard of. Your guests may have even went there. I went to Waverly Hills in Louisville, Kentucky. They said that's one of the most active places. I bought a Spirit Box 11, which I'm going to take my answer off the air. I wanted your guest's opinion of Spirit Box 7, Spirit Box 11. If somebody once told me that they're kind of like a Ouija board, and if that's the case, I'm not going to be using it anymore.
All right, it's a good question. We're so short on spirit boxes. Barbara, either one of you, actually.
I don't have any experience with them, and I've never even heard of them. So
I haven't used one myself either. I know it has a lot to do with white noise in between frequencies. I don't know how good they are because I haven't experimented with them, so I wouldn't advise somebody.
Okay, is there a Ouija board caution type that would go with any device like this? In other words, you're opening doors, right?
Yes, but I mean, I really don't know what a spirit box is. If it's a type of, if it is like a Ouija board where you're inviting something to interact with you, that is, I would just say use caution if it's saying that it is like a Ouija board.
Let me try something here. Are ghosts real?
Let me think. Okay, I found this on the web for Are Ghosts Real?
Siri. Oh, God, all right. Nick, hello, you're on with the GIS.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
I have 3 really quick questions.
3, huh?
Have they recorded any EVPs of animals?
Yes, we've recorded dogs barking when we didn't hear them audibly. We've gotten a growl. We got a cat meowing, but there was like we've gotten a couple of really good growls in different locations when it sounded very close. If there would have been something growling like that, we would have, that was alive, we would have definitely heard it.
I'm really glad to hear you got cats on the other side. That's good. Cat person. Okay, Nick?
The other two questions is, have you ever went to an area where someone notable has died and recorded a voice and been able to compare it to that person's voice when they were still living?
No, I haven't, but I would love to.
Celebrity EVPs.
You know, I think the voice changes so much. So these voices that we get, I would bet that they did not sound the same in life. And I think it would be hard to recognize if you recorded a famous person's voice.
Maybe. And a third question, very quickly.
Have you guys do the analog and digital recording? Have you ever done simultaneous recording and recorded the same EVP for comparison?
Oh, yeah, really good question, actually.
Yes, in fact, there's been occasions where we recorded on 5 different devices, one on my video camera and on analog, but I'm not sure about the digital.
All right, let's go to
about that. Well, the camera was a tape.
Okay. In Idaho, or somewhere in Idaho. Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, turn your radio off, please. Or your
extinguishing it.
Please turn it off, or we can't continue.
All right, there you go.
Thank
Can you
you.
hear me?
Thank you, yes.
All right. Well, I've just got one quick question for you, Mr. Bell, and for your two guests there. If you were to take your EVP devices, your recording devices, out over the ocean, like out on the sea over, say, like by the Bermuda Triangle or over an old famous shipwreck or something,
right?
What do you think would happen?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Have you ever recorded anything at sea is, I guess, the question.
I think it would be hard to hear with the sound of the ocean. It would have to be very calm and no wind blowing, because it would be picking up so loud on the recorder.
Right. Barbara, we're out of time. This show is ending, and that's all there is to it. Sorry, I wish I had more time. Barbara, thank you 5 million times for being here, and Barry, thank you for filling in, and what can I say? It was a wonderful show, and you promised me, you both, Halloween, right?
Yes. And it's so nice to have you back, Art.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you both, and good.
Last night was great, Art.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are, welcome to Midnight in the Desert. Every single time zone around the world covered like a blanket by this program. I'm Art Bell, and it's great to be here tonight. Really great to be here tonight. Thought I wasn't going to be here tonight, actually. And I'm not all here tonight. If you follow me. I spent the afternoon pretty much following a very nice guy from LB.net around. And you know what it was? It was a wire. It was a wire. After changing about 30 plugs back and forth, new equipment here, new equipment there, in the end, like I always thought, it was a wire. All right, so we have 2 rules for this program, no bad language, and only 1 call per show. And that's the totality of our rules. When I get done with that, I always throw it on the floor. It's all the rules. I was in a pretty bad mood, actually, until... I really love this. Somebody named Tiger Lily from Belgab, those vaguely lovable people over there. I do have to thank people, don't I? So I might as well do that. Telos, Joe Talbot, thank you. Keith Rowland, my webmaster, thank you. Heather Wade, my producer, a big thank you. Stream Guys, of course, LV.net, really big thank you. Sales, Pete Eberhardt, TuneIn Radio, and Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News. Anyway, I got this mood enhancer from Belgab, some gal named Tiger Lily wrote, "Please meet a group of glorious fangirls from Belgab. Because you mentioned a cult for you, we formed the Vestal Virgins of the Dark, a.k.a. Arts. We post your praises, herd trolls, and do some female bonding. Would love a shout-out from you." You get it. I read that, and if that doesn't cause you to laugh, nothing will. So, thank you. I really did get a laugh out of that. Just when I needed it. So last night's show was a little buffering, right? And other than that, though, it was scary as hell. Dr. Jacobs. And that one actually scared me. And I don't scare easily. I really don't, but that one scared me. Well, shadow guys scare me. But that one scared me. And I've been wondering, his talk of hybrids, if the human race were being invaded, would we even know it? And the answer to that is probably not, right? I would say the answer is probably not. Well, the day was all about the Pope. CNN did nothing but Pope-to-Pope coverage. And it was good. It really was good, and it was good to see the Pope here. Other news, plunging Congress into even deeper turmoil. Unbelievably, House Speaker John Bonner abruptly announced his resignation on Friday, shutting down a Tea Party drive to depose him, but opening up lots and lots of fresh troubles for the Republicans. John Bonner resigning. Wow. So it was very emotional. It was said it was in a closed-door meeting, so I don't really know what went on, but it must have been rough. Skeptical of Chinese assurances on cyber spying, the President of the U.S., our President, and the President of China stood side by side and pledged their countries would not conduct nor support any such hacking in the future. Do you believe that? Not me. Anyway, they stood there and promised it. What's it like to be a politician? So that's kind of the news of the day. While mysterious sky booms continue to plague the United Kingdom, whatever the source, the UK is also now the location of an entirely different sort of mysterious sound. It is the lingering, ghostly wail of, get this, an old air raid siren. Adding to the utter high strangeness of the phantom air raid siren is the fact that nobody seems to be able to pinpoint a location. And on a remote British Columbian island, residents of Alert Bay, that's the name of it, say, well, the screams aren't anything new. And they've been reported for years, as have sightings of a big, hairy, humanoid creature in remote areas of the small island. The unidentified cryptid also seems to have a temper as nasty as the smell that it leaves behind, and has been reported ripping up trees, tossing them at witnesses. Is it a lonely Sasquatch stranded on this island somehow? My thoughts have not left the show we did last night with Dr. Jacobs, and they probably won't leave that for a long time to come. I am going to open up a special line tonight, and I am going to call it, we are in deeply troubled times. You would all admit that, right? These have to be deeply troubled times. So I'm opening up something I'm going to call the I'm Losing My Mind line. It's a new one. We've never done that. If you think you're losing your mind, and there must be a lot of you out there, right? Because a lot of crazy stuff is going on. A lot of violence in America, a lot of crazy, head-shaking stuff. So I'm Losing My Mind line. Area code 575-208-7787.
If you think you are in substantial danger of losing your mind, then that's the number you want to call. Area code 575-208-7787. I'm losing my mind line. Other than that, let me give you the open lines, how to get hold of his speech right now, okay? Now, this generally only comes once a week now, so you got to put up with it. Our public line, the one anybody and everybody can call, is 1-952-225-5278, right? Area code 952-225-5278. Now, the cool way to call us, aside from the phone, which is fine, is by Skype. Now, everybody with a smartphone can do it. If you've got a smartphone, listen carefully. All you do is download Skype. Go to your store, whatever it is, where you get your toys and your apps, and download Skype. It's free. And when you get Skype and you get it set up, you go to the little plus sign. The little plus sign. You cannot dial us. What everybody's mistake is, after they get Skype, they go to the place where you dial a number and put in MITD. You can't do that. You go to add a contact. Okay? Add a contact. And then you add us. If you're in North America, America and Canada, you would add MITD 51. That's MITD, as in midnight in the desert, 51. If you're outside North America, MITD 55 is what you add. And even though we don't respond to you and grab you as a contact, it doesn't matter because we are now in your contact list, you will notice. So from then on, you can just grab your phone, go to the contacts, and hit MITD whatever, and you're in. And you're going to sound good, too, as long as you don't talk to us on a speakerphone. If you're going to call us, talk to us as you would on a phone, because that's what you've got, is a phone. And don't forget, I'm losing my mind line at area code 575-208-7787, and that about covers it, I think. So what I'm going to do is take a quick break, and when we get back, I have no idea what's going to happen. But I'm sure something will. Open lines, anything goes, actually, this night. Midnight in the Desert, I'm Art Bell.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Always did love Girl Hunter, definitely. All right, everybody, it's open lines, and anything goes. Sometimes it's kind of fun to take a bumper song and start it, and then finish it. You know, let it kind of play out, where you get to hear actually both parts. Where to begin? It's hard to know, but I think I'm going to go for Tiger Lily from Belgab. Tiger Lily, are you really there? No, you're not. That's too bad. That was Tiger Lily from Belgab, or it was supposed to be. I don't know what happened to her. Tim, hey, how you doing? Hello, Tim. Tim's not there. Really? That's two people not there. Well, what do I have to lose? Except my own mind, right? So let's go to I think I'm losing my mind line and say hello there.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay. Are you in danger of losing your mind?
Well, yes, because I'm living in Philly and the Pope's coming in a couple of days, so of course I am.
You're in Chile?
Yeah, Philadelphia.
Oh, Chile, Philadelphia.
Yeah, Philadelphia.
Okay.
He's coming in a couple of days.
He is,
now,
yes.
my question is, well, yesterday I could have sworn you had the same guest on. It felt like deja vu. I don't know if, like, you weren't there or whatever, but...
What do you mean?
I feel like
Yesterday it was Dr. Jacobs, right?
Yeah, I could have sworn, like a week ago now, you were on with Dr. Jacobs. I could have sworn it felt like deja vu.
Okay, well, you are losing your mind. You qualify.
Yeah. Hey, can I say hi to everybody on TuneIn Chat? It's great.
You can. Hello, TuneIn Chat. I know they do chat during the show, and that's pretty cool. Yeah. Done deal. You've said hello, so hold on to what you got left. All right? All right, take care. I'm losing my mind line. I couldn't resist. Area code 575-208-7787. And, boy, that line is filling up awfully fast. Nevertheless, I'm going to go over here to Matthew, I think. Hello, Matthew, you're on the air.
Well, Mr. Bell.
Yes, indeed.
How are you? I hope I was sounding okay here.
You're sounding fine. And I don't rule out the fact that people calling on Skype may also be losing their minds. So if that's the case, you know.
Oh, I lost my mind years ago. That's all right.
That's good.
I was interested in last night's show. Dr. Jacobs, is it just me or is he getting more and more cynical?
Well, I think he is getting more cynical, but I can't blame him in view of the topic that he was talking about. I mean, he's saying there is an invasion of Earth going on right now. And hey, you know what? After the show, I went home last night, and my wife reminded me that about, what is it now, I think in 58 males are now coming up with autism. One in 58, which is so totally through the roof that I don't know why it didn't occur to me last night. I wish I said you should have texted me. But could it be that we're slowly being taken over and affected?
I don't know. I can't remember where it was, but a scientist, an astronomer, somebody looked at, you're of course familiar with Betty and Barney Hill.
Oh, yes, of course.
And there's I believe an astronomer said that there's pretty much no way she could have come up with this star chart by random.
Mm-hmm.
That he's thinking that this is just one more, proof that this happened. That this intelligence, whatever it was from the Zeta Reticuli system. I don't know if you caught that on the news anywhere.
No, not particularly. But who knows? They may have been. That's a very popular place in the UFO world, Zeta Reticuli.
Yes.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very much. I'm also reminded, by the way, that this is the weekend of the super blood moon, right? Eclipse. A super blood moon eclipse. And, of course, the people who thought we were all going to die on the 23rd have revised to the 28th, I believe. So that's the new day to die, is the 28th, according to, well, the Internet. I'm going to try this one more time. Tiger Lily, hello.
Hi, Art.
Oh, it is you. You are there.
Yes, it is me. Hi.
Hi there. So I came to you before, and you said nothing.
I know. I heard the bleep, and then I couldn't hear your voice at all. So
Okay.
I started talking.
Well,
Look,
so everybody knows when you call on Skype, if you hear audio, like my voice, music, whatever we happen to have on at the moment, it means you're going to get through. So just relax, turn down your device, and wait until... You sent me that, huh? I love it.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I'm a Skype novice, but had to give it a shot.
The Vestal Virgins of the Dark, a.k.a. Art's Tarts. I was in a lousy mood until I looked at that, and I went, wow.
Well, that's what we're all about, Art. We want to keep you happy.
Well, thank you. I was tromping around in a field back and forth, checking on wires today for a large part of the day, so I needed happiness.
You know what our theory is?
What?
Dave Rats.
It's what?
Gave rats.
Yes, well, no comment.
Okay, we made the comment for you.
You wouldn't expect me to make a comment, now would you?
No, of course not. That's what we're here for.
Vestal virgins, really. Anyway, Vestal people, anyway.
Yes, Vestal virgins.
All right. Tiger Lily, thank you, and you owe everybody on Belgab.
Thanks. Love you, Art. Bye.
Take care. Vestal, anyway. Hello there. You're on the air, on the phone. Yes.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I have a shadow person story.
Okay.
And up until a few weeks ago, I didn't know what to call this thing until I started listening to the show more since you've been back on the air. But about 20 years ago, I live in Phoenix right now, but about 20 years ago when I was in Chicago, lived in my mother's house, had my room in the basement, I was in my teens. Woke up and I saw this dark, like a male figure standing at the foot of my bed.
Mm-hmm.
The only light was coming in through the window from the street lights, so I could see the outline real good. So I was of course I was afraid looking at this thing. It was pretty tall. So he jumps in the bed, literally, and we start wrestling. And all I could say was it wasn't much of a wrestling match because he was way stronger than me. And tossed me around the bed like I was a rag doll.
I am so in sympathy with you. I didn't get tossed around. I didn't get attacked. But I have seen now one of these damn things, and I don't ever want to see one again.
Yeah. He tossed me around. Finally, he let me go, and he stood back at the foot of the bed. My remote control was laying in the bed with me, was sitting at the foot of the bed, so I grabbed my remote control with the strength that I had left, and I threw it at this thing. He disappeared. But when he disappeared, it was like he kind of went down.
The old, remote control defense.
Exactly. So I didn't know what to do but throw that thing. And so I got up out the bed, and I remember I was so tired that I literally crawled up maybe 13 stairs, to go into the kitchen. I get into the kitchen. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and my mother comes in. She was an early riser. She comes in to make her coffee. And I guess it was obvious that something was wrong because she turned and looked at me. It was Sunday morning. She turned and looked at me and said, "What the hell is wrong with you?"
Mm-hmm.
So I explained to her what happened. And she just stood there and just kind of kept doing what she was doing, but she had a look of concern on her face. And she said, "Well, you want to go to church with me today?" And after that experience, I felt like I had to do something. But that experience stayed with me all to this point. And I never knew what to call it until a few shows ago, and I heard the term shadow person. I said, well, maybe that's what it was.
That's, sir, what it was. And I've got something for you now. I want you to listen on the air. The following is from Jason Alford, and it's called When Shadow People Attack. And since he brought it up, I can't resist. The first thought that crossed Stephen Painter's 5-year-old mind was that someone had broken into his house in Bury, Great Manchester, England. Around 1986, my mother took me around the local estate to her friend's house, says Painter. I believe she'd been burgled because her entire kitchen, was covered, and I do mean covered, in big black handprints, almost animal-like. Well, he didn't say anything about the obvious black handprints, not until later. I mentioned the incident to my mother, what I saw. She looked at me and said, "Nothing on the wall, Stephen." Now, he didn't know how that could be. The prints were there. His mother's friend said she saw the shadows and the image of the dark faces on the walls. His mother was immune. There was nothing on the wall from her point of view. From that point, dark images have followed Painter. The animal-like prints he saw when he was 5 have now turned into entities. I've seen a big black mess with red eyes always at my door, he said. The Hat Man always in the background, and typical shadow people just like our shadows on a sunny day. These
typical shadow people have become so commonplace to Paintner, he's given them a nickname. He calls them Joeys. He sees these Joeys mostly in his dreams, and the dreams are violent. Every time after this that I've encountered these beings, I've always been in a sluggish state, able to see my body in bed, he says. I've always been chased. They blocked my doorways, tried to scratch or make physical contact with me. Doctors have told Paintner these dreams are caused by some kind of sleep disorder. These situations are like an out-of-body experience, he says. I see myself in the bed. In fact, at 16, he dreamt he was outside being chased through the garden into the house and onto his bed that started to envelop him. I woke, but I couldn't move. I felt I'd just run the London Marathon. I had a cramp in my left leg. More recently, though, he's been discovering physical marks. I have actually awoke, usually feeling like I've been active all night, muscles tense, aching, even fingers hurting. He said on 2 occasions I've had scratches on my side, my right side, always after an encounter. During his encounters, Joeys are always the ones to approach him. The Hat Man simply stands in the background watching. None of these encounters, however, equal what Paintner calls the attack. It was around 3 years ago. I went to bed as normal, got my usual pre-attack buzzing, and I fell asleep, says he. Next thing he knew, he stood at the side of his bed, looking at his body, lying next to his then-girlfriend, his eyes frozen open. I knew instantly what was going on, tried to wake up. I panicked because I never have seen myself like that, and I thought I was dying. Paintner's dream self-turned and saw 3 shadows, entities, if you will, in the room, 2 Joeys and the Hat Man. I'm now confused and scared more than usual. One of the shadow entities lunged at Paintner. The other reached out to scratch him. As usual during this dream state, Paintner's movements were slow, like he was moving underwater, but Paintner, a jiu-jitsu instructor, fought them off. I've never done it before or since, but I went for them, and they put up no resistance. Isn't that interesting and kind of like the story we just heard? He wrestled with the shadow people. Landing enough punches, they retreated behind the Hat Man. I then turned around, and for the first time, I saw a line, a silvery thread, kind of like a tail, if you will. He thought he was crazy. But you know what? His girlfriend saw them as well. So whatever the doctors told him, they were real. Very real.
In that darkest time, between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. It's open lines. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. Don't forget we have a I'm losing my mind line. And if you get on, you better sound like you're really losing it. That number is area code 575-208-7787. And not to spoil the otherwise good mood, but here is Mr. Cool in Australia. Yo, Mr. Cool. Did you hear that Stephanie Seneff, who is a senior research scientist at MIT, said that at today's rate, in 10 years' time, 1 in every 2 children will be autistic. God, I mean, I've heard some terrible things, but that rate's up near the top. Let me say it again, just in case you want to look it up. Did you hear that Stephanie Seneff, who is a researcher, a scientist at MIT, said that at today's rate, in 10 years' time, 1 in every 2 children will be autistic. And if that isn't scary, I mean, that rate's right up there in my mind with a full invasion of Earth, frankly, which we also heard about last night. On I'm Losing My Mind line, you were on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
I'm calling from La Crosse, Wisconsin.
You are. Okay.
Yes.
And you think you're losing your mind? Why?
Oh, hell yeah. I am. Excuse it. I know I'm not supposed to swear.
Well,
I am losing my mind.
Why?
Here's the deal. I don't think the world's flat. I know that we've been to the moon.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You don't think?
no
Wait a minute. You don't think the world's flat? You don't think the sun is a mere 3,000 miles above our heads?
It is. It could be 3,000 miles above our head.
Okay, you are
losing your mind. I don't think the world is flat. Yeah, ignore all that. Ignore the guy behind the mirror. Here's the thing.
Yes.
And I know you don't. You're not like a trafficker of, kind of controversial subjects. But
what are you talking about? That's all we have here is controversial subjects.
This whole thing about Black Lives Matter, I swear, I'm not a racist, and I have no problems with anybody.
Usually when somebody says I'm not a racist, they're about to make a racist remark.
Yeah, that's exactly why I almost didn't call in.
Yeah, well, probably you shouldn't have.
All right.
Don't make a racist remark. I don't want to hear a racist remark.
I'm not.
There must be other reasons that you're losing your mind.
The other reason that is the only reason I'm losing my mind.
Because you want to say something racist?
No, I'm not, Art. I promise I'm not.
Well, then what?
But this whole thing about Black Lives Matter, and then you have Police Lives Matter.
All lives matter. All lives matter.
Yes, exactly, Art. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, then you're not losing your mind, and you don't qualify to be on that line, really. Even though you did sound a little iffy, I'll give you that. But only if you really think you're losing your mind should you call that line. If you're on the edge, maybe, of doing something awful. Look how crazy society is today. And I'm giving you an opportunity to open up before you act on something foolish. It's area code 575-208-7787. I'm losing my mind line. Craig, you're on the air. How's your mind?
It's hanging in there, Art.
Good.
My first Skype call, how am I sounding?
Just like you're right here.
Excellent. So I've had the strangest experience I've ever had in my life in August, and I thought maybe you could give me some feedback and let me know how to proceed. Have you got a minute for a story?
Sure. But, sure. Even before you tell it, I can tell you that you don't have long to live.
Well, that's kind of the gist of the story, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I read minds, and that may make me a hybrid, but go ahead.
Okay, so and it is so nice to have you back on the air, and that was a very, very scary show last night.
Yes, it was.
Okay, so let me just give you a little bit of quick background about me, so that this little experience will make sense. I'm in my 50s. My daughter is in her 20s. She has no children. I have no grandchildren. One of my hobbies, I have a little fleet of kind of vintage motorcycles and classic cars, all in various states of disrepair that I drive around during the summer.
Probably all over the yard, right?
I've got a big warehouse that I put them in, so they're not sitting out getting rusty.
Okay.
But, and I've always told her, look, when I'm gone, you can do anything you want with these cars and motorcycles. The only thing is I've got this 1931 Model A that's been in the family since the 50s. My dad and I restored it. Please keep that. And then I've got this little 1972 Honda XL250 that was my first big motorcycle, and it is just like in showroom condition. So those are the only two that that I'd like to see stay in the family.
Yes.
So during the summer, I like to get up early and before I go into the office, and I'll stop in at Starbucks with my planner and have a cup of coffee and get ready for the day, usually between 6:30 and 7. So second week of August, I think it was the Wednesday, the 12th, I am sitting in Starbucks having a cup of coffee. I'd ridden my little Honda 250 down in that morning, And a fellow comes in and he says, "Hey, whose little Honda's that outside?" And I said, "Hey, it's mine." And he said, "Hey, I've got one, that's just like that."
Mm.
And so he comes over to the table and he stands there and we chat for a few minutes. And you know how sometimes you just run into somebody and you just have this rapport with them. And this guy looked like he was maybe in his late 20s, early 30s. And we talked about cars and motorcycles. And in this short conversation we had, he also mentioned, he said, my grandfather left me a Model A and this bike. And I said, "Oh, that's a coincidence because I've got a Model A as well." And I'm thinking, God, I had to get to know this guy.
Guy is my soul brother. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody that that gets their hands greasy, and we can work on these vehicles together.
Yes.
So we talked for a few minutes, and I was going to go get a refill, and my cup is empty. So I stand up on the side table and I said, "Hey, can I get you a cup of coffee?" Because he hadn't gone to get one. And he said, "No." He said, "I don't have much time." He said, I really need to be going." He said, "But I need to tell you something." He said, "And I know this is going to sound crazy." He said, and I can't tell you how I know. And it was really weird. And he started to get all serious, looking right in my eyes, and his tears started to well up in his eyes. And he says, "Do not go to Alaska in October." And I probably go. I'm a geologist. I go work all over the western U.S. and I go to Alaska 5, 6, 7 times a year. And I didn't have a trip planned, but and I kind of laughed. And he said, "I can't tell you how I know this, but I just need to tell you, do not go." And and tears were in his eyes, and he reached out and grabbed around me and gave me a big hug, and he whispered something while he was hugging me, and I was so kind of taken aback. And you know how sometimes when you hear something and it takes a little while I didn't understand what he said, and he let go of me and said, "Remember that." And he turned and strode towards the door, and I saw him go out the door and past the windows, and I sat there for about 10 seconds processing, what did he say? And suddenly it came to me. He said, "Love you, Grandpa." And
oh my God.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
And so and it's like I took off out the door and around the corner, and just as I rounded the door around the corner, I kind of saw this flash. And it was, it's like 6:45. It's early in the morning, and and it could have been like the sun glinting off a windshield or something. But when I came around the corner, there was no one there, and there weren't any cars, and it's like 250 feet to the next doorway, and there was nobody there. And I'm a scientist, and I don't know how to. This flash could have been, like I said, the reflection, and this guy it could have just been a coincidence. And maybe he was messing with me, but
doesn't sound like it to me.
I don't know. So what do you take from that, Art?
I don't know. Are you going?
Experience.
Did you go to Alaska?
The reason I'm calling is yesterday a proposal came across my desk for a project in Juneau for October.
Oh, I don't think I'd go if I were you. I would take that literally and seriously, and I wouldn't go.
So, and I'm almost tempted to just to see what would happen.
Well, you remember at the beginning of the call what I said, right?
Yes.
Don't go.
Okay, so...
And if you do go, well, I was going to say call me, but, that chance might not come up.
But anyway, very strange experience. So, all I've heard about time travel is you can only go forward, you can't go backwards.
Oh, what do we know about time travel? Come on.
Yeah.
Really. If it comes to pass, I would imagine going in either direction could be certainly possible. And remind me again, what did he whisper to you?
He said, "Love you, Grandpa."
Have a good night, sir, and trust me, don't go to Alaska. That sounds serious. That was That was a whale of a call, wasn't it? Mark, hello.
Yeah, hi, Art. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Good morning from Bern. The sun is just coming up.
Bern, Switzerland.
Say again?
Switzerland.
Yes.
Yes.
And I think there's a collective going crazy going on, Art. I've been divorced 10 years.
I agree. And that's why I had the I'm losing my mind line.
Yeah, and I just want to tell you the collective craziness that I'm seeing is I've been dating 10 years now since my divorce. And I'm noticing a change in behavior of the women I'm dating. And I don't think it's because of the specific women I'm dating. I just think
what change in behavior of what nature?
Yeah, they want sex immediately. First date sex, and they don't want relationships.
Oh, my God.
And I think this is a change. People think that things are unstable, and they simply want to go and get what they can get and not think long term.
You feel used?
No.
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 Do you feel fortunate?
I feel that people don't think that there's long-term planning to be done anymore.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, every time we pass a date for the world to be devoured and destroyed by some sort of incoming rock, they change the date, push ahead a little bit. Now it's supposed to be the 28th, I hear.
Yeah. By the way, the show with Dr. Jacobs yesterday was unbelievable.
It was.
But believable.
Yes, I'm afraid it was, and I don't rule out what he says. I mean, for somebody of his qualification to come on the air and say what he said last night alone is astounding. I'm not sure if anybody else picked up on it who's interviewed the man lately, but, they came to the point where I said, hey, that's mind control. And that's an invasion. And he said, well, you said it as though nobody else has in response to what he's been saying lately. So, God, yeah, scary stuff. And
it could be that I've been meeting hybrids, and that's why they want sex so quickly.
It could be. All I can say is have fun and stay neutral.
Thank you, Art, and love you.
Have a good night. Stay neutral. That's what the Swiss always do, right? They stay neutral. Let's go here. Michelle, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Michelle, I can barely hear you.
Hi.
You're on some kind of a... Michelle, hold on. You're on a computer or something, right?
Yes.
Okay, get right up near where the little, microphone is in the computer, because you're too far away.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
No, you haven't found it yet. What is it you're talking into, Michelle?
I'm talking into the computer.
Okay, all right. Look at your computer very carefully. You see the rim around, is it a laptop?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay. So it's got a rim around it, right? And somewhere in that rim, there's like a little dot of a hole. That would be a microphone. Get up real close to that and say something.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is that any better?
That is better, Michelle. And where are you?
I'm Sydney, Australia. I've called you before.
Okay.
Okay. I wanted to talk about Dr. Jacobs. He's brilliant. I am an experiencer. I've only recently admitted that. And some of the things that he spoke about really resonated with me.
Okay, let's back up a little bit. Do you believe you've been abducted? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. Many times in my lifetime.
Oh.
Yes. But in respect to the mind reading...
yes.
Or... so my heart is pounding because I don't speak of it. But it's very apparent. I can do it. Since I was very young. Sometimes I've been outed accidentally by friends. I don't know what else to tell you.
Are you okay? Are you telling me that you can read minds?
Yes, but not all the time.
Not all the time?
Not all the time. Yeah, most definitely.
When you do, I've always been curious about this. When you do read somebody's mind, Michelle, how does it come to you? Is it as though something is speaking in your mind, or can you hear thoughts? I mean, how does that work?
You can hear the thought, but most of all, it will come as a complete sentence. So let's say I'm, and this is something that I was very confused about in my 30s. Let's say I think of a friend, but I hear their voice, I hear them mention whatever it is that they mention, and the sentence that they say. And often I think, oh, I haven't spoken to Sarah for a while. Let me give her a call. And I call them, call her or whomever, and they will say, we were just thinking about you, we were just talking about you.
Yes, actually, Michelle, there's a scientist doing a whole study on this right now. ESP, as it involves getting or making calls. You know, I was just thinking about you kind of deal. So that's actually being
but it's
studied.
more to it than that. Okay, this is an example. I was sitting on a train once.
Yes.
Reading a book, minding my own business, and I started humming a tune. And the man that was behind me, I started singing the tune, and then he tapped me on my shoulder and said, I was just thinking about that song.
Really?
Yeah.
So maybe you're projecting thoughts as well.
I've often wondered that. So that's why I said in my 30s I found it very confusing, and it got to the stage where I actually didn't want to call anybody. I didn't want to talk to any of my friends because I didn't know. Can you
try an experiment for me, Michelle? Can you try and get somebody to do something with your mind? Have you ever tried that?
To do something with my mind?
No. In other words, use your mind and try to get somebody to do something they otherwise would not do.
I've never tried that, and I've never thought of doing that.
Well, I'm suggesting to you that you try it.
Okay.
Can you give that a shot?
I have in the past thought of somebody and asked them to call me, and that happens.
Well, let's take it one step further.
I haven't spoken to for,
right.
Like a year.
I've got it, Michelle. I've got it. What I want you to do is take it one step further and have them do something.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna...
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Art.
I can play a little more of my bumper music on Open Lines nights, and that's what we've got tonight. Open lines, anything you want to talk about, actually, and we've already been down some pretty strange trails. And don't forget the I'm Losing My Mind line, which has been locked up full since we began the show. I'm just a little tentative about going there. That's 575, area code 575-208-7787. Going to the phone this time, and Great Falls, I think, Minnesota, Michigan? Great Falls, Minnesota,
Montana.
Probably. Montana.
It's Montana.
I shouldn't guess. It just says M. I'm sorry, it just says Great Falls, comma, M. So.
Well, at least it said Great Falls. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I am too.
And the man that just called a few calls back, don't go to Alaska in October.
And I agree. That was some freaky story.
Too, and that freaked me out, and I heard it all, and I was listening so intently, and I was shaking, and I thought, no, he cannot go. He can come to Montana. There's a lot of bones to dig up out here.
You should also keep in mind the way I began the call, you know. You're not going to live very much longer, so you should take that as like a double warning.
Oh, definitely. I've got a story I've been wanting to tell you for years.
All right.
And it's something I don't think anybody has ever experienced before with Bigfoot.
Okay.
And it's absolutely true. And I don't have any pictures or anything, but it happened in 1978. And it was one of them real quiet, dark nights. And we're driving home from the lake, and the parents are in the front and the kids are in the back, and I'm the 20-year-old, with the holding the kids while they're sleeping.
Okay.
Off in distance, they saw something big, and they almost ran it over. So of course they slammed the brakes on.
So you're in the back seat with the kids?
I'm in the back seat.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right.
And it's dark, creepy dark. And I'm thinking, okay, I wonder what it is. And he's got his headlights on. And I saw a flicker of it cross the road. He saw the whole thing cross the road. It come around really quickly, too, right around to the back of the trunk. Yeah. Okay? And the older cars, I guess it was a I don't know what you call those things, tornado? And one of them tornadoes, that's the name.
Tornado, okay.
Yeah, one of them big old lights in the back like a boat.
Yes.
Yeah, and he had his foot on the brake, and the red lights was hitting this thing.
Yes.
I look up, and I see Bigfoot standing there, and I knew it was Bigfoot. Anyway.
And you knew this why? I mean,
I
describe it.
It was... I'm sitting there and I'm looking at it. It was kind of reddish, but I'm pretty sure it was red, though, even though that there was light on it that was red. The eyes were glowing red-ish orange.
Oh, really?
That creeped me out. That right there, just those. But the thing is, this is what happened. I'm shaking. It happened so fast. He picked up both his hands and slammed it down, his palms, on the back of the trunk. And the guy tells me, don't let the kids look back. And he put his foot on the gas, and boom, we were gone. Okay? Now, in my mind, in the memory, I was so freaked out. I honestly don't remember hearing a sound from the creature.
Well, if you had, it would have sounded something like that. That is the sound of a Bigfoot.
I met some researchers in Oregon in 1974 when we were all hiking, and they showed me some freshly done,
poop?
Footprints out of cement or whatever that other is.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and we sat down and we talked for a while, and then we had to go down a 1,500-foot ravine to get down to the river. So we sat up there for a while before we went down. Anyway, they talked to me all about it, and then 4 years later, 1978, okay, so the next day, I'm just pacing the floor because I saw the dents in the trunk. I called the sheriff. He refused to come out. I called a researcher, and I don't remember who I called in the research, UFO researcher, by the way. They came out, took pictures, asked us the story,
Wait. What did they take pictures of? Footprints or?
No, I'm sorry. They took pictures of the palm prints that were dented perfectly.
Oh,
too.
my God, really?
In the trunk.
You don't happen to still have those photographs, do you?
No, I didn't get them. They weren't mine. There was the researchers that we called. I never got any. I asked, and I never got the...
well, how do you find...
copies. Of course I wanted that.
How do you find a Bigfoot researcher off the cuff? I mean, you can't pick up the phone book and look under B.
I called some UFO. It was a UFO researcher.
Ah.
It wasn't a Bigfoot. It was a paranormal type
gotcha.
UFOs.
Right.
I don't think it was Peter Davenport.
Davenport, right. But he took pictures.
Yes. Of the dents only.
Okay.
I don't know if there was hair. We didn't see, because believe me, I looked at that bumper. I looked at everywhere for hair. I wanted some
hair.
I wanted proof. Yep. Yeah, that's something that you will never forget. And just to joke with me, this guy takes me over, a boyfriend of mine, right? 2 weeks later, he takes me over there on the bike and goes, I know where Bigfoot lives. I go, yeah, right. So we go walking down this path, and I go, what is that smell? And it don't smell like anything you ever smelled before. It's almost like a skunk and a bear. I've smelled bear, wet bear.
Right.
So, it's just stinky. Stinkier worse than a human, okay? And I'm going, what is he? He goes, just listen. He picks up a rock, and he throws it down the path. and all of a sudden you hear the same scream that you have on the tape is the exact kind of scream I heard, and I ran.
I would too.
I didn't see it.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very, very much for the call. I would have run too. No doubt about that. Anything that puts giant dents in the back of the car, oh, good Lord. Well, we do shows on Bigfoot a lot, as you know. It's one of the things we follow, and there you have it sounded like a real story to me. And let's go to our I'm losing my mind line. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay, it's me then. Okay, hey, my name's Russell, by the way.
Russell, welcome to the program. And why do you think you're losing your mind?
Well, it might have something to do with the fact I've been listening to you for 30 years or something like that. I don't know. But,
humorous, Russell.
By the way,
yes.
I love your show.
Thank you. So, Russell, actually, you're using this line just to call up and say, I like the show.
No, hell no. Listen,
okay, all right. Listen, Russell, number one, turn off your device. I've got to at least say that whatever device is playing the show in the background.
I will leave the room.
All right, leave the room.
Better?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
All right, here's the deal. Okay, for years, I'm getting tired of hearing the same crap that I've been living over and over again. Okay? Seems like everything that I've lived through, I've heard on these radio shows or I've seen it on TV and whatnot. It's at the point where I don't even like to say the words, I'm an abductee. I don't even like to say it anymore. It's ridiculous. I feel ridiculous saying it.
So you are an abductee.
Can I finish? Losing my mind here for a second?
Yes, you may.
Also, I've been living in deja vu constantly for the last couple of years. It's driving me insane. I'm sick and tired of living in deja vu. It's nuts. It's as if somebody keeps hitting freaking rewind on me.
So you're saying you're abducted again and again and again?
No. Well, only when I was younger. This deja vu thing is recently.
I see.
Okay, and the shadow people. I'm tired of hearing about shadow. I saw shadow people before they were even talking about it. Okay, to me, the shadow people, what they were to me, what I was saying was, I'm laying in bed at night or on the couch at night, but there's a little, your eyes adjust to the darkness, you know. But you see these people, they're darker than the darkness. It's like their energy absorbs what little bit of light there is in the night, and it just makes their space darker than the night that's around them.
Russell, it sounds like, it does sound like you're fed up. You know what would make you feel better?
I'm fed up with seeing my life being replayed.
I understand, you know what would make you feel better?
What?
Somebody's nagging on you in the background, saying, I'm mad as hell. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Yeah, well, I say that every day to the old lady. That doesn't work.
Is that who I'm hearing in the background?
Yeah. Yes, okay. Absolutely.
I mean, try it. It'll make you, we got to put some feeling. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. Quit replaying my freaking life.
All right. See, you already feel better. I'm sure you do. Although I can tell that you're, slipping away a little. Jack, you're on the air.
Evening, Art.
Good evening.
Are you by chance a fan of Doctor Who?
Yeah, somewhat, sure.
Do you remember a couple of seasons ago they had a race that they brought into the show called The Silence?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
You should definitely look them up. I think they're based on the Shadow People.
Really? Well, you heard that last caller. He's just fed up.
I can understand him. I do have a quick question for you, though, sir.
Yes.
Could I quote you in a research paper for one of my college courses?
Well, what's it about? Quoting me on about what?
Well, it's your opinion. Should there be disclosure?
It's my opinion.
I know.
That there should be disclosure? Is that what you're saying?
Well, my paper is on is a debate paper on should there be UFO disclosure.
I see.
And it's your choice, but if I could, I would like to quote you and your current opinion.
All right, then. I want you to listen carefully, because I do not necessarily have the opinion that there should be disclosure. I'm sorry. I know this is going to probably ruin it for you, but you may recall the Brookings report. Do you remember the Brookings report?
Yes, sir. I've actually read it recently.
Okay. Well, it basically it says that people, institutions, civilization, religions would all be negatively affected, and people would go even crazier than they are right now. And they're that stuff crazy now. So if we actually had disclosure, if like the President of the U.S. sat down and said, American people, I want to disclose tonight that we have been, or how about this, that we are being invaded by hybrids, by what are called hybrids. Imagine if the President sat down and said that. Already the girls, according to an earlier caller, are giving it away. I mean, my God, what would happen? So you want to write all that down, turn it in?
I'm definitely, if you're giving me permission, putting that in my paper.
You put that in your paper. You let me know how that comes out.
I absolutely will. I will send you a copy, actually. And I am a time traveler, so I will be able to quote you word for word.
All right, sir. Thank you very, very much for the call, and take care. And I'm going back to I'm losing my mind line. Hello. I think I punched the right one. I'm losing my mind line. Are you there? Going once, going twice, go on. Let's go instead to, where is this anyway? It looks like Yorkton, Saskatchewan, if I had to guess.
You're absolutely right, Art. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm beginning to slip a little now. It's one call after another. Okay, my socks need to come off, so go ahead.
Okay, so this happened. I actually called into the first open lines and told you about me missing 3 hours when I went home from a friend's place, which was a mile and a half away.
Yes.
Now, to finish off the story, remember what happened. I was driving, and I ended up going to a gas station. I met these two people, and they looked very familiar, and I couldn't quite place them at the time. There was this guy in a Charger, a brown Charger, I remember it distinctly, and he was going in the car with his girlfriend. I nodded to him, nodded to her, made communication, whatever. I later realized that I'd seen my parents before I was even born. And then I told Dad asked him if he worked at the gas station, and he goes, well, that's back in 1977, before you were even thought of.
You saw your parents before you were born.
Yeah.
That definitely qualifies. How do you know for sure? I mean, there's no question in your mind about what you saw? Who you saw?
No question at all. Because my parents haven't changed that much. And then my dad showed me a picture of my mother from high school because he still holds it in her wallet. Same picture. It was her. And I talked to my mom and she told her about this coat she was wearing, this light blue coat. And she recognized right away with what it was. And then I mentioned she had some cookbooks from companies coming. She goes, yeah, I got that from the gas station when your father worked there before you were born. And I didn't know about this before.
Yes.
And it was kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy. That's really crazy. I don't know what to say to you except you had a little preview.
Yeah, that's what I was teasing my mom. I said maybe it was me spying on them to see what they were like before I came to Earth. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out to this day. I emailed that parapsychologist you had, and he said he's heard stories of that happening to people before.
Really?
But there's no explanation for it. Yeah.
If you had another opportunity to see your parents before you were born, what would you say to them?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. Take it easy on me when I misbehave. I don't know. That's a good question.
Oh, that's too easy. How about just don't do it?
No, but I want to be around here. I'm glad to be around. It's just, and the thing is, and then I got back to the house. It was 3 hours later, and what's funny, that gas station I told you about,
yes,
was torn down in 1979, before I was born too.
All right, sir. Thank you. It just doesn't get better than that. Yeah, yell at them, don't do it. And then you're gone like that. Hello, Chris.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
Well, you're listening, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It's strange, but I'm having fun.
Hey, I have a guest request.
Yes?
Hey, remember when you had Dan Aykroyd on?
Did I have Dan?
You had Dan Aykroyd on. He had a documentary on about...
It was a very short, I think it was a very short appearance.
I met him recently. He had like a tour around my city, and he's selling some sort of vodka, like a Crystal Skull vodka. But
Crystal Skull vodka, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Something I don't know. Any bottle of vodka with a skull on it, you got to be warned.
It's made out of a skull, like a crystal skull. It's nice. You should have him on. He is a great guest, and especially with Ghostbusters, the new movie coming out, that'd be great, to have him on.
Might be fun.
And that would be fun. So I just started calling in and say, hey, have Dan Aykroyd on. He's a great guest.
All right, consider it registered. Dan Aykroyd. Selling vodka that you drink from a crystal skull. Let's go to, I just can't resist. I'm losing my mind line. Hello? Hello? Now what's up with that I can't get somebody to say something? Try it now. Are you there?
Art?
Yes.
Yes, this is the losing my mind line, right?
Yes.
Yes, well, I'm definitely feel like I'm losing my mind.
Are you going quickly or a little bit at a time every day?
Pretty quickly here. I'm fighting this thirst for blood that I've got right now.
You mean you don't mean human blood, do you?
Yes, I do, Art.
You do?
Yes. I like to take frequent walks in the woods we have here at night, and I was attacked, and I'm not sure quite what happened because it was just a blur.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. You were attacked. You were bitten by somebody?
Yes. It was dark, and whatever it was did come from above, in the trees, I think. I'm not sure.
So you mean it pounced on you, or it flew down and got you?
I'm not sure. The only thing I knew is the next thing I was on the ground, and I woke up in my basement.
Yes.
And this thirst for blood is the sickness that I'm feeling right now.
Yes, I get it. How long ago did this attack occur?
Art, this has been just in the past 24 hours.
Oh my God, this
has just happened.
Yes.
And like I said, I'm losing my mind. I'm going down fast. It's just very overwhelming. I can't even keep a straight mind.
Well, when you have a thirst for human blood, is it like? I mean, what can you compare it to? Is it like when you want chocolate ice cream, or even worse?
It's even worse than that. It's like when you don't have an appetite, but I'm very much in need for it. Something's pulling me towards that. I've even sliced a little bit of what I have on my neck myself where I was bitten, and that is what's pulling me. And
you mean you like took a taste of your own?
Well, the smell, it's driving me crazy. I'm losing my mind.
Like
I don't know what to say. I hope I make it through this night.
Stronger than bacon. So you might actually attack somebody.
Art, I hope not. I don't want nothing like this to happen. I always thought that vampires were not real, but I'm losing my mind, Art.
You really think you're a vampire?
If what I think happened, yes.
Have you noticed any change in your front teeth?
Nothing there.
Nothing there.
I'm just feeling very, very sick. Pains. I'm feeling cold. I'm starting to feel very, very cold.
So like hunger pains, except it's thirst.
Yes.
And if you get this human blood, do you think you'll feel better? Is that the feeling you have?
Well, that's what every vampire movie tells you.
It is. All right. Well, it sounds like you're in. Yeah, it sounds like you're in pain.
Okay, Art. I needed to talk to somebody. That's for sure.
Well, I hope you feel better, and I hope you make it through the night. There is going to be a big moon, you know, a super big blood moon.
I know that's going to come. Can I put a shameless plug out there, too, for me, Art?
Well, as what? Vampire?
A group that I really love talking in.
What group is that?
It's Talking Art Bell, Midnight in the Desert.
Yes, really?
A bunch of good people.
Well, they may be a bunch of good people, but now they know they have among them.
I hope not. I'm a big supporter, but what happened, this is only the past 24 hours.
Well, make a posting. Maybe somebody will volunteer. Thank you for the call. You ever wonder if there's real vampires? I think you might have been one. Jason, hello.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Art.
Yes.
We haven't talked about, since you've been back, and you've been fantastic, by the way, I haven't heard much about chupacabras, and I'm wondering if I've just missed it, or if there's sort of a chupacabra shortage.
Well, there hasn't been much about the chupacabra of late, but it tends to come in waves, you know.
Do you think they're understaffed? Because I've been looking for a job.
Well, they might be endangered.
Endangered?
Yes, endangered. You're looking for a job?
I thought I might get a job as a chupacabra.
Hunter? Or actually as a chupacabra?
As a chupacabra. I'm pretty...
well, chupacabras, they attack animals, and they drain all the blood from them. So you're now sounding like my last caller with more of a taste for critters.
Maybe we could team up. I don't want to do the blood thing, but it sounds like he really does.
It's the moon thing, I guess. I know he really sounded quite serious, didn't he?
He did.
And actually you do too. So the only difference between you and him is he's going to go find a human. You're going to find a critter of some sort. Jason, thank you for calling. And good luck with that. You're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art. It's Tom from Florida.
Yes, hi.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at these last two callers. I don't know, they got some problems, I think. But anyway, I have two things, if it's okay. The first is about last night's show. I heard something. I don't know. It might have been on one of your older shows about how possibly the reason why these beings might be doing tests and things on us.
Yes.
Is because they're interested in the human soul. Like the human soul may actually be the soul may be a rare thing within the universe, and they're actually
very rare. I mean, sir, come on. Satan and the one above fight over human souls. That's what it's all about.
Well, I mean, I heard that somewhere where they're maybe trying to figure out a way to obtain, like they're just interested in why we have a soul and they don't. I actually heard that on a show being discussed as a possibility, and I thought that was an interesting possibility. But the other thing I wanted to ask is, as a possible guest, have you ever thought about having Zach Bagans on of Ghost Adventures, or somebody from one of those shows, like Ghost Hunters or...
You know, I always wonder about those shows, and I'm sorry to say this, but, you get a camera guy and a sound guy, and you go out looking for ghosts, ghost hunting, and I don't know. What are the odds of seeing a ghost in your entire lifetime? So then what are the odds of having a camera crew and a host, and then, just see where I'm going with this, right? Steve, hello, Steve.
How you doing, Art?
Sounds like you fell down or something.
No, this is Steve again from Germany, Art Bell. I got 3 quick questions.
From Germany. Okay, 3? Really? Okay.
Yeah, first of all, why do ghosts have clothes on? I mean, what's the meaning of the clothes? Do they also come back to life? Second question,
wait, can we deal with it? Can we please deal with it? Hold on, sir. Light? Hold on. Ghosts have clothes so that they don't gross us out. Can you imagine how gross it would be
Oh, come on, Art.
I mean,
Come on.
I am coming. You got to hold on. We're at a break. Can you hold on?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
No. I'll tell you once more before I get off the phone. Don't let me down.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
All right, everybody, open lines. Anything you want to talk about, fair game. Don't forget the I'm Losing My Mind line, which is area code 575-208-7787. That's 575-208-7787. Doug Dougherty, I probably shouldn't have said his last name. Doesn't matter, though. Put a message on my Facebook that I thought was pretty cool. Was it Doug? Yeah, it was Doug. Last night, he said, was the best show yet. Except I don't agree with Art or Dr. Jacobs. I don't see it, meaning the invasion, as a threat, but rather a blessing for mankind. So, Doug, your opinion of the current state of mankind must not be really high. A blessing for mankind, huh? To be invaded and to be taken over. Okay, back to Germany, and I think we settled the part about ghosts with clothes. Otherwise, look, gravity acts on everybody, my friend, and so to see a ghost without clothes would be gross. And what was your other question?
Okay, Art. That answer was kind of a flop from your side, but okay. The next question is, why do UFOs need light if they can navigate through space and bend its time fabric or whatever? Why do they need navigation lights?
So we can see them.
Ah, so they are not trying to hide from us.
Well, if they're trying to hide, they turn off the lights.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Okay, good. And
that's what I could do there.
I called in a few weeks ago, and you promised Stephen Greer on this show pretty soon. Is it going to happen this year?
Stephen Greer, yes. It is going to happen this year. He's already scheduled. We don't give things away ahead of time, but yeah, he's coming.
Yeah. Okay. And my last question, and then I can take this one off the air.
Yes.
Why do people say Roswell's when they call you?
Well, you know the significance of Roswell, right?
Yes, of course.
So it's like, Rush did with Dittos. People just use Roswell because, I talk about this kind of stuff. So Roswell's.
Okay, Roswell's to you. Thanks again, Art.
All right, you're very welcome. And I'm very disappointed that you didn't like my explanation about ghosts and clothes. On I'm Losing My Mind line, you're on the air. Maybe you're not. Now you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, this is Richard.
Hi, Richard. Are you actually losing your mind?
Yes, I think I'm going nuts. And maybe because I live like a shut-in, but basically, I like to say welcome back onto the air.
Well, thank you. That's nice. But we need to get to the actual nugget of why you called, and that's because you're losing your mind.
I think the reason why I think I'm going nuts is because I watch a lot of media. And
that'll do it.
I think I was born too early. I'm 47 now, and like I said, I live like a shut-in.
You actually don't go out at all? I mean, you stay home all the time?
I leave the house maybe once every 2 months, maybe.
Is it like you're afraid to leave the house, or you just don't want to leave the house?
I just don't want. I have no reason to, I live in the Phoenix area, okay?
How about food? I mean, everybody's got to eat, right?
Yeah, well, she goes out and buys food.
She?
Yeah,
okay.
She. But it just seems like people are nuts. It's just like there's no consequences for anything. They lie like it's not. They lie like it's nothing anymore. I mean, I'm not that old.
Right.
It's just like nothing. There's no consequences. I mean, it seems like so many people nowadays want to be like stars if they do something stupid. They put it on YouTube. It's like you get a mental case that goes out and shoots a bunch of people, and he wants to go out in fashion. So the first thing they do is say, so-and-so did this.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, well, it's just, everything from what we eat to politics. It seems, we've got a front runner that seems self-destructive, saying stupid stuff. And, it just seems everything seems out of balance.
Well, maybe we're about to elect somebody who's losing their mind.
Well, you know what? If this person isn't self-destructive like a lot of people are, it seems if he doesn't and he means what he says,
yes.
Well then, it's hard to say, but I think maybe that things might go and people will have a different attitude. Seems like people are like hopeless. There's like no consequences. People just do whatever they want and they don't think. They get in a road rage. They don't care. They don't know if the guy's got a gun or breaking into people's houses when they're home.
Yes. Do you feel mad as hell and ready not to take it anymore?
Yes, I am mad as hell. And the thing is, you can't do anything because what are you going to do?
I don't know, but I do.
It's against the law. Everything's against the law. I mean, it's like, I feel like an old timer because I remember when you could smoke on a cross country flight. I tell my daughter, I'm like, I remember when you could light a cigarette on an airplane. No, I don't smoke anymore.
Try it now.
You'd be in prison, but it's like that's what I'm saying. Everything's backwards. You can't smoke, but you can smoke weed.
Yeah, well,
it's
they're liable to shove you out the door at 32,000 feet.
And you got all these special interest groups that get more attention than the majority of the people. It just drives me nuts.
All right. Well, you can feel better the same way. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Right. I can't ride my motorcycle. I'm a biker.
Say it. I'm mad as hell and I won't take it anymore. You got to say it for it to
I'm
be a
wake
benefit.
Neighbors if I say it.
No, really.
Mad as hell, I ain't going to church it anymore.
That's a way to do it. That's a way to do it. See, you actually feel better when you do that.
Yeah, just vented a little bit there.
All right. But, that's cool.
It just seems like everyday life for me, from what you eat, if this is going to kill you one day, and then the other day it's good for you, or vice versa. I'm a biker. I like to ride my bike.
Well, one day, sir, coffee is good for you. The next day, it's dangerous for you. One day, salt is good for you. The next day,
I always thought anxiety, was some made-up thing. Like anxiety, people say, "Oh, you had an anxiety attack." Da da da. One day, I'm sitting in my chair in my living room, just watching TV.
Yes.
Also, my heart starts racing.
Yes.
And things start getting dark, And I'm just like, uh-oh, what's going on here? I think I'm dying. I'm like, I ate too much pizza last night. I don't know. And I call for my wife, and I'm like, Michelle, something's going on here. My blood pressure's going through the roof. I feel like I'm fading out here.
Yes.
Well, come to find out, they took me to the ER, and they said, it seems like you had an anxiety attack. I'm like, what is an anxiety? I thought that was made up.
No, it's real.
Ativan.
It's real.
Ativan.
Yeah.
I thought it was made up. I couldn't believe what was happening. And they're like, here's some Ativan. And every time you have an attack, you
take the Ativan.
Take this.
Oh, boy, pills. I was going to make a fake ad for a pill. I am so sick of these ads on TV. Anybody else agree with that? That makes me mad as hell. These ads for these pills, it's like, then they have to list every possible side effect in the world, up to and including, melting livers, death, all of it, right? I kind of feel like advertising a pill. Tired of your friends taking pills, unable to join them in taking a pill. Well, this pill does absolutely nothing, and then list about every side effect known to humanity, like they do on TV. You almost wonder why they run the commercial. I mean, by the time it's over, you're ready to say, I wouldn't touch that thing, whatever it is, with a 10-foot pole. I mean, it makes whatever it is that I've got that makes me want to take the pill look like nothing compared to what might happen. God, it's awful. All right, where was I? Let's go to the next call. Hello.
Hey, Art, Ed from New Jersey. How you doing tonight?
Ed, it's an interesting night, now that you ask.
Glad to be back on the air with you. I was one of the jurors at the Truth or Trash a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to tell you my shadow person story.
Okay.
Happened back in around this time of year in 2002. I was working shift work at the time, so I'd get home, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and you know how it is. You can't go right to bed.
No,
I was up for a couple of hours before anything. So anyway, I go to, I'm laying in bed watching TV, and I heard this noise out in the living room, and the only way I could describe it is a wet mop slapping against the floor.
Yeah.
As weird as that sounds. So I go out, look, nothing there, go back in bed, watch TV, hear it a second time a few minutes later, look over to my left, and I see this, at the time, I see creature, about 7 foot tall, glowing yellow, orangish eyes, top hat, looks like it's wearing a cloak. Thinking I'm seeing things, reach over to the nightstand, turn the light on, well, it's still there. So I felt this sadness and anger coming over me that I had never felt before. So I
And all the time you're feeling this, you're seeing this, whatever in the hell it is?
Yeah. And I reached my hand into it, believe it or not, and I don't know, looking back at it now, I don't know what I was thinking.
Probably trying to reach in and grab its liver and yank it out.
Cold shot of electricity shoot up my arm.
Really?
And then I'm backed away, like it was backing away towards the wall, and it dissipated like smoke would. So pretty freaked out, thinking I was seeing things, talking to my wife, not really telling anybody else. Don't want to be judged,
What did your wife say?
Oh, you're seeing things, you work 12-hour shifts, the light's playing tricks on you. Any excuse you could think of.
Of course.
She didn't say it, so she didn't believe me.
Right.
So, fast forward a few months, I would see things out of the corner of my eye, trying to forget about it. And go to that early spring, March, April-ish, and laying in bed again one night watching TV, and I hear a noise in the kitchen. We had just recently got a puppy, so he was in his cage, because he still wasn't housebroken yet, and I hear him moving around, so I'm thinking he's making a mess in there. So I get up to go walk in there. What do I see standing in the kitchen?
Oh, no.
7-foot shadow figure.
Yeah.
And it looked up at me. It was looking down at the dog. It looked up at me like it was startled that I saw it.
I've heard that many times about shadow people. They seem startled that we see them.
Yeah, and the dog was actually looking at it, and I was like, I thought I was dreaming. I was like, what is going on here? And then all of a sudden, I got that overwhelming sadness and anger feeling again. And I'm not an overly religious person, but I wear a crucifix around my neck to appease my mother. So I pull it out and I start walking towards it, and I start screaming at it. You don't belong here. Go back where you're from. You're not welcome, so on and so forth. And as I'm going towards it, it dissipates again like smoke. And freaked me out for a long time. And knock on wood, that was the last time I've ever seen it.
So this thing it's never attacked you?
It never attacked me. And the 2 times I went towards it, the once it let me put my arm into it, and I felt that cold shot of electricity, and it dissipated. And the second time, it backed away from me as I was going towards it.
Probably thought you were going to reach in them again.
It is. Yeah, and, looking through all the theories over the years, and, I don't know if anyone's ever going to figure out what these things are, but...
I don't either.
Ever since you told your story a few weeks ago, I've been trying to get on to...
I'm glad you made it, because they are so... Whatever they are, they're real. Thank you very much for the call. Look, whatever they are... there's something. It's not nothing. What I saw was real. To my right, to my rear, and to my left. It was absolutely a manifestation, a real manifestation, not a trick of the eye, not a floater in the eye. When you look these things up, they try and tell you what you probably saw. No way. I know what I saw. And it was real. Hard term, hard word to use, real. It was something. I'm not sure how to put this. It was something. Let's go to I'm Losing My Mind line. Hello? Are you actually losing?
Hello?
Yes, are you losing your mind?
Yeah, like the guy that called earlier, the constant deja vu thing.
Yes.
That started happening to me, like, about 2 months ago. And it, I mean, I got deja vu just like any normal person my whole life here and there, you know, every once in a great while, maybe once every couple months or something. But the last about 2 months, it started happening. Like, I was getting it like once a week or so. And then it's been increasing and increasing to where it's happening like 20 to 30 times a day.
20 or 30 times a day? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you are slipping away.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. And I went to the doctor and told them about it, and they just kind of laughed at me.
They laughed at you?
I don't know. Yeah, he just kind of filed it under you're having anxiety about things.
Yeah, anxiety.
And he tried to give me anxiety pills.
Ativan again, okay. Well, I don't know what to say about that. There seems to be a tremendous amount of anxiety about deja vu and a lot of pills given out. They give out pills now for everything. Have you noticed? There is a pill. I'm not going to go back into that rant again, but I am so sick of those commercials. Hello there, you're on the air. Hello, on Skype.
Oh, is this me?
Well, only you know that for sure, but yes, sounds like
Well, Art, I wanted to ask you if you are like me in the sense that you feel compelled to always sleep with your closet door open.
No. I really, really don't like open closet doors at all. It's bad to leave a closet door open because stuff comes out of them.
Well, it kind of freaks me out to have it closed because I would never know what's in there. But if it's open, I can see that it's empty. And if anything wants to come out, it has to muscle up the cojones to walk past a very nice portrait of Jesus I have hanging on my door.
Well, think of it this way. If it does have the cojones to walk past Jesus, what chance do you have?
Oh, well, now you got me thinking.
Well, am I right? I mean, if it just strolls right, comes out of a darkened closet, you see your clothes part, it walks right past Jesus, you know, you're going to be mush.
Well, I would hope that it was not evil if it could do that.
I hope not too, but anything that comes out of a darkened closet probably has poor intentions.
Well, you're probably right about that.
Mm-hmm. So, good luck with your closet.
Oh, well, thank you, and Roswell's.
Roswell's, thank you. Yes, are you losing your mind? Hello? Going once.
Me?
Yes, you.
Me? No, I'm not losing my mind at all.
Why did you call I'm losing my mind line?
Oh, you know what? I was listening to your show, and I heard I wanted to give you a call, and I heard this number, and so I dialed it.
But didn't you hear the other part? I'm losing my mind line number is...
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
You may be losing your mind anyway.
You know, I wouldn't doubt it, you know. Oh.
Well,
you know, I was just hoping it was kind of like an open line night.
Well, it is an open line night on every other line. But you've called the I'm losing my... So you're going to have to quickly sound like you're losing your mind, or I can't keep you here.
No, I'm not losing my mind. I'm sorry about that, big guy.
Thanks for the try and the call. Maybe I'm losing mine. Yeah, the closed part. It's dark over there, right? The closed part walks right past Jesus, probably has red eyes, right? And then it's over.
Angels don't feel the rhythm, not to the wind, but the beat's gonna catch you when the pitch gets back.
You're raging into the night with Midnight in the Desert. To be part of the show, please call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
All right. Raging into the night indeed, and
Don't be offended by my bumper music, but Amy, hi there.
Hi there, Art. I had a funny story, and it's regarding the very subject you just mentioned, bumper music.
Oh.
And I had a coincidence. Did you ever have a situation that you're thinking of a song and then it comes on the air?
Oh, yes.
Well, this one gets even better because I was listening to an Elton John song, and it was the Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, the one that he did a cover.
Right.
And I said, I'm not really a big fan of covers to my neighbor who was over visiting, but I like this one, and I also like the Bananarama.
Oh, yes.
The Venus song,
yes.
The Shocking Blue.
Something about that song. I don't know what it is, but I love it.
And that's what came on as the very next song, which is, maybe a 1 in 5,000, 1 in 10,000 chance.
I would say maybe you were reading my mind, Little Miss Hybrid.
Maybe so. And then you know what else happened after that?
What?
You bumped it twice tonight at the very beginning of the show, that same song.
Well,
So
what I actually did was I played the beginning of it, and then I let 2 minutes of it go, and I played the last part of it, so it would seem complete.
Well, in any event, still, it was just to complete it out like that, the chances of that happening within a 2-hour span, that's
very small.
Pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing.
And my whole life is like the X-Files. That's just the beginning, but...
Hey, the X-Files, the X-Files is coming back, right?
Oh, yeah, and I'm really looking forward to that.
So am I. They should have me on.
I think so. Anyway, I'm Dinah X on Belgab, and I do the arts charts. Well, you have arts parts, and you got arts charts tonight, and now you have arts charts. I keep track of your bumpers.
That actually changed my entire mood when I saw that.
I'm really glad. You didn't look very happy earlier today, as from what you're saying on Facebook.
How happy can you be wandering around cutting wires?
Oh, it's no fun. Dealing with those ISPs, geez. They give you real vague...
Actually, LV.net is a good one. It really is. It's the only way I can do the show. They bring high-speed, reliable Internet, and what happened with that wire was not their fault. It was an external influence.
Or an act of God, as they say.
Well, I wouldn't give it that much credit. That is to say, whoever did that.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome equally, and thank you for calling. And again, no offense from that particular bumper music. Let's see. Let's just punch next and see what happens. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. It's Sharon calling from Brandon, Manitoba.
Hey, Sharon.
It seems like it's a reunion of the Truth and Trash people. You had a call earlier. Was it from Rob?
Do you know I had a lot of people email me and say, I really liked Sharon as a judge for Truth or Trash. Really.
Oh. Well, that's very nice.
Yeah, you were popular.
Oh. Well, that makes me feel better. Well, kind of good. And I just have a couple of questions for you, Art, and a comment, if I can. The first one is kind of off topic, but someone earlier just mentioned deja vu, and I'm just wondering, Art, what is your description of deja vu? Because when it occurs to me, not often, but I don't like the feeling. What is deja vu?
Deja vu is the sudden, intense feeling that you have been here before, or that you have done something before, or that, for example, you walk into a house and you say to yourself, I know I've been here. I know. Maybe in a prior life, maybe. So that's kind of deja vu.
Yeah. I don't really like it, but it doesn't happen that often. But
Sharon, you want to have some fun?
Okay.
Okay. Since I've got you, I'm going to put you on the line with somebody who believes they're losing their mind. All right.
Okay.
So on my I'm losing my mind line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
It's not deja vus that are getting me down. It's these bourgeois days.
Bourgeois days.
Yeah, the nagging sense that none of this has ever happened before.
Oh. Sharon, what do you think?
Well, Can you repeat what you just said about the reverse of what I've just said?
Wait a minute. Now you're confusing me, and that frustrates me more.
Yeah, but you're losing your mind, so it's not hard to do.
Well, the deal is people have been calling all night, moaning and complaining about deja vus.
Yes.
What about vuja days?
In other words, a feeling that none of this has ever happened before. For you, sir, you should have a sound mind because everything is new.
Well, come on, you try it from inside my head. See, and here's the thing. What is the negative part about losing one's mind? I mean, in my experience, I'm not so much losing my mind as my mind is losing me. Because I'll tell you, the mind will get you into more trouble than that guy over in Switzerland where the ladies are doing weird, kinky things on the first date without even knowing his name.
Yeah, it's very insulting. Do you think there might be some truth to what he said? That
Yeah.
Oh, you think so, Sharon?
Yeah, I do. I think I did. The original reason why I called, Art, was it's kind of related to some guests that you had, a couple of them. I just love your show because, I laugh, but I also learn a lot of things. And there was one gentleman, I believe it was Father Jack Ashcraft.
Yes.
And the other gentleman was talking about near-death experiences.
Yes.
And what kind of pulled at my heart or just really stuck to me was, one, with Father Jack, as to what's going on in the world right now, he mentioned a kind of a spiritual warfare, and that what really was significant to me was when he said that other beings are not like us, maybe because they're envious or hateful, that we are made in the image and likeness of God, and that is why certain beings or evil hates us so much. And that rang true for me somehow, and I just had never heard that before.
Okay. Well, see, caller, you've never heard any of this, so you truly are losing your mind.
No, and the thing is the Pope was so refreshing. For a solid week now, we've been without Trump.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you very much. He is right about that. Tore Trump right off the screen. Oh, Sharon, you're not going around giving yourself away to every guy like a rock's going to hit the planet tomorrow, are you?
Well, no. I'm just surprised that the people, maybe some people, find life so without meaning or without conscience or I don't know. It's almost like when you were talking earlier, Art, I wanted to say, hey, guys, turn off the TV. Just turn it off. I don't watch TV anymore. And I don't – I started to laugh when you were giving this rant about the medication. That used to drive me nuts.
It drives me insane. I was going to make my own advertisement, a pill that does absolutely nothing but has every side effect up to and including death.
You know what? I was thinking this pill, a good pill tonight would be, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take
it anymore. Pill. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sharon. Thank you for the call. Yeah, I'm sure this has occurred to some of the rest of you, right, as you watch TV? And CNN has a lot of them. Well, they all do. A pill, there's virtually a pill now for everything. But after you've listened to the side effects, do you really want to take that? I don't think so. Chelsea. Let's go to Chelsea and say hello.
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 I know what deja vu is.
Okay.
Or at least I have a theory.
Do you mean I did not describe it adequately?
Well, it's sort of a metaphysical kind of idea.
Okay.
So let's say that before you're born, if you believe in spirit guides or God or all that kind of stuff, that they lay out kind of a life plan, things you're supposed to learn from life. Okay. And you say, okay, so you go down and you get born, you live your life, and you turn left when you should have turned right. You zig when you should zag. And they say, okay, reload your last saved game.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's right. In other words, you did your best, but the monster got you, and so go back to where you were.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Anyway, yep.
Do you, you're not running around giving yourself to men, right?
I wish, no.
You wish? You see, there is an edge of that going on here. There really is. I mean...
Yeah, I think what's happening is...
oh, my God, I just looked at the clock and it's 11:11. That's it. Yeah. We're done now.
That's it. Yep.
Well, okay. I guess there's a little of that going on, but you do have to admit, some of these people are right. I mean, the world is kind of nuts right now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe it's why the Donald is so popular. It really could be it. I haven't said a lot about this on the air, but I do wonder about it. The man is... I guess I'd better be careful, because when people say bad things about the Donald, he comes back after him, right?
Well, the thing that concerns me is the bankruptcies. He's declared bankruptcy so many times it makes you wonder.
Well, he says, though, that they were positive bankruptcies, that he did it at just the right time. He got out of Atlantic City at just the right time, and
sure.
So
well,
he's proud of that.
I'm taking business classes right now, and we just had the CEO of a furniture company come and talk to us about bankruptcies and why you don't want to declare bankruptcy.
No.
And it's just, it's bad for everybody. The people that are lending you supplies, and it doesn't just affect, it's not like the person that, say it's a company and they declare bankruptcy. Well, it's not just them getting away scot-free and everybody's happy.
Well, a lot of bad things happen when you declare bankruptcy. I mean, people are suddenly out of work, out of jobs. Yeah, maybe you walk away at the right time, but see, Donald's going to be real upset with me for this, but the fact is that it impacts...
Probably more with me.
All right. Well, listen, thank you for the call, and
thank you, Bart.
And I'm with you all the way.
Yep.
Take care. Let's punch next. Hello there. You're on the air.
Hi, my name's John. I'm a first-time caller.
Yeah. Hey, John.
Hey, I was curious. I heard your show the other night about your experience with a shadow person.
Yes.
And you said it was a terrifying experience.
Absolutely.
And I was curious why you felt it was so terrifying, because I've had numerous experiences with shadow people, and I've never felt any of them to be unsettling. So I was curious why you felt yours was.
Are you kidding? If you see something that's half there and half not there, something that you can look right through, sort of, and that's not terrifying to you?
I've never been terrified by any of my experiences.
So you're telling me that for you this is the norm?
Not anymore. I haven't had an experience like that probably in 10 years, but for about a 10-year block, I'm 42, so probably from 20 to 30, yes, it was the norm.
Okay, well, I don't want it to get to be the norm for me, and at my age, it probably wouldn't matter anyway. But I definitely don't want to see it again.
I know on one of your previous shows you had a man on, I don't remember his name, it was like Stormy Skies or something like that. And he claimed that shadow beings were beings from another dimension who fed on negativity. And you asked, well, does that make them evil? And he said, no, they're no more evil than maggots who feed on dead flesh. It's just negative. And so that made a lot of sense to me, because the times when I was seeing those things, I had a lot of depression in my life.
Uh-huh.
And when I stopped having depression, I stopped seeing them.
What a line. No more evil than maggots that feed on dead flesh.
Well, that's what he said.
Yuck. I don't remember that line. You'd think I would. Mm-hmm.
So I guess my other question was, did you, at that time, were you stressful about something? Were you anxious? Were you depressed?
That's a pretty good question. No, I don't think so. I was anticipating the beginning of this program, and I was doing research for it. It was before the show ever started, you know. So, no, I don't think so. No.
Okay. Well, that's just why I called. I've had numerous experiences. Let me just share one of them. I lived in Illinois in a 115-year-old house, and I think this might be more of a haunted house experience than a shadow person. But I woke up in the middle of the night to see 6 child-size shadows standing around my bed. And I asked them what they wanted, and they didn't reply. And so I said, again, what do you want? And they just stood there. No, definition. I couldn't make out any features, just these shadowy images around my bed. And finally, they started to creep me out, so I told them they needed to leave, and they left.
Okay, so it wasn't the norm for you. It creeped you out, you said.
Well, that was the only time that I felt creeped out by it.
So you picked the only time that you were creeped out to tell me about it.
Right.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the call, and sort of talked about the times when it was normal, like, yo, shadow person, how you doing? It's not that way at all. I can joke about it maybe now, but at the time, it was absolutely terrifying. I don't back away from that 1 inch, and if it happened again right now, I would be completely terrified. I mean, you just don't, you don't joke about things like that, for one thing. I don't know what these things are, and I don't know that I want to know. They really are frightening. But I'm trying to keep it lighter than that tonight. Vancouver, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Howard. It's good to finally talk to you.
Thank you.
I had a little experience. This is open line night.
It is.
So I wanted to tell you about a little experience I had. What brought this to mind was this fellow we had on several weeks ago that was talking about the disappearances in national forests.
Oh, yes.
Things of this nature. Well, I had something really odd happen to me back when I was a kid. I think I'm probably pretty close to your age. And if you remember back in the 1950s, they used to sell these little balsa wood airplanes. You could buy them for a dime, and you could, or they're little gliders is what they were.
I recall.
Okay, and I had one of these, and we had a pretty large backyard, and it was a summer day. I was having a good time tossing this thing around, and I gave it a toss, and it made a big circle and landed out in the grass right behind a small clump of weeds out there, about 20 feet away. And I just made a beeline right for it, ran over there, wasn't there. I must have spent the better part of an hour out there just scouring every square inch of ground.
So, in other words, it
was gone.
It was really gone.
I never saw it again. And that was 60 years ago, approximately. And it just brought that to mind.
Well, about that long ago, I was having a picnic with my family. I was young then. We were just sitting there enjoying sandwiches at the beach, and a plane just like that landed right in the middle of our picnic.
Oh, well, maybe that's where it went.
Just kidding, actually. I thought I'd see if I could capture the story a little bit.
By the way, I have a title for your out of your mind line tonight.
Yes.
Just call it "We're All Here Because We're Not All There."
All right. Thank you very much for the call, and take care. Yeah, I'm losing my mind line. Let me give that out again. 575. Been full all night. Figures, right? 575-208-7787. Let's go to Australia, and I know who this is, Jasmunda. Hi.
Hey, Art, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
That's great. I just wanted to give a plug to your new YouTube channel.
Oh. I do have a new... The things you're going to see on that channel, I'm telling you, I hope you don't blush.
It's youtube.com/c/artbell51.
You think people are really going to remember that?
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. So everybody's rushing for a pen. And, the things that you're going to see there, folks. Give it one more time.
It's youtube.com/c/artbell51.
But actually, there are some pretty cool things, right?
Yeah, definitely. Some great content on there. We'll be adding to it all the time. And, if you can subscribe to it, hit like, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Well, I actually subscribed myself. You sent me the link the other day, and I subscribed myself. It took me about a half an hour to find my stupid Google password. Thanks, Jazz.
No problem.
Take care. Yes. How many of you have that problem? There's another thing that'll make you mad as hell. That's passwords. I mean, really, folks, it can get brutal. It can get really, really brutal. In this modern day and age, you have to remember passwords for everything. And then, embarrassingly, when you don't, you have to click on Forgot Password. Then you have to run to some old mailbox that you had and pray and hope that it's there. And then, of course, you'll forget it again. Unless you're like my wife and that she has a little book full of passwords. That's really the way to do it. Okay. Somebody who dubs himself Quake Guy and looks like a dog. Hello there.
Hey there.
Hi there. Back away from your mic a little bit. You're pretty loud.
Sorry about that. It seems to happen every time. A little bit better now?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's been quite an interesting night, hasn't it, bud? Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
I wanted to mention a couple guests ago, somebody brought up the concept of souls and how souls are special.
Yes.
And instantly made me think about that other night that I called in when you had that witch on, who was definitely 100% bona fide witch.
Oh, she definitely was, yes.
And the whole concept of souls being special and how souls are rare made me start to think about, how there's 7 billion people in the world,
almost.
Population's continuing to climb, and just more and more youth these days, and I say youth.
Maybe it's actually, sir, maybe it's cheapening souls. The fact that there are 7 billion almost, doesn't that somewhat cheapen the whole thing?
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to ask you, Art.
Okay.
I was sort of wondering if souls are so rare and they're so special, and maybe if reincarnation does exist, if that sort of thing happens, all the evil people in the world, all this younger generation that doesn't want to learn anything, and it all comes to them through the internet, and so they fill their minds with just the most base desires, and I'm hearing more and more of just the most awful crimes happening in the world. And I just want to get your opinion on that. If we've run out of souls, and so all these soulless people running around is just going to keep climbing and climbing and climbing.
Pretty good theory. When do you think we actually ran out of souls?
I would probably say, I might get a lot of flack for this because of the age of your listeners. I'd probably say around the end of the Second World War.
So, about the time I was born, actually.
Right around there, you might be right off the cusp there, Art. You got lucky.
I'm on the cusp, no question. June 17th, 1945. So, really close to the end of the war. I mean, the atomic bomb came in July.
Yes.
Right? So.
Yeah, August, I believe, August 6th and August 8th.
Was it? Okay. And so in June, I was just before the end of the war.
Wow, that's quite the time to be born, actually. Very interesting. My great grandfather just passed, and he attended the 1936 Nazi Olympics.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I have pictures of him in the stands and stuff.
So in other words, past about that date, it's been a bunch of soulless people being born, and we are now bearing the brunt of that.
Well, so many people died during the war, right? And then so many others came afterwards with the great baby boom, and somewhere along the way, I just think that there's just not enough souls for all the bodies going around.
So as you look out over crowds of young people now,
You see them as a bunch of soulless, I don't know what to call them.
I see in some youth, not all of them, definitely not the majority anymore, but I see in some youth, I see the look in their eyes where they have an old soul, you know, where they look, but they also see. They're not just looking and passing and then forgetting like a goldfish 10 seconds later. They're actually paying attention. They have that spark. That's the only way I can describe it, that spark. And I know that they're going to be all right. And hopefully they're the ones that become the politicians and not the ones with the 10-second span and the bad souls.
But how many of them these days look like, well, goldfish eyes?
Well, I'm a halfway to the next cup kind of guy instead of a glass half empty, glass half full. So.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. Take care. Michael, somewhere outside the country. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Michael in England.
Yes. How's everything in jolly old?
It is wonderful, actually. We have a beautiful morning here, and it's lovely to speak to you at a time when I'm awake, which is fabulous.
Well, yes. What time is it actually there?
It is 7:30.
Okay, so the sun is new in the sky.
It is new in the sky, and it's gorgeous. I'm looking out over the River Thames, and it looks wonderful.
Sounds nice. What's up?
It is indeed. I was reflecting on Dr. Long, who you had on the other day.
Yes.
Regarding near-death experiences. And yes. I had an experience some 20-odd years ago where I left my body and very convincingly looked down on myself, and I was continuing to dance like a madman.
Was it a near-death experience, or is it
It wasn't a near-death experience, but I'm wondering, because at the time I was under the effects of ecstasy in a kind of rave club.
Oh.
And it was a completely convincing experience. I could see myself still talking to my friends, still dancing, being, quite lucid.
Really?
But from the ceiling. And this was chemical. I don't think it was anything spiritual or kind of important at any, higher level. But it was completely convincing, and it was very enduring. It probably lasted for a few minutes.
So
I
here you were in a
something
club,
going on in the mind chemically,
partying it up, and you went to the ceiling, saw yourself on the floor dancing.
Yep, dancing like a madman to what was at the time incredibly hard jungle music.
Hard jungle music. Okay, so what did it feel like to be out of your body?
It felt extraordinary. It felt wonderful. And it didn't feel frightening or jarring or kind of unnerving. It just felt under control.
Under control.
Yeah.
And all right, this is for you then, okay?
All right, thanks, Art.
All right, you have a good one. In jolly old. Open lines. What can I say? It all comes. I'm Art Bell.
Don't leave me this way, no.
Somebody sent me a wormhole message. I have to be careful how I say that. My pill, they say, should be called Damitol.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Open lines. Actually, anything goes. I'm losing my mind line, which is area code 575-208-7787. Going to that line, you are on the air. Hello?
Send your camel to bed.
Art?
Yes.
This is Michael.
Hello, Michael. Are you losing your mind?
Yes, I am.
Are you far along in the process?
So I already lost my mind. I was trying to follow your conversation from one of your guests or your callers earlier.
Yes.
And I was following along, and then the conversation, you started talking about things. I kept saying, what did he say? Mm-hmm. And then I couldn't hear what the other person said.
Really?
And I was trying to follow your conversation, and pretty soon I was like, I'm losing my mind trying to follow what he said. What were you talking about, the virgins?
The Vestal Virgins, yes.
What was that about?
What was it about? It was just sort of something somebody said to cheer me up, that's all.
Oh, okay.
It was probably just the word virgin that caught your attention.
Well, I definitely lost my mind, but I think you brought it back. Can I ask you a question?
Well, no. If you've returned to common sense and mental health, then you don't belong on this line. Sorry. Hello there. You are on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Millie. Hi. I'm Millie, and I'm in Central Arkansas.
Okay.
And I got 2 quick stories for you tonight.
Okay.
We're talking about the shadow people.
Yes.
And I saw one once. It was during the day. We were hiking up the Finger Rock Trail outside of Tucson.
Yes.
And it was just me, my husband, and a friend. And we were coming down the hill, down the trail. And I was next to our friend, and my husband was way ahead of us. He was running down the hill. And my friend says, "Whoa, look at that." And we stopped and we looked, and it was a shadow person.
Now, you're telling me 3 of you saw the shadow person?
No, just me and the friend. My husband never gets to see things like this.
All right. Well, anyway, it was 2 people, 2 witnesses, right?
Just me and a friend, yes.
Okay.
2 of us.
All right.
And he said, "Look at this." And we stopped and we looked, and the thing was running alongside of us, but it was up on the side of the hill. And it was in a terrain where there's no way it could be running, because there were rocks and cactus and things, but it was running along, and when we stopped, it stopped.
Well, you know, this is how people disappear in national parks, too.
I know. And it knelt down. It kind of scooped down like it thought maybe if it scooped lower, we wouldn't see it. And he said, "I've seen these before." And I said, "Man, I'm out of here." And we just started running down the hill, and I'm calling for my husband.
I'm with you. I'm with you. It's terrifying.
It is. And I honestly believe that these things follow certain people, that, like our friend Mike, he'd seen these before, and I've never seen them before, and I've never seen them since. I just saw that one that day.
Is Mike still alive?
I'm not sure. We're not living in Tucson anymore, and I kind of lost track of him.
Well,
he got a divorce, and things happened. And,
yeah, see?
Life just went... yeah, you never know.
No, you never know, indeed. Don't go to Alaska.
Yeah. And then I've seen a UFO. My husband and I were in a park in Tucson. This is both in Tucson. And we were kind of in an argument. Things had happened. My grandfather had passed away. And we were taking care of my grandma, and she was a handful. And we were kind of arguing, and his back was to it. He was kind of laying back on his elbow. And I was sitting Indian style in the park, and I was talking. And I look up, and it was huge. Honest, it had to take up 2 blocks worth in the sky, and it was really low. It was like hovering right over where my grandma's house was, basically. But, I mean, it would take up the whole 2-block radius. It was silver, and it had, like, black. You could see windows in it.
You know, I never know what to say to people like you. Welcome to the club. I mean, almost everybody you talk to has seen a UFO.
Yeah, now here's the kicker, okay? I wanted to show him because he's always wanted to see stuff. He always misses. My husband always misses these things. And you know how they say that they kind of mess with your mind?
Yes.
Well, I just got this terrified feeling. I was numb. I was almost paralyzed. I couldn't talk. And I could hear it telling me that if you tell him, your life as you know it will be shattered.
Oh.
And I didn't know what to think of it, so I didn't tell him, and I looked down, and he was talking, so I looked down and talked to him for a couple of seconds, and I looked back up. It was still there. I looked down, talked to him for a couple more seconds, looked back up. I did that about 3 times, and it finally left.
Well, good thing you didn't mention it to him, otherwise you'd be calling me on I'm losing lost my mind.
Or I would have already lost it.
All right, thank you very much for the call. There are certain people who, you know, see things that others don't. And there are really certain people, like her husband, that simply never see anything unusual. Now, that's almost worth a discussion in itself, isn't it? What is it about people that see things that others scoff and laugh about? Just more sensitive than other people? More open to that sort of thing? Or maybe they think about it to the point that they actually bring it on. Dale, on Skype, you're on the air. Hello? Dale, it's your turn. Going once. Going twice, Dale. Gone. All that waiting, and Dale didn't make it. So let's give Brian a chance on Skype. Hi, Brian. You're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing? First-time caller here.
Oh, welcome.
I'm from Phoenix.
Yes, sir.
I just had a experience I wanted to share with you.
Okay.
Let's see. It was Labor Day weekend. I went up to Segreves National Forest, the Mogollon Rim, and sorry, a little nervous. Never called in before.
Deep breath.
And let's see.
Stop.
I knew it was going to be busy.
Stop. Deep breath. Just take a deep breath and slow down.
Okay.
All right. There you go.
All right. So I knew it was going to be busy on Labor Day weekend, so I took this kind of like an access road. It was just, it was unmarked road.
Right.
I went about a mile and set up camp. It was the middle of the day. And I went out exploring in all directions. There was like nobody around. So nighttime hits. It was probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I see these flashes of light start appearing in the forest. It was like maybe 20 feet up in the trees. It would be white.
Sounding like Rendlesham, actually.
Yeah, this is up kind of where Travis Walton was abducted in that area.
Snowflake, yes.
So, and it would be like white lights and then an orange light and 20 feet up and then ground level. It would go on for like 20 minutes in this area. And then it would stop. And then, about a half hour would go by, and it would start again. Well, I had my phone with me. I didn't have a gun or anything, no GPS, and when I got back, I heard the story about people disappearing in the national forest. I wish I would have known that when I went, but
sure.
I think the only reason I'm here is because when I went, and I usually do periscopes of everything from Disneyland to, like, paranormal stuff. So I had a lot of followers, so I just started periscoping the whole event while it was going on. And I had like 300 people watching this, and they were like, I don't know what that is, and I've never seen anything like that. So it was really weird, and I think that if I wouldn't have had some type of filming going on or people witnessing it, I think maybe I wouldn't be here. I don't know. It was really odd. There was no sounds.
So in a way, Periscope saved your life.
Well, maybe. But luckily I actually had it saved and I put it on YouTube, so I don't know if anybody's ever experienced anything like that before. That was just really weird.
It does seem that cameras seem to dissuade things from occurring and animals from appearing and Bigfoot and and UFOs and all kinds of things. So if faced with something scary, pull out a camera.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
So it's on Tell Me About It if anybody wants to look it up on YouTube. But it's crazy, and I don't know how to explain it or what it was. But
well, you did well, and by the way, when you took a deep breath, your voice went down a full octave. Thanks for the call. And in Toronto, Ontario, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I just want to say great programming this summer.
Oh, thank
you.
It's
been absolutely fantastic. What a way to end the summer last night, too, with the doctor. But I'm calling more about Peter Davenport that you had on a couple of weeks ago. I'm originally from Kingston, Ontario. I live in Toronto now. But he was talking about an event that happened in August 1995.
Yes.
Over Ontario. And I saw that object, and I wanted to add to that story. Would you like to hear about it?
I would, and I'm sure Peter would, too.
Me and Johnny and Patrina were sitting in Tim Hortons rather late one night having a coffee. Our table was facing northwest, and we're kind of kitty corner to the coffee shop. Johnny is out looking out the right window. I'm looking out the left. Johnny says, "What is that?" And he sees. I look at the left window. And I saw this giant white flickering fireball pass over top of the intersection in Kingston, right at Bath and Gardner's, right over top of the plaza next door. You know,
so it was this like something entering the atmosphere, or was it like a craft?
This was low. It was low, Art, and it was fast. And it wasn't entering. It already entered. We didn't see it enter.
Gotcha.
It was super low. I mean, I figure it was about maybe 250 feet off the ground. It was huge, and it was this bright flickering light, long orange fiery tail, and I saw it pass our field of vision out the window in about like 3 seconds. We ran outside. We grabbed our coffees. We ran outside. We jumped in my mom's car. And it was so low that we thought that it hit in Kingston. We thought that it hit in the fields south of the plaza. So we drove around the bend. We went down south. We're like driving slow, trying to see what we could see, and there was nothing. So we kept driving. We ended up heading kind of west along the lake there. Kingston, Ontario is on the east side of Lake Ontario, and right at the mouth of the St. Lawrence. We ended up out near the airport there. Very little light pollution out there at that time, and we actually ended up getting out of the car because somebody saw it first. I can't remember who, but we ended up on this road in the middle of nowhere, looking up, not a cloud in the sky. And there was this green, glowing dust or shimmering light, end to end. The canopy of the sky and the stars. It almost looked like the Northern Lights, but it was like a dust. It was almost like a Hubble space photograph.
Pretty
it was
weird.
We stood there, and it was glowing green, shimmering light that was just spreading out over the entirety of the sky over Kingston over the course of about an hour. And it was just, Peter was saying on the air that it was such a dramatic event, and it really was. I mean, me and Johnny talked about it often.
It was like sort of an extraterrestrial chemtrail.
Yes. And I was texting with Johnny last week. I said, do you think, because my jaw hit the floor. I was listening to you interview Peter the next day on the podcast, and my jaw hit the floor when he started talking about this, because we saw it, and we've often talked about it. And I wonder. It was in the newspaper too, and they were saying it was debris left by the meteor.
Yeah.
And they were saying in the newspaper, in the Kingston Week Standard, it was saying that it hit in Pennsylvania. But the interesting thing, Peter was saying that there was a news crew that caught it east of Hamilton. And the thing is, if you draw a straight line from Kingston, like east of Hamilton, you end up more in Ohio than you end up in Pennsylvania.
Right.
And, he was talking about Erie, and he was talking about the town of Niles, and he was talking about Adamsville, where this woman saw this object hanging over her backyard for 5 minutes, or somewhere around that what he thinks is that evening.
Well, listen, I appreciate your story, and it does sound exactly like what Peter was talking about, but you were one heck of a lot, closer than the others that he described. My goodness gracious. Can you imagine going through an experience like that and watching this green, weird, misty stuff kind of settling down on you outside the country? You're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
I do indeed. Where are you?
Awesome. I'm in Canada. I'm so glad to make it on. How are you?
Well, see, this line is not really for you, sir.
I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right. I've got to adhere to the rules. You're in North America, and so actually you want to call MITD 51. Those outside North America call MITD 55. Hello, Joe. On Skype, Joe. Going once.
Hello.
Hello.
Is that me?
Yes, it is, Joe. You weren't being attentive.
Okay.
Very quickly, because my program is ending.
Okay, I've got a quick one for the atheist that called in the other night.
And that would be what?
No matter what direction they look, the edge of the universe is about 13.7 billion light years.
I thought it was more like 15, but okay.
Yeah, well,
somewhere in there. Yes.
And so if that's true, then Earth has to be at the very center of the universe. And the Big Bang could never have happened because it would have happened here.
Well, so you think we're at the exact center, in other words, the point of the Big Bang, essentially?
Yeah, we'd have to be. If the edge of the universe is, the same direction no matter which direction you look.
Don't you think that's sort of, I don't know, egotistical of us to believe that we're the center of everything?
Yeah, but I'm just speaking scientifically.
Well, I'm not sure about that. But I mean, even to think it, that we are the center of everything. Universe. My goodness. I thought we were kind of actually on the outskirts, suburban.
Well, I don't know how we could be if every direction we look, it's the same distance to the edge of the universe.
Maybe that's all we can see. We can only see out that far. I get your point, though.
Right.
All right, and it's the last point that's going to get made. So thank you very, very much for calling.
All right, thank you.
Right, take care. And that's it, folks. Amazing. Open lines. We'll do it again. We'll be back Monday to do it all again. Hopefully it will not be a night of invasion. Or Dr. Jake's correct, I guess, will, because it's ongoing. Good night from the
high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be across the world in all its time zones, each and every one covered completely by this program. Midnight in the Desert. What a great name for a show, Midnight in the Desert. All right, so the rules of the program are easy. We have only 2 rules, no bad language, because we don't need it to make a point, and only 1 call per show, because you'd probably get boring. So, thank you, Belgab. I want to throw that in tonight. Good friends over at Belgab helped out so much with this show. And other thank yous go out to Telos, Joe Talbot. Thank you, Joe. I don't believe that he was here in town. I call Telos and they say, well, our chief engineer lives in Pahrump. Right. Keith Rowland, my webmaster. Heather Wade, my producer. Stream guys, LV.net. They had a big van out there doing something to my internet today. Sales, Pete Eberhard. And TuneIn Radio, of course, Lee Ashcraft, our Dark Matter news guy. And I want to thank tonight my wife, Erin, and Asia both, for putting up with me, because, I have cut such a big slice out of life with them by doing this. One day I go to my wife and say, hey, hon, I think I want to do a show. I want to build a studio, and I want to do a show. Really? So, that's like a big slice of... Speaking of big slices of life, I had this weekend, right? Wrong. I didn't have this weekend. I have 3 computers in this room with me. 2 of the laptops, they're fine. And then I have this desktop computer. It hasn't been right now in months. The operating system disk was flawed. Something was wrong with it. It crashed all the time. I was over here Saturday night. It began to throw runtime errors on programs. And I said a lot of bad language. And, I do sometimes say it. And then I spent hours trying to fix it. I gave up, went over to the house, got another Windows 7 disk, brought it over here, wiped the drive. That was the best feeling, actually. It was like a feeling of revenge or something against the computer. I said, enough. You're done. You're done, baby. Format. So I did, and that then took a day and a half of my life to put it all back together again. Total piece of silicon. Day and a half of your life gone. All right, anyway. Where am I? News. There's a little bit of news that I thought was interesting. On the one hand, the Justice Department is saying that Clinton, thus far, has done nothing illegal. You know, about the emails and stuff, right? But it's kind of weird because they're redacting about 150 of the censored emails, these emails that they're going to release to the public, and they're saying their redacted information was classified in preparation for the public release of the emails. What the heck? That just doesn't make sense to me. Why don't they just release the damn things? If you're going to redact 150 of them, then you're not going to think that they're telling you the truth, are you? It's a mystery to me. Her campaign, of course, is suffering mightily because of it, and I guess it's not going to go away. A crew testing how a small group of humans might cope with a trip to Mars has begun their 12-month mission. No, they didn't blast off. But they'll have to eat, communicate, and live exactly as they would on Mars in a tiny little dome in Hawaii. I guess the goal is for them not to kill each other. 6 people began a year of isolation behind a dome in Hawaii on Friday to help NASA prepare for a human mission to Mars. Really? Is that going to go before the one where you've got to volunteer for the one-way trip? They'll live in a dome 36 feet 11 meters wide and 20 feet, 6 meters tall, on the slope of Mauna Loa with no animals and little vegetation. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. Let's see. Do we have any women? Now, we've got a German physicist, a French astrobiologist, 4 Americans, a pilot, an architect, a doctor, and a soil specialist. What does the pilot do, I wonder? I mean, they're sitting on the ground in Hawaii, right? Anyway, I think that's interesting. It will be fun, to watch. By the way, somebody sent me a wormhole message asking Art, wondering if you read the wormhole when you're not on the air. That was sent when I'm not on the air. Yes, obviously, I do. I like the wormhole. I read it all the time. All right. As a member of the National Cartoonist Society, this is an email to me. I just thought it was cool. Last week I was on a USO tour drawing cartoons for the U.S. troops stationed across Southwest Asia and part of Africa. It was a fantastic experience, giving a little something back to those men and women of the armed services who sacrificed so much overseas and away from their families. I thought you'd be happy to know that throughout the tour, I was able to download the Midnight in the Desert podcast whenever we had Wi-Fi access, and on the last stop was even able to listen live at 7 a.m. local time, wherever that was, Africa or something, via TuneIn. Wanted you to let you know how awesome it is being an Art Bell time traveler and having you along on the trip. Roswell's Eddie in Central Florida. Cool, Eddie. Yes, the podcast is kick butt cool. No question about it. Really is. All right, coming up now. David Darling, Dr. Darling, is a British astronomer and science writer who has written many books on subjects such as extraterrestrial life, the origin of the universe, mega catastrophes, look, gotta love those, and the nature of consciousness, and you know I love that. He lectures widely, plays in a rock band. How many astronomers play in a rock band? And runs a popular science website, www.daviddarling.info. So you might want to check it out. His latest books are Mayday, about pioneering aviators, and a new edition of the Extra-Terrestrial Encyclopedia. He lives in Dundee, Scotland. What an interesting place to be. I would love to go to Scotland. I have been around the world no less than 3 or 4 times, and I have never touched the ground in Scotland. I don't know why. I never have. Anyway, coming up in a moment, Dr. Darling, and we will talk about things above, things that may enter here below. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
I hear the drums are going tonight.
In that darkest time between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
I think it's been about, 11 years or so since I've spoken to Dr. Darling. So 11 years, really. So, hello, Darling.
Hi, Art. How you doing? Has been a while, isn't it?
Yes, sir. It certainly has. And it's been too long. So, welcome back. It's great to have you. And I guess you've been prolific in writing books and stuff like that since we have last talked.
Yeah, I can't stop writing books, I guess. It's in my blood. I think I've written a few since we last spoke. And on various subjects, life in the universe and strange ways the world might end. And the most recent book would be on these pioneers of aviation. So, yeah, I keep cranking those out and looking after my website and getting involved in music, and so quite a few different things going on.
And I forgot to mention to everybody that you are not around the corner, because you sound like you are. You're in Dundee, Scotland.
I am, and it's just gone 5 a.m. here, so I've got the strong coffee on, and yeah, west coast of Scotland is where I'm based. The east coast of Scotland, rather.
I think I mentioned to you prior to the show, I've been around the world about 3 or 4 times now, and never set foot in Scotland. I've flown over it, but never have set foot, and it's a place I want to go. It's a bucket list thing.
Oh, you should come. It's great, yeah. Beautiful scenery and great people, yeah.
All right. Let me start out here, if I can, Doctor.
And call me David, by the way. Doctor seems very formal, so. David.
Well, I know, but you deserve it.
Okay, yeah.
My opinion, you deserve it. All right, so, I had to listen to a show on my own network while I was in here repairing this godforsaken piece of silicone. I listened to a show on my own network, and they were saying, I can't remember exactly, but Planet X was coming round the bend. Planet X was going to kill all of us. Planet X, Planet X, Planet X. I've been hearing about this since before you and I did the interview a long time ago. And Planet X still has not hit us. Something as big as a planet, I mean, by contemporary standards, Pluto has got its planetary thing stripped away. So it would have to be pretty big, right?
Well, when you think of a planet, you think of something Earth-sized or bigger. Jupiter's a planet as well. So planets come in a variety of sizes, but, you're reckoning on something that's thousands of miles across. So We're not talking about a pebble or an asteroid. We're talking about a sizable object, which you can normally expect to see coming. Yeah.
Well, I will give these people this much. There was recently a pretty big rock that came in and exploded over Russia. I know you know about that. And we didn't see it coming. We did not see it. It came out of the sun, kind of like the Japanese Zeros used to like to try to do to fool people. It would come out of the sun, so when it does come out of the sun, you can't see it, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about something in the case of the Russian object that was a small asteroid, something that maybe is 100 feet across. We're not talking about something that's miles across, or let alone thousands of miles across. So we're talking about a totally different scale of thing there. And it's certainly true that small asteroids like that could still creep up on us unexpected. and could cause a lot of damage if they made landfall. That one actually blew up, as you know, a few miles up, and still caused a lot of damage in terms of broken windows, and it's lucky people weren't killed in that. But, it caused a lot of structural damage, but still, we're not talking about anything. We're not even talking about a large asteroid. We're talking about a small asteroid and a planet, something the size of the Earth. We're talking about a different scale of thing altogether. So something the size of the Earth couldn't come out of the sun or the direction of the sun without us knowing about it a long, long time in advance. We've got a lot of big telescopes trained on virtually all directions in space, and astronomers are not going to be blind to a Earth-sized object barreling down upon us.
Well, I think that people need something like that to worry about, something to talk about, even if it's fictional, and it is fictional. But so, anyway,
it makes life more interesting. And of course, scientists are open to all kinds of crazy ideas. There's all kinds of crazy ideas in science.
Well, there's enough real stuff out there that can kill us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure there is.
Actually, let's talk about that for a second. What size rock would it take to collide with our planet to be an ELE, an ELE, an extinction event thing?
Well, to cause life to go extinct, or at least human life, you'd be talking about something that was probably a few miles across. So certainly bigger than a mile across, maybe something that's 5 miles across or 10 miles across. The object that killed off the dinosaurs 65 million years ago was probably 10 miles or more across. You're talking about an object on that kind of scale, several miles at least across, to cause even remotely an extinction event.
Okay. Let's say something that big was coming and it came out of the sun. Would we know about that, or not so much?
Yeah, we would know about it. We would know about it in advance. It's not like these things. Of course, they're traveling fast in space, but they're not traveling so fast that they could creep up on you overnight, as it were. Astronomers have got a pretty good handle on the big asteroids that could collide with the Earth now. They're not so clever on the smaller ones, like the Russian thing, and even ones that are maybe 10 times bigger than that, which could devastate a city. I mean, they could certainly, if it fell on New York or London or wherever, it would destroy the city. It would be like a very large nuclear weapon going off. So that would obviously be devastating, but it wouldn't wipe out civilization. It would cause a heck of a lot of disruption. Of course, the chances are it'd probably land in Siberia or northern Canada or the ocean. I mean, most of the Earth is actually uninhabited. So the overwhelming possibility is that it would land somewhere that didn't wipe out a city, but it would still cause a lot of disruption. If something, say, half a mile across collided with the Earth, wherever it hit, it would cause quite a lot of destruction.
Well, there you are. You know what I really... I'm sorry, Doctor. You know what I really hate? I hate newspaper stories that start out like this. Yesterday, the Earth really had a close call. Yeah, and it's like something pretty big passed the Earth really close, and we didn't hear about it until the day after.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that we're getting better at tracking these things. Years and years ago, of course, these objects still passed relatively close, sometimes closer than the moon to the Earth, but we weren't aware of them. We didn't have the equipment to detect these type of objects. Now we do. And so newspapers are able to whip up scare stories based on what are not really close calls. They're still, you're still talking about something that's passing you by a million miles away. There's no remote chance of collision, but because it's an object of a scary size that came, reasonably close, they say, oh, well, it could have hit the Earth. Well, no, it couldn't have hit the Earth. It was never on a collision course in the first place, and these things can't change direction at the last minute. And space is big. I think a lot of people don't realize how big it is compared to the size of objects in it. The Earth seems big when you're on the Earth, but once you get away from it in space, it's a tiny dot you know, and so are these objects that are flying around. So the gaps between objects are just vast compared to the size of objects themselves. So, you know, the chances of collision are very, very remote. Of course, we know they happen. They've happened in the past, and they will happen again in the future. At some point in the future, almost inevitably, the Earth will be hit by an extinction event asteroid. Statistically, it's almost guaranteed, but it could be millions and millions of years in the future.
If it was 5 years in the future, and it was headed our way, number one, how soon would we know about it? We're talking about something, say, 6 miles and a solid rock. How soon would we know about it? That's the first question. And the second question is, what could we do about it?
If we're talking about something that big and that was going to hit within a few years' time, first of all, we would almost certainly know about it now. But let's say for the sake of argument, we didn't, and let's say that the discovery was made tomorrow that this thing was on a collision course.
5 years out. 5 years out.
Yeah. Let's assume that we, for some strange reason, we'd missed it, and it was 5 years out. It would be, in fact, and if we're talking about something that's several miles across, it would, in fact, be extremely difficult to do anything about it. You know, probably the only thing you could do would be to try to break it up, but that could cause more problems than the original event itself, because all of those pieces of shrapnel, as it were, would still be on a collision course with the Earth, so you'd just be hit by many moderate-sized pieces rather than one big piece, which would probably cause as much damage anyway, and be unpredictable, and there would be no certainty that you could actually blow up something that big with, say, nuclear weapons. It may not actually break the thing up.
Of course, you'd call Bruce Willis right away.
You get on to Bruce,
yes,
and hope that he could pull something out of the bag, you know, and he probably could, you know. But in all seriousness, apart from blowing up the thing, which is an unlikely scenario, the only other way you can stop an asteroid is to deflect it. You basically put a rocket engine on the side of it, and you nudge it out of the way.
Okay, well that's exactly where I was going to go. We would immediately have to contact the Russians because we don't really have the hardware anymore. And if they could get a rocket to it, of course that's a very long manned mission, but assuming they could get a rocket to it while it was still far enough out, I guess it could be nudged.
Yeah, and obviously, if we knew for sure, the other thing is, of course, you can't be sure even once you've found the thing, and yet it seems to be coming kind of your way. You don't know whether it's going to hit you or not because it's you have to be very, very precise about that. As I say, objects are tiny compared to the spaces between you, so it's like one dust mote hitting another dust mote. The chances are it would miss us. What would happen if you put some sort of a rocket deflector on and you made the terrible mistake of actually knocking it onto a collision course, whereas before it was going to just slightly miss you? I suppose all you could, you know, and if you discovered something, you wouldn't know its orbit precisely right away. It usually takes a year or two to refine your knowledge of it. So you wouldn't actually know whether it's going to hit you or not. All you would know is it's coming close. So it would be hard to compute how much deflection you needed to do, if any at all. So we'd be in a real pickle if we found something that was just a few years out and that was that big. We wouldn't know whether to deflect it or not. And actually launching a mission of that complexity, I don't know whether we would be capable of doing it. Even if we threw all the world's resources into it, I don't know whether we would actually be able to pull it off in that really? Time frame. 5 years, maybe 20 years we could, but not 5 years, I don't think.
Really? That's a little concerning. You think we would see it, let's say it's 6 miles. We'll just work with that. We would see that how far in advance? Almost for sure. To be frank with you, we would already know of its existence. So we were talking about a hypothetical situation here, but somehow we've missed an object that big that is on a potential collision course. And, you know, most scientists in the know would say we would already know about that now. There's no way that we could have missed something that big. Something half a mile, maybe, but not 6 miles across. We know about all the objects that size already. We do?
We could be pretty much sure of it.
You mean there could not be rogue objects in an orbit that only returns every, I don't know, 10,000 years?
Well, but then you're talking more of a comet, and yes, in that case, if it's not in a sort of a regular small orbit around the sun, it is possible that a comet, for example, from way out in the solar system, if you're talking about a few years, probably not. We would probably even know about that by now, because comets brighten as they approach the sun. We would know about it. It's very, very unlikely. But let us stretch the point and say it's a very dark object on a very unusual course that we don't have our telescopes trained on. So if we entertain that as a possibility, which is unlikely, then we've got a 6-mile wide object that is 5 years out. Yes, it's within the bounds of possibility, because pretty much everything is within the bounds of possibility. We would be really, really stretched to do actually anything about it other than watch it and try to prepare contingency plans here on Earth for a large object hitting us. I don't think there's very much we could do to move it out of the way in that kind of time frame.
Oh, darn.
Well, yes.
Could we, while it's still way out there, compute pretty much exactly where it would hit? I guess it wouldn't matter, would it?
Only as you got closer. If you know, when you suddenly see something, when you suddenly make a discovery, say of a comet or an asteroid, you don't know its orbit precisely. You have a rough idea of where it's traveling. It's only over a period of time, as you gather data, that you can compute its orbit, and it's only after quite a long period of time that you can give an exact prediction. It would have to be pretty close before you knew that it was actually going to hit. Again, it's down to this size thing, you know, one very, very small object hitting another very, very small object, and it has to get very close before you can say it's going to actually land in the Atlantic or it's actually going to hit the Earth at all. And by that time, it would be way, way too late to do anything in terms of stopping it or destroying it. And then it would be just a question of preparing the population for, this major event that was going to happen.
The end, actually. 6 Mile.
Yeah, it's like that old science fiction film, when worlds collide. It would be that kind of situation, yeah.
Okay, all right. I have a challenging question for you when we get back about exactly this scenario. Think of it, sailing out there in silent space, tumbling a little bit, very dark rock against a very dark background of space.
Journey with me, show a smile for the people she needs.
In that darkest time between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
My guest is Dr. David Darling all the way from Scotland. Very nice to have him here. And again, I ask you, just, it's nighttime. Close your eyes and just imagine for a moment this 6 mile object. 6 miles in size. That's pretty darn big, actually, right? And it's tumbling. It's very dark. It's solid rock, probably iron, and tumbling in the darkness. And it's tumbling our way. Anyway, Dr. Darling, so after imagining all that, it's coming toward us. We get anywhere from 5 to 10 years warning, but we cannot stop it, as you have suggested. So if you were the one who discovered it, and you were the one who told the government, or whoever you tell, I guess everybody, really, if you thought about it, Doctor, do you think that you really would recommend, or that it would be a good idea to tell the world that it's about to be done, and that if we get hit, it's all over, we'll all be dead? Or would it be better to let people have 6 to 10 years of happy life, not waiting for the end?
Well, given the scenario, let's assume that this is what's happening without looking into, the chances of that.
All righty.
being the case, let us assume this is we're on to the different subject of how do we deal with the news of it. First of all, it would be very difficult, I think, to keep that kind of news quiet. I mean, let's say I'm the discoverer, so I'm a professional scientist, and I've made this startling discovery. It's unusual for scientists to work in such isolation that they would be able to keep that kind of news quiet. But again, let's make the assumption that I'm a group. I'm in it with a group of scientists who've made this discovery, and rather than make a sort of a sensational announcement that the Earth is doomed, we consult the government and say, well, this is what we think is going to happen. What do you think we should do about it?
By the way, is that what you would do, Doctor? You would consult the government first?
Well, I don't know whether I'd consult the government first. I think I would consult my scientific colleagues first of all, and I would look for verification of it.
Right.
I wouldn't just take my own figures and facts as definitive. I think that's the way scientists work. They're collaborative by nature, so they want to share the information. They want to get it verified. That's how science works. It works by peer checking of other work. So that's what you'd do. You'd say, you check on this for me. Do you think this is right? And then I think at that point it would actually be rather difficult to keep it to keep it quiet. But let's assuming you did. I think at some point you would have to consult other agencies as to how you go about releasing this news. It's the same thing as if we discovered extraterrestrial intelligence. What we would do there, something that is world changing, although in this case it might be world destroying.
Well, the reason I say this, Doctor, is because not only would people have that many years left of happy, not knowing life, but if you did announce it, and it became increasingly apparent that it was going to hit, there would be riots, there would be all kinds of horrible things that would go on, looting. People loot when they get blinked at the wrong way. So, it would be bad. And I would think the agencies you would talk to would probably say, better not to say anything.
If I was the ruler of the world, I would release the information. I would let people know exactly what was happening, so they could make. And yes, you're right. It would cause panic, obviously, but I think I prefer people to know what's happening anyway, so they can then make their own decisions about it. And there may be some rational decisions you can make. It may be even an object of that size isn't necessarily going to wipe out all life or even human life if we made some sensible precautions. Certainly with several years to go, you could make, for example, large underground bunkers into which you could probably send thousands, tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of people so that the race might survive after it's safe to go back to the surface. Those sort of preparations would be difficult to make in the dark. So my own preference would be to release the information. And in fact, I think that's probably what would happen. I think people would get wind of it. And I think pretty soon everybody would know about it. There would be panic, obviously. There'd be a lot of discussion as well. There would be people who say, wait a minute, I'm not sure I'm prepared to believe this. Let's make sure. Let's check. Because these are difficult things. We wouldn't know that far out that it was actually on a collision course. All we could say is that it's going to come fairly close.
All right. I've got a message from Chelsea through the wormhole. That's a sort of a computerized thing. People can send me messages, and she says, I've always thought, she's obviously seen the movie, always thought if you broke up an asteroid or a comet, even if the remaining pieces were headed for Earth, they'd be small enough to burn up harmlessly in the atmosphere. Is that right?
Well, the small pieces would. Anything smaller than about, say, 100 feet across probably would. That's what happened with the Russian asteroid or meteor, if you like. It's what happened in 1908 with the Tunguska event. That was another big, even bigger object, actually, that exploded over Siberia.
Oh, yes.
and flattened a wide area of trees. It would have flattened a city if it had come down over a city. So objects that size do vaporize, but anything that's bigger than that, for example, say half a mile across, would not. That would penetrate through to the surface. So you would, if you broke up something that was several miles across, you would end up with presumably a number of big chunks that certainly wouldn't burn up in the atmosphere. They would make it to the surface.
Well, from a cosmic point of view, our lives are very short, and in my short life, fairly short, I've already seen several of these, events occur. So that makes a person think, it could happen.
It could happen in the sense that there could be regional destruction possibly at this stage. But you see, in your lifetime, we've become a lot better at knowing what's out there, certainly in terms of the large asteroids. When you and I were born, we knew of virtually no asteroids that came close to the Earth. Now we know virtually all of them, in fact, probably all of them that are extinction events, with certainly out for the next century or more. As you say, it is possible that something could come on as unexpected, that is dark and an unusual object, because we're discovering things out there all the time, new stuff, so we can't rule that out. But in terms of near-Earth asteroids, we've got them pretty well nailed down, the ones that are a few miles across. But something that was coming from deep space on an unusual orbit, it is possible, yes, just about.
And if you're wrong, you won't have to apologize.
Exactly. That's right. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes, isn't it?
I guess it is the way it goes. I really hate it when my news guy beats me. I had a picture put up on the website earlier. It is an interesting picture, Doctor. It's from NASA's space probe Dawn. And it was sent from the surface of the dwarf planet Ceres, and it has revealed this pyramid-shaped object with a flat top. As a matter of fact, I've got a photograph of it at artbell.com right now. It's quite a good photograph. And the astronomers that are looking at it right now are saying they have never seen anything like it in the entire solar system. That's quite a statement.
Yeah, and possibly stretching it a little bit far. It is very unusual. First of all, to say it's pyramid-shaped, I think, is a little bit provocative, if I may say so. It's unusual, and it does kind of look geometric in the sense it looks like it's got shaped sides, but it's not really a pyramid like the pyramids of the Egyptian desert, for example. It doesn't sort of have four flat sides. It's an unusual looking thing, and it has bright sides to it and a sort of flattish top. And it is very unusual. Certainly on Ceres, we haven't yet seen anything else like it. There are some features on Pluto that look a little bit like it. And there are some objects actually here on Earth in the sort of Arctic regions. They're called pingos, and they're not as big as this. This is a huge thing, but then again, Ceres is a small world. It has a low gravity pull, so things that stick up could stick up higher and further than they would perhaps on Earth. There are these things called pingos. I'm not sure why they're called that. It's a strange name, but they are caused by ice swelling beneath the surface, pushing the soil up, and you get this sort of odd raised plateau that look sort of miniature versions of this thing, and so it's trying to say, well, it's unique on Ceres, but there are things that look kind of like it somewhere else, so it's not totally unique. And I think it's wrong to say it's pyramid shaped. It gives a kind of the wrong impression. It's just very, very unusual, I think. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's what they're saying anyway, pyramid shaped. And I thought, boy, when Richard sees this, he's going to lose his mind. Richard C. Holden. I'm sure he'll be commenting on it later. Okay, so let's talk for a second about Pluto. There was another gigantic surprise. And, somehow you think of Pluto out there as kind of like a billiard ball, just cold, round, uninteresting, hardly even a planet anymore, actually. And here our spacecraft goes by, takes these photographs. We see 11,000-foot-plus mountains, and everybody went berserk. How do you think? How can you account for those mountains?
Well, Pluto, like Ceres, is a surprising. Whenever you see a new world for the first time, and you know, we've grown up with Pluto since it was discovered in 1930. You know, and since you and I were children, we've known about Pluto, and it's been a dot in the sky, just a star-like point. And people have always imagined what it might be like, and it's lost its status, of course, as a real planet. Now we call it a dwarf planet. But nobody had really any clue what it was going to be like. So whenever you see a world for the first time, whether it's Ceres or Pluto or anywhere like that, you're going to find some surprises. The surprise with Pluto is that it looks to be so active. It looks like there's stuff still happening on Pluto, that it's not the dead, frozen ball of rock and ice that we previously presumed it to be.
Well, yeah, but it ought to be. It ought to be, right?
Well, it ought to be, but obviously it still has some residual internal heat that is driving these things, and that's the only way that these features could be formed. And it's obvious that something has happened on Pluto in the relatively recent past, and we're talking, of course, millions of years still, but in terms of the lifetime of the planet, that's pretty recent. You know, there's been resurfacing events. There's obviously been occasions where the ice has melted and stuff has been upthrust through the crust, and so that tells you that there is something driving that, and that has to be internal heat, which is left over from the formation of Pluto. And then so that is a surprise, considering its size. But the same thing is also happening on Ceres as well, and the Ceres is even smaller than Pluto. So there is some activity on the surface that is really unexpected.
But not explained. In other words, you can talk about it, but you don't really know exactly what causes it, right?
No, exactly. And that, again, is kind of what you expect. You expect the unexpected when you come across a new world. And then sometimes, because of the unique situation of that planet, it's produced interesting new features. It doesn't mean that they're not explainable in the long run. It's just that at the moment we don't have all the answers. And in the case of Pluto, of course, we're not planning to go back there anytime soon. So we have to make do with the data that the New Horizons has sent back to us.
Actually, Doctor, we're really not planning on going much of anywhere. I mean, I hear some fairly loose talk about Mars, and, you know, there's some guys sitting in a dome in Hawaii right now sort of practicing, but Mars is going to be really expensive, and it seems like after we did the moon, we sort of threw in the towel. I hate to put it that way, but we kind of did. I mean, these days we want to go into space, we have to say, please, Russians, help.
Yeah, well, we haven't really gone any further than low Earth orbit since the moon days. But the robots are doing a good job, and the robots are doing an increasingly good job as time goes on. They're more and more capable. Their onboard computers are more powerful. Their equipment is more sensitive, sending back good scientific data. So in the long run, you've got to think, well, maybe the robots are the best way to go, unless you really, really want to send people out there. And people are a problem because you have to send life support systems with them, and it's a much, much bigger investment and more dangerous, and Mars is 100 times further away than the moon. People think, oh, it's the next step. It's not really the next step at all. It's a giant, giant step, a giant leap. And just getting aboard a big spacecraft and going out there, Mars is not a friendly place. You know, people think, oh, well, it's more like the Earth than the Moon is. It's not a friendly place. It's a highly alien environment.
No, wait a minute. Mars is a little more like the Earth than the Moon. That's fair, isn't it?
Yes, it is a little more like the Earth, but its soil is toxic. It has no breathable atmosphere. Gravity pull is a third that of Earth. So long-term habitation on Mars is very, very problematic. Just getting people out there in orbit and bringing them back again is a huge technical challenge. Actually landing them on the surface and creating an environment where they can live for months or years on end. A huge, huge challenge, a massive challenge. You know, these ideas of sending out parties of people, in some cases seem largely unqualified, people signing up for trips to Mars is ridiculous. They wouldn't last 5 minutes on the surface.
And yet they're doing it. They're asking for volunteers, people who will, agree to a one-way only trip, and I think that part of it is certainly going to be true. It's going to be a one-way deal.
It's going to be a very short one-way deal as well. It's not like they're going to live there for a few years. I don't think they would last more than a few weeks on Mars. They have no idea what a difficult situation that is. And it's underplayed to a large. I understand the excitement of going to a new world and pioneering. It's in our blood, as humans, to do that. But I don't think people realize the difficulty of going to somewhere that's tens of millions of miles away and having to survive on your own. There's no backup plan if things go wrong. You're stuck there on your own.
Not getting dumped in Montana.
Not exactly, no. Not even like getting dumped on the moon, because at least on the moon you're only a few days away. On Mars you're a year away, and there's no rescue plan at all. You're there on your own. Very, very difficult situation. I don't think people realize the challenges involved.
You really think so? I mean, these people obviously are volunteering, and by the way, there's no shortage of volunteers. In fact, they had an enormous number of people volunteer for this one-way trip. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me at all. I think people are romantic by nature. They see themselves as pioneers. But if you look at the people that we sent to the moon, the first space pioneers, they were all trained fighter pilots. They had years and years of experience dealing with incredibly difficult situations. They were psychologically prepared for it. Fighter pilots, test pilots, they're not the romantic type. They're not the poetic dreamer type. They're practically minded, highly skilled, very, very psychologically stable individuals. The people signing up for this trip to Mars were people like me who are totally ill-equipped for that sort of situation. It sounds great in principle, living on another planet, but the reality is very, 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 very different. These people that are signing up, they're just ordinary folk off the street, really. They wouldn't have a clue how to deal with that situation.
Well, I assume they are vetted psychologically, and that is sort of a subject of its own. Could you be considered stable once you know the facts of what you're going to, if you make it to Mars? If you make it to Mars. How could you be psychologically stable and say, okay, send me?
It depends what we're talking about. It depends if we're talking about these where the public can sign up for it. I think this was the Mars 100 mission? I can't remember what it was called.
Yeah, something like that, yes.
By a Dutch company, yeah. And then there's also this new initiative where people are being holed up for a year in this sort of Mars simulation.
All right, Doctor, I'm sorry. I've got to break you off there and hold on. We're out of break, so we'll be back. This is Midnight in the Desert. Dr. David Darling is my guest. This is going to is really good stuff.
And ending sudden. Will you partake of that last offered cup or disappear into the potter's ground?
It's not radio, but it is what's next, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network, Midnight in the Desert, with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. My guest is Dr. David Darling, all the way from Scotland. And we are talking of many, many things, and none of them were on the list here, so I guess we ought to get to some of that. Doctor, you have written a number of books about extraterrestrial life. Do you think that we're going to find the first signs of alien life soon, maybe on Europa, maybe Mars? I don't know. Is that coming soon? Do you think they'll be announcing, aha, we have detected at least microbial life?
Well, the exciting thing is that we now know of quite a few places in the solar system where there might be life. as you mentioned there, Europa, which a number of years ago we would never have thought of as a place where anything could live. Mars, yes, Mars has always been on the cards, but places like Europa and some of the other moons of the outer planets, we always thought were just cold, frozen, dead places. But now it seems that there may be liquid water oceans underneath the surface, for example, of Europa. And Saturn's large moon Titan is another possibility. We know there's hydrocarbons on the surface and possibly the building blocks for life there at least. But you know, I think, my personal opinion is that we will have signs of extraterrestrial life, and I know people have been saying this for years, but I believe that within the next 10 years or so, say 10 to 15 years, we will have definitive evidence of extraterrestrial life. But I don't think it will come from within the solar system. It's possible, but we don't really have any life detection missions on the horizon that would provide proof, say, of life on Mars or Europa. But we do know of a couple of thousand planets now going around other stars. And you might say, well, how on earth could we find life on these planets that we know so little about?
Right.
But we can look at the light coming from these planets, and we can look at the type of substances that are in their atmospheres. And we are getting to the stage where we can do that. And over the next 10 to 15 years, we will get much better at that. And we will be able to, by looking at the light reflected from the surface of these exoplanets, be able to see what kinds of gases are in their atmosphere. And if we find, for example, that an exoplanet has an oxygen-rich atmosphere, that is a very strong indication that there might be life on the surface, because to have an oxygen-rich atmosphere is pretty unusual unless it's caused by biology. And certainly if you get a combination of gases like, for example, oxygen and methane, that is almost proof that there is life there. Now, if you've got a couple of thousand, and that number is growing rapidly, soon it's going to be many, many thousands of planets out there, and we can check the light signatures from all those planets, I personally think that that is where we're going to find the first evidence of life. We won't necessarily know what kind of life it is, just that there is some sort of biology going on the surface.
Interesting. Some kind of life, and this would be detected by light. Of course, we have presently no clue how to get close and take a real look. So that's how you think we will discover other life. You don't think we'll suddenly get a Jodie Foster type signal or something like that?
Well, that's always on the cards, and that is, of course, would be intelligent life, and it would be in the form of some sort of a signal that was being sent out by an intelligent race. I was just talking about life in general.
Yes.
But just because we can't get there or send probes there, and of course we can't send probes to other stars, not at the moment and not in the foreseeable future, but we are getting extraordinarily good at looking at the messages, the light that is coming from these worlds, and we could not just eventually look for gases like oxygen and methane, for example. We may also be able to look for industrial pollutants in those atmospheres. So the type of things that would indicate a technological civilization. So if we find a planet where there's life, we can then look for more details to see if there's possibly intelligent life out there. And there is always that possibility that we will get a signal out of the blue or the black, as it were, and that would immediately say there is intelligence out there. But there's a huge difference between life in general and intelligent life, and how often that transition happens.
Okay, let's talk for a moment about intelligent life, Doctor. Isn't it possible that intelligent life could evolve in an utterly different way than we have evolved, and they don't have radio transmitters, they don't have iPhone 6s, or any of that stuff, because they don't need it, because they've evolved in some utterly alien way?
Yes. Yes, is the short answer to that. And if you think of the progress that, even if you look at a species like ourselves, the human race, how far we've come in the past century or so.
Amazing.
We've only had powered flight since, what was it, 1903? The Wright brothers. That's just over a century ago. You go back to the 1950s, 1940s. That's when the first electronic computers were here, and now we virtually carry a supercomputer around in our pocket, in our smartphones.
That's right.
So that the rate of technological progress is absolutely dramatic. And if you extend that a few more centuries into the future, goodness knows what we're going to be doing. What we're doing then, if we survive, is going to be like magic in terms of our technology. We are already developing brain-computer links. It's quite possible that in some way we will merge with our machines to become some kind of synthetic intelligence or combined biological and artificial intelligence. And if you project along those lines, then an advanced race out there may be more in the form of a machine than a biological species. And they may be communicating by means that we have no conception of and not able to tap into at present.
Right. If you had to hazard a guess, Doctor, how common do you think intelligent life might be? Let's see. As far as we can see out, what is it? Almost how many billion years? 15, 13? What is it?
Yeah, the universe itself is about just over 14 billion years old. So obviously you wouldn't get life evolving right at the start, but there could be life out there that is billions of years older than ourselves. Yes.
Would it not probably regard... Well, all right, let me just go straight to this. Do you think it's possible that aliens are observing us, that aliens perhaps noticed when we lit off the first atomic bomb, I don't know, whatever we did that would have them keeping an eye on us?
I think it's a definite possibility. If there is intelligent life out there, certainly within a reasonable distance, because obviously the further away these beings are, that when they look at the Earth, they're seeing the Earth as it was in the past. That's one of the features of space. The further you look out there, the further you look back in time.
Yes.
So, but if say there was intelligent life within 100 or 200 light years of the Earth, so they're seeing us as we were, say, a century or so ago, they would be aware, if they have the instruments. And these are the same kind of instruments that we are already developing. As we were just talking a moment ago about our ability to be able to look at exoplanets and see whether there might be life there or not. Obviously, the other way around, if they're more advanced than us, they can tell more about what's happening on the Earth. So they will know that there is life on Earth, and they will probably know, if they're within a reasonable distance, that there is intelligent life on Earth. And then, of course, they will tend to watch us more closely, just as we would the other way around. And possibly they may, if they have the technology, be able to send out instrumented probes to take a closer look. So I think it's a very real possibility, and I tend to be on the optimistic end of the spectrum. There's quite a few scientists who think that intelligent life is probably very, very uncommon. I happen to think that it's perhaps more common than they would suggest.
Well,
so I think it's a very real possibility that we're being observed. Yes,
Doctor, I don't rule out ufology. I mean, I have seen things that. Most people that you talk to have. Now, sure, a lot of them are balloons, some of them are experimental aircraft and what have you, but I don't rule out the possibility that we're being observed, that some of what we see doing impossible things in our atmosphere may be from elsewhere.
Neither do I. I mean, just from a sort of theoretical point of view, there's nothing unreasonable about that. It's a perfectly fine scientific hypothesis that we are being. Oh, yeah, of course.
I would think a number of your colleagues wouldn't be happy with you saying that at all.
Well, I don't think they would have a problem with the idea behind it. They might have problem with the actual evidence itself. To say, they might say, well, yes, okay, maybe we are being observed. Show me the evidence that I can actually believe, and that's when the problems start. Because a lot of it is personal evidence. The whole issue behind UFOs is that this is a phenomenon that is only occasionally observed and almost at random. So you have personal testimony to back it up. You don't often see very large groups of people seeing the same thing with very, very good photographic evidence.
Yes,
for example, you see blurred.
But sometimes, Doctor, you do have large numbers of people seeing virtually the same thing.
Yes, you do.
And as my friend Richard C. Hoagland, who follows this show, says, and you only need, one white crow to prove that there are white crows.
That's assuming that it is a white crow. In fact, if you had definitive proof of one, then yes. I mean, if you had a white crow, then there's no disputing it. If you put it you trap the white crow and show it to the world, then yes, that's right. Then the white crow, there could be other white crows. But the evidence for UFOs, and this is the problem, even if a large number of people see a phenomenon, it doesn't necessarily mean it's an alien spacecraft. It just means that it's something that we can't explain. So UFO means unidentified flying object, which could, as you know, I don't have to say that to you, doesn't say it's an alien spacecraft. It could be some phenomenon we don't understand. For example, like ball lightning, just to throw out an example. A phenomenon that rarely occurs, that is seen occasionally and unpredictably, and is difficult, therefore, for science to study. Science likes to be able to reproduce things. And in the case of UFOs, these are things that are seen. And there's no doubt that of the veracity of some of these sightings, in the sense that people aren't making it up. It's obvious that there are some strange phenomena occurring, but what is behind it? Are these intelligently controlled things, or is it some sort of natural phenomenon that we don't understand? The evidence to me is still not compelling that they are intelligently controlled objects. That's the point I'm getting at. There's nothing wrong with UFOs, nothing wrong with the theory of aliens observing us, but let's get some evidence that's not just fuzzy objects moving in the sky.
Well, actually, though, there is fairly compelling evidence of things doing stuff that they shouldn't be able to do. I mean, if something's doing 20,000 miles an hour through the atmosphere and it makes a sharp right-hand turn, I have a problem with that. And they've observed that kind of thing on radar. Now, maybe you can say, oh, it's a radar glitch, I guess, but boy, they've seen some strange stuff.
Yes, they have. It depends who they are and how well documented it is. I always like, and I don't want to sound like a stick in the mud scientist.
No, that's okay.
Whenever somebody tells me something, first of all, I don't just take for granted what they say. I mean, if there's somebody I know well, I'll say, well, obviously you're honest. You're telling me something what you believe you saw. But I like to go to the original source. So if I hear something or somebody writes something, I like to go to, wait a minute, where did this come from? Where is the evidence? First of all, is what they're telling me the actual case? Either they've misinterpreted it or they're passing on something they've heard. Let's get to the actual best known scenario. Once we've got the data, then we can work from that. So if we see an object that's traveling at 20,000 miles an hour and it takes a right-hand turn, where is the documented case of that, the evidence of that, the actual source of that information? Is it the case that object actually exists? If it does, yes, we have a problem explaining it, because there's no natural phenomenon that behaves like that. So what do we do then? Either it's a natural phenomenon that we don't understand, or it's an entirely different phenomenon.
Or, Doctor, how about this? We have objects that have hovered above our strategic rocket areas and actually disabled ICBMs in their launch silos. Now, that's pretty well documented. Whether they actually were the agent that disabled them or not, I don't know, but that did in fact happen. Listen, so let's pick up on that when we get back. We're at a break point here. Dr. David Darling, astronomer, is with us, and Man, good stuff. All the way from Scotland. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness. This is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Well, all right. Why don't I give you the phone numbers? Actually, we only have one phone number. We have many lines, but one number. So if you have a question for Dr. David Darling, and I bet you do, the public line is area code 952-225-5278. One more time. Put a 1 in front of it. 1-952-225-5278. Then also we have, as you know, I'm trying to train people with Skype, so if you've got an Android or an iPhone, for heaven's sakes, put Skype on it. And then it's ever so easy. I know I hear the groans. I'm going to keep doing this until people start to get it right. Put Skype on your phone. It's a free download. Free. Put Skype on there, and then after you've done it, go to add a contact, the little plus sign, you'll find it. And if you're in North America, or Canada, simply enter MITD, the letters MITD 51. That's MITD 51. If you're outside, somewhere in the rest of the world, you can call us from anywhere, free. MITD 55. That's MITD 55. And after you have initiated that, I don't have to, accept you as anything. It will show up in your contact list, and you can call any time you want. Free of charge. All right. Back now to Dr. David Darling. If there is intelligent life out there, a doctor, and I mean a way out there, and they have been observing us, which is... I think it's fair to conclude that we might be, and I think you feel the same way, we might be getting observed right now, and they look at how we're behaving, our wars, the way we're treating our own biosphere, the Earth, what's going on right now. I personally think we're in the middle of poisoning our own planet, but that's just me. A lot of people think there is nothing that we can do that could possibly harm Mother Nature in any way. I don't know. If they looked at us and they were to judge us, how do you think we'd make out?
Well, I think that other intelligent species have probably been through the same problems as we are currently going through. Fair. And if you think of a race that is dominant on its planet, has risen to dominance over a period of millions and billions of years, as we have done, to become what we perceive to be, as it were, the top dog in terms of intelligence and technology, they probably have been through similar crises to us. You don't get to be the top dog without being a fairly vicious, self-serving species, and so you probably have the aggression built into you. It's a question of whether you can control it and come out on the other side. With us, we're in the balance at the moment, and things are not looking too good, and I'm certainly exactly in agreement with you that we are causing untold damage to our biosphere at the moment, and it's us to blame, and only we can fix it or stop doing the harm we're doing. But I think other species probably too have been through that situation, so I think they would understand us. I'm sure that aliens who have intelligent aliens who have mastered their world have that belligerent streak in them. So I think they would see possibly some similarities and maybe have some sort of sympathy with what's happening here at the moment. Whether they would actually intervene to help us or want to quarantine us or not is another matter. But I don't think they would think it was particularly unusual what's happening here.
Well, dismiss them if you will, but most of the supposed alien contact, whether it's by abduction or by some message delivered in a crop circle or something else, most of it seems to suggest that you had better change your way, meaning us, or you are going to lose the planet you're living on. And I don't know that, I mean, maybe we will change, but I don't know that we're going to do it in time. And so interviewing people like Dr. Kaku suggests that, you know what, we had better figure a way to get to another planet eventually because we're going to need it.
Well, the only other planets available to us are in the solar system. We can't reach other stars. We have no technology available
as of yet, right?
As of yet, yes, and as of within the foreseeable future, to move any large number of people to another star in any kind of realistic timescale is out of the question. So if you're looking at a sort of a lifeboat world to go to, you would be looking at somewhere like Mars, for example. My own view of that is that unless we can look after our own world, there's not much chance that we're going to be able to fix up some other world so that we can survive on that. I don't think that's I think that's a non-starter. To move to Mars, for example, and set up a human settlement there that may eventually be, the future for the human race, I think is completely unreasonable. Mars doesn't have a life support system. We can't suddenly terraform Mars into something that's a nice, pleasant world to live. And if we can't fix our own world, I don't think there's any chance that we can make a go of it elsewhere. I think colonizing other worlds is something that may possibly happen in the future, but we better sort out our own problems here, because this planet at present is dying, and within a century or two, we're going to have major problems here. I think the idea that we're going to sort of find another world to escape to is completely unreasonable. I just don't agree with that view at all, and I don't think there's any possibility of us being able to do that.
You don't think that the phrase "the planet is dying" is overly dramatic?
No, I don't think so. If you look at all of the indicators at the moment, well, it is dramatic. Yes, of course it's dramatic. But I think if you look at all, yeah, exactly, it is dramatic. Yeah. But if you look at the indicators, it's looking pretty grim, shall we say. We are in the midst of another mass extinction. I don't think that's an overstatement. If you look at the species that are dying out and look like they might be dying out over the coming decades, that is certainly not an overstatement. And for the humans to bring about a mass extinction within our lifetime is close to saying that the planet is dying. And if we destroy the biosystem around us, we're going to destroy ourselves. There will be survivors. The bacteria will always survive. But whether any of the higher life forms will be still here in 1,000 years' time, I think is an open question at the moment.
Huh. If you were the dictator of the world, you alluded to something like that earlier, what would you be now ordering?
Well, it depends what you allow to be controllable.
Oh, you're an absolute dictator.
Well, if I was a benign dictator and people followed what I was going to say, I would say we have to manage the resources we've got, and we can't do that if we keep increasing the world's population. There's a limit to how many people the world can support. At the moment, the population is growing outside of our bounds. Also, we have to learn to work within the resources. So we can't just keep mining stuff out of the earth and hoping this is just going to go on forever.
All right, Doctor, hold tight.
Fossil fuels are limited. So we're going to have to learn how to use other forms of energy pretty soon.
Okay, hold it right there. We'll be right back.
What about killing fears? Is there a time? What about all the things that you said was yours and mine?
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Well, all right. Dr. David Darling is my guest. He's coming to us all the way from Dundee, Scotland. And we're talking about, well, things up there. And we're about to go to the line. So if you have something you want to ask, now would be just a spiffy time. One last question. Well, actually two. One from the audience. Dan in Anaheim writes through the wormhole. Seems to me, he says, like mainstream scientists fall victim to the old adage that says that when a man has a hammer, all problems begin to look like nails. They all want to measure volume with a ruler. What makes them think our tools are adequate to study aliens? Do you have any response?
No, he's quite right, and I don't think scientists are that close-minded. Scientists have considered all possible forms that aliens might take. We're not close-minded that we think they have to look like us or behave like us or be like us. All possibilities are open, but if you're going to try to detect aliens, the presence of aliens, you have to start looking for things that you're familiar with and with the tools that are available. It doesn't mean you're not open to other possibilities, but you have to work with the tools that you have to hand. Perhaps in the future we'll have better tools.
Well, God help them if they look like 10-penny nails. All right. Yes, let us take some questions. Lewis on Skype. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Bell. Dr. Darling, I'd appreciate some elaboration on an answer you gave to an earlier line of questions from Mr. Bell regarding others observing us, UFOs, and not just entities observing us from a billion light years away. Are you suggesting that perhaps faster than light travel might be possible, or fill in the blank, if you would, as to how they might have arrived here? And that's my question, sir.
Okay. Do you want to hang on in case you've got a follow-up? I'm curious, too.
Well, again, we don't know how faster than light travel is possible at the moment. There are restrictions within physics, but we also know possibly of ways, speculative ways, that you get around them. Obviously, people have heard of wormholes and shortcuts through space-time, if you like. We have no idea how you would be able to do that, but certainly faster than light travel, faster than light communication is not out of the question. And my response would be that if beings have arrived here, if they've arrived in their spacecraft, or if we ever hope to travel to other stars ourselves, we will probably need some form of faster than light travel. So I certainly don't rule out that possibility, and it would be my guess that if there are spacecraft in the vicinity of the Earth, it's quite possible that they have found this means of faster than light travel. They could also have taken the sublight route as well, but that obviously prevents you from traveling great distances, really, because this interstellar distances are so huge.
Well, I appreciate getting that on the record, and thank you, Mr. Bell.
All right, thank you very much for the call. Winter Haven, Florida, probably on the phone. Hi.
Hey, Art, this is Tom from Florida, former juror.
Oh, okay, hi.
How you doing? Yes, Doctor, I had a question. We were talking about a catastrophe from an impact and everything earlier. I was wondering, what would happen if something catastrophic was to happen to our moon? Like it was to break up somehow or explode? How would that affect the Earth?
Yeah, good question.
It would be catastrophic for the Earth if the moon were to explode. But I wonder what mechanism you think might cause that. The only way the moon could be destroyed would be by something very large hitting it very hard. There is no other possible way in which the moon could explode other than by a collision. And it would have to be hit by a planetary-sized object. So the passage of that planetary-sized object in itself would cause problems to the Earth, and never mind whether it hit the moon or not. The destruction of the moon is an extraordinarily unlikely event. If it did happen, then obviously large pieces of the moon would, some of them at least, would head our way, and that would be disastrous. But a very, very, very unlikely occurrence.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the call, and take care. Let's go outside the country somewhere. Art, hello.
Hello, Art. Hopefully you can hear me. There's jitter in the line. I'm down in the Baja in Mexico.
Oh, I hear you fine. Go ahead.
Off the grid. I'm living on the Sea of Cortez, south of San Felipe.
Okay.
And boy, is it hot down here, let me tell you. Anyway, I've been listening to you, Art, since I was studying mechanical engineering at the University of Utah, and one of the old buildings they tore down now overnight, pulling overnighters to get ready for exams and that, and thermodynamics and whatever. And so I've studied mathematics to a pretty high degree, and I have a mathematical probability study that I've derived using Carl Sagan's figures out of Cosmos, absolutely proving that evolution is mathematically impossible.
Really?
Yes. I have the figures. They're pretty simple, actually. You just need to know the law of addition of exponents in algebra, no higher than that. And
evolution is impossible in layman's terms. Why?
Because the probabilities are so astronomical. For instance, there's a term in mathematics called permutation. And you have 22 amino acids that are the building blocks for protein. Well, one protein, 100 amino acids long, the number of permutations is 20 to the 100th power available. Just combinations from that one length of 20 amino acids.
But, okay, that means it's complicated but not impossible. In other words...
Well, let me finish.
Okay.
The probability of that happening, just that one protein, randomly forming over I've given 10 billion years as the limit for what could have evolved. Having each Earth, I put 10 Earths around each star that Carl Sagan says exists, which he says was 10 to the 22nd power. And put 10 Earths around each star, filled each Earth's oceans with amino acids instead of water, which are, our Earth has about 10 to the 46th power water molecules in the oceans, and had all of these amino acids combine every second over 10 billion years into proteins exactly 100 amino acids long, and the chances of just one protein, not an entire ecosystem or the body itself, to randomly form is 1 over 10 to the 43rd power, which is 0. Okay. And I sent this to Michio Kaku, asking him for his reply. He never gave me a reply, of course.
All right, well, you've got Dr. David Darling here, so let's see what he says, Doctor.
Well, this is not a new argument, the idea that things come together to give biochemical molecules and then life. The chances of atoms flying together in a certain way to give a life form, for example, are incredibly remote. It would never happen. But that's not the way evolution works, and this is the fallacy behind it. It's not a random process at all. It's a synthetic process. So once you have a simple molecule, amino acids, they do tend to form together into polypeptides and then into proteins.
Right.
There's a natural process there which happens and which occurs. It's not a random process at all. And if you expect small components to fly together, for example, to form some sort of a model of a car, it would never happen. It's not a random process, and this is the fallacy of this argument. Evolution follows a course of one thing building on another, and once that stage has been reached, it's no longer a random process. It is not a designed process, but there is some synthetic process going on that is not random, and to treat evolution in that way is a fallacy. It doesn't work that way. It's the same way that more complex organisms have arisen from simpler ones. It's a competitive process, and the successful things that emerge at the end are not due to a random process. They're due to a selection process, a natural selection process.
Okay. Anonymous, hello there. You're on the air with Dr. Darling.
Hey, Dr. Darling, how you doing? Hi, Art. Good to have you back.
Thank you.
I got a question for you. I've been following what's been going on for a long time now, since like the early 80s, 1983, where they put the IRAS up and the money. I say always follow the money. They've been spending trillions of dollars building these underground bases, seed vaults. The Vatican built, the telescope over there in Arizona. They've built them down there in the Antarctic and in Australia. And they all seem to be looking for something and I know you guys don't believe in Planet X from what I'm listening. You mentioned that if something was going to hit us, that's all the things that you would do. And it just seems like that's what they're doing, and that's what they've done. So
is that, sir, I'm really curious. Are you a Planet Xer?
What do you mean a Planet Xer?
Well,
I believe in Planet X.
Okay.
I believe that something is coming. I believe that they have spent trillions of dollars on it. I mean, you look all around, they're building these underground bases. They're stocking it to the hilt. They're building seed vaults. They've built observatories in the Antarctic. They've built observatories in Australia. The Vatican built one in.
Okay, but all these things that you're describing, wouldn't they be prudent measures to take for any disaster? I mean, not just Planet X, which I don't believe in, but anything else that might happen that would be awful.
Trillions of dollars. All the governments around the world are doing this, and this whole thing with Jade Helm now looks to me like they're getting ready for martial law in preparation to lock down the country. Because it's like a convergence.
Jade Helm.
Yeah, Jade Helm. They've moved all the military around the country, getting ready to lock it down for martial law, and
they have been talking about martial law coming since I have been broadcasting. It's always coming. It's always around the corner, and
it is. It's right around the corner. I believe that you're going to see it within the next 6 months.
6
Easy.
months. Okay. Not
Easy.
September?
And in the immortal words of Malachi Martin, keep your eyes to the skies.
Well, I'll go along with that. All right.
Warning. You know what warning is, right?
I do.
Okay. You understand the whole scenario of it, right?
I do. I keep up with things, sir. So, yes, I know about Planet X. I know about Jade Helm. I know about all the stuff going around, even the September stuff. I know about it all. That doesn't mean I buy into it all. I know about it. So there you go, Doctor. There's a lot of, no offense to that guy, but there are so many people now that believe essentially what he just said, and he took it pretty light, frankly.
Yeah, well, obviously he talked about a lot of stuff, and he was stringing a lot of stuff together that other people might not necessarily think go together. The fact that we build seed vaults is a sensible measure if plants are becoming extinct. We would like to be able to keep those seeds for the future, so that when conditions improve, we can replant them. That's not anything to do with Planet X. It's to do with retaining the biosphere and preserving our biological heritage for the future. If you're talking about observatories in various parts of the world, for example, the Antarctic, they're not looking for Planet X. The observatories in the Antarctic are looking for cosmic neutrinos, as it happens. They're built for a specific purpose. Other observatories are built for looking at the universe in general, not looking at Planet X. As far as martial law goes, you're bringing in all sorts of things and trying to make it seem like it's a theory when it's not. It's just a personal opinion and a personal attitude towards things, and it doesn't wash with me at all. That if you're going to make these sort of extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence, not just wishy-washy hand waving.
Okay, all right. Skype, Timothy, you're on the air with Dr. Darling.
Hi, Dr. Darling.
Okay, back away from your microphone a little bit, sir.
I'm sorry.
That's better.
I'm talking on my Android phone.
That's fine.
My question for Dr. Darling was, what was his thoughts on fast radio bursts? I think the last one happened in Australia in May 2014. I'm sorry.
I missed it. Fast what?
Fast radio bursts.
Fast radio.
Signals heard from space. The last one was May 2014.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of this.
I'm not. Yeah, I guess fast radio bursts. I'm not so familiar with that. Is this some sort of astrophysical or something like gamma ray bursts, or do you know anything more about it? Because I'm not.
I believe they're shortwave radio communications, just about 20 seconds of some sort of audio at a time, and they've been heard since 2001. At least that's the records I can find at the moment. And the last one happened last year in May of 2014.
Okay, well, I monitor shortwave, sir, myself, very carefully. I'm a ham operator, and I haven't seen any news about what you're talking about in the shortwave bands. Would you be so kind as to send me something on this? Do you have anything written?
I found newspaper articles, Art, about it, and I can send it to you over Twitter, over your Twitter feed.
Well, Twitter's not long enough to explain that. Can you send it by email?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Okay, all right. Thank you. artbell@artbell.com. I don't, reject this sort of thing out of hand, but nor do I accept it. I haven't heard about this, so.
Well, if it's a short radio burst across, a fairly broad range of wavelengths, then it's probably, and it's not coming from the Earth. It's not an artificial signal. It's probably an astrophysical source, probably extragalactic. The only thing you'd have to be interested in really is if it was a very narrowband signal. That's what you'd be looking for. And
sure.
If he's kind of saying, might it be artificial in terms of some civilization sending out a signal, that would tend to be a narrowband signal, and that would speak of it being artificial. But if it's across a range of wavelengths, then it's probably a natural, astrophysical type of thing.
Probably, but if it's in the shortwave range of frequencies, frankly, it's so congested and such a mess that you probably wouldn't know it even if you heard it. Certainly wouldn't know the origin. Deming, New Mexico, I think. You're on the air with Dr. Darling. Hi.
Yeah, you got it. It's Steve, and hi, Art. And
hi.
Doctor, you are a great guest, and it's just so easy to listen to you, and this is a great show.
Thank you.
This is a great show.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
I have just a thought, I'll say. I was going to say a theory, but it's not a theory. Now, first of all, before I express it, I am very much in agreement with your discussions on, the possibilities of us being watched or other, whatever may be going on out there in the vastness of the universe, let's say. But I have always had a thought that maybe, just maybe, we, because we're aware of ourselves and we have our egos and whatnot, with all the vastness out there, why would there be an interest in us unless possibly we were transplants or something, we were placed here maybe, but in all that vastness, I always thought, isn't it a little egotistical of us to think that they'd be interested in us? Now, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts would be the same. If it were not for the fact that we can and we are developing the means to look at other planets and possibly detect life on those worlds. Now, if we do, in the future, over the next few years, we start looking at exoplanets and we see some that have life on them, they will become natural focuses of interest for us. And therefore we will tend to zero in on them.
All right.
So,
hold it right there, Doctor. We've got a break. We'll be right back. I'm Art Bell.
Did you see the lights as they fell all the year around you? Did you hear the music? Oh, higher and higher, baby. It's a living thing.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
What a fascinating opportunity to speak with somebody like Dr. David Darling, all the way from Dundee, Scotland. I'm Art Bell. And I want to ask this, Doctor, before we go back to the poems very quickly. A lot of people want to talk to you, but you have looked into the nature of consciousness, and that is one of my favorite topics, period. And so I guess I would ask what you have concluded about its nature.
Well, I wrote 2 books on that subject back in the 1990s. One was called Soul Search, and the other one was called Zen Physics. And the Zen Physics, as you can probably gather from the title, was an inquiry into both Eastern and Western views of the nature of consciousness.
Right.
And I've, as a scientist, I've kind of got some very unconventional views on this subject.
Good.
In other areas, I'm open-minded, but I tend to follow the party line unless I see extreme evidence. But in the case of consciousness, I don't think science has a very good handle on what it actually is.
Agree.
And my belief is that consciousness is a lot more fundamental than what science would lead us to believe. So obviously, science believes that consciousness comes about through the workings of the brain, and when the brain dies, so does consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
I am of the opinion that consciousness is more fundamental than that it is something that is kind of out there. And what the brain really does is not create consciousness, but acts as almost as a filter, or at least a receiver of consciousness. And the books really kind of play around with that idea. It's more, I guess, more of an Eastern view of what the mind is and what consciousness is. It's a more all-embracing concept. We tend to focus in the West a lot more on the ego and ourselves, and we build them up to be quite important things. Our self is really just a narrative, a little story that builds up during our lifetime. Consciousness is a lot more basic and more important than that. And I think it's a fundamental, rather like energy and time and things like that. I think it's something that our brains have evolved to tap into, but that when the brain dies, that's when consciousness expands, because in fact it lies beyond the brain.
Okay, well that's quite a step for you to take. Now, if you're willing to take that step, then are you willing to take the step beyond that suggests there is a creator, there is a God? A lot of scientists don't believe in God.
I don't think the two are necessarily related. It doesn't mean that the one discounts the other or proves it in any way. I think you can conceive of this idea of consciousness being out there without there being a God. And by the way, if you ask somebody or ask me whether I believe in God or not, the first thing I'm going to say is, what do you mean by God? And then I might be able to give you an answer. If you mean something that is supernatural and existed before the universe, then that is one thing. If you say, okay, it's some sort of intelligence behind the universe, then that would be another thing. You could imagine a highly advanced alien intelligence could almost have godlike powers. So if you're going to ask about that, then you need to define exactly what you mean by God, a Christian God, an Eastern God, some kind of other God, And I'm open-minded about that.
Any kind of God.
I'm open-minded about it. I guess I would regard myself as a spiritual person, in the sense that I think there are things beyond science. And I can buy into the idea of a benign intelligence behind the universe, but I don't have a strong commitment to it. I don't have a strong feel. I certainly don't follow any particular orthodox religions, but I'm open to the idea that there is a being behind the universe.
All right. If you have looked into the Eastern religions, and what about the concept of reincarnation?
Well, it took me a whole book to explain that. That was what Zen Physics was about, really. It was called The Science of Death and the Logic of Reincarnation, but not reincarnation in a sort of a Buddhist sense, but in the sense of the continuation of consciousness after death. So I believe that what happens when we die, when our brains die, is that consciousness continues, and that from our perspective, it doesn't really make any difference, the fact that we lose ourselves. We lose our memories of this person that existed before, but other beings are constantly coming into existence. And I think just as, for example, people fear death because they fear losing themselves, but we don't fear the time before death, when we didn't exist. And I believe it's just a series of adventures in consciousness, and therefore I don't have any problem with the idea of us continuing after we die. It's just that it's not us as an individual, it's someone else, but that's not a problem because it's happened before.
That's a pretty remarkable position for a scientist, I believe.
Well, yeah, scientists do have remarkable views. If you talk to them in private, they don't all just follow what's in the textbook. You know, everybody has their own personal views, and you find Christian scientists, you find atheist scientists. They all have their own personal beliefs. You know, so everybody has unusual ideas, and the universe is an extraordinary place. Whatever the explanation for the universe, it's remarkable. It's
right, but you don't find too many scientists willing to express that belief on a big radio program.
No, but I'm basically a science writer. I don't hold a position at a university. Maybe if I did, I'd be a little more careful in what I said, because you can easily lose tenure by putting your foot in.
Boy, isn't that the truth?
In things.
All right.
So yeah, I speak my mind, and that's
good
one
for
of
you.
the happy. Yeah.
All right. Hilo, Hawaii. Hello.
Wow, incredible show. Dr. Darling he has some insight, I got to say. Art Bell, I like the way you're coming across it. Blake Cousins right here at Third Phase Moon. I got two questions. First of all, I wanted to ask Dr. Darling this big one. How many people have gone through the death process since the beginning of man?
Sorry, is that your question? How many people have gone through the death process?
Since the beginning of man, is what he said.
How many people have died?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a number. I got the number. I could give it to you. But
I don't know. Obviously in the billions, but I have no idea. It depends what you'd mean by when do you start counting from? 10,000 years ago, 100,000, a million? I don't know.
Good point.
I suppose there were fewer people back in the long ago, but obviously it's in the billions. I don't have a figure off the top of my head.
How many, Colin?
Yeah, well, you know what? It comes out to be about 130 billion people have been born and died since the beginning of man. So there is this process that is still unexplained. We haven't figured it out. Back to the celestial thing that we've been talking about earlier real quick. I just want to get it out. Breaking news. Maui had an incredible celestial event captured by multiple eyewitnesses. I just sent it to your Art Bell at artbell.com. Contact Art. I think you should take a look at this.
All right, what is it?
Well, it's basically some kind of, the DOD says it's a space operations. Well, the Vandenberg's saying that it's from the Cosmos 1315 payload launched in 1981, but they're not exactly sure. They're just speculating that's what it is.
Is this something that re-entered the Earth's atmosphere? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. It looks like when you could have imagined Columbia coming down over Hawaii at night, the Columbian shot, absolutely stunning. But this is the thing. Dr. Darling states that our technology is this great and fantastic. We could predict an asteroid coming from from long ways, but we can't even predict this. Even the DOD doesn't have direct answers. Can Dr. Darling explain why?
All right, excuse me. Where did this thing come down again?
This came over Maui.
Over Maui, okay. And so it was like a trail of fire over Maui, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. I spoke with an eyewitness today, right on the ground, that witnessed it last night as well. He didn't know what it was. And even the DOD doesn't know what it is. They're saying it's something from 1981.
All right. Well, Doctor, it's a good point, I guess. We can't even track our own space junk. Well, we do track it, and sometimes we know when things are coming down, and then apparently sometimes we don't. What do you think?
Well, it's fair to say. I think we know where most of the large pieces of space junk are, as far as I know. I think the two events the two things are unrelated. Tracking large asteroids and tracking the re-entry of space junk is not quite the same thing. There are different systems involved in doing that.
Yes.
If a bright object is seen re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, it could be artificial or it could be a meteorite. I don't know about this. It's hard to comment on something when I don't know the details, but if something has been seen coming down, it doesn't have to be artificial, because meteorites fall to the Earth all the time, so we'd have to know what it was.
Right.
So I don't have anything more to say about that, really.
Okay. All right. William on Skype, hello.
Art.
Yes, sir.
Art, this is such an honor.
Okay, get a little closer to your microphone. Wherever your mic is, get close to it.
Okay. It's right near my head.
Okay.
So I've been listening to your show since 1995, when I was living in Taiwan and handing out episodes to everybody I knew, mostly of the shows you did with Michio Kaku which is what I want to ask Dr. Darling about today. This is what drives me crazy about the whole conversation about space travel, and it's the issue of the multiverse and the fact that particle physicists now think there are at least 11 dimensions. Now, if that's true, and if we're completely oblivious to most of these dimensions, doesn't that kind of open up infinite possibilities for extraterrestrial presence, travel, and also this confluence of science and religion, art, which is something that you have made a contribution to human civilization with. So I thank you for that as well. That was the thrust of my question, Dr. Darling. I'd love you to touch on that. This is something Michio Kaku talks about all the time, and I think it's a very profound issue.
Okay. All right. Multiverse, Doctor.
Okay. Well, yeah. It's now a commonly accepted theory. We don't know whether it's true or not, but there's certainly no disbelief in the idea that there may be many other universes out there. We may be just one of many, just like there are billions of stars. There may be billions of other universes, and it's not so much of a controversial theory anymore. It's kind of mainstream, really, in science. So from that perspective, yes, really anything goes. The laws could be different in these other universes. Many of them may be sterile. Many of them may have forms of life. We don't know. Anything goes, really. They would each have their own starting conditions and laws of physics. So the possibilities are endless. So in general, that's a reasonable comment. As far as the dimensions go, of the 11 dimensions, and we don't know about this, there are various theories. Some involve fewer, some involve more dimensions, but the number 11 is kicked around quite a lot. The three, of course, we're familiar with, the 3 dimensions of space and the one of time. But the other dimensions are not macroscopic dimensions. They're quantum level dimensions. So in other words, space is curled up very, very small along those dimensions.
Doctor, I'm sorry to have to do this, but we have to break, so hold tight, and we'll come back and discuss the dimensions.
I was a dam builder across the river deep and wide, where steel and water did collide.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA, well, you know. To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
You can't help but laugh at the way he does that. Good stuff. My guest is Dr. David Darling, all the way from Dundee, Scotland. And what an appearance it has been. I wonder if perhaps as we discuss other dimensions, and we discuss this song, can't put them together, and it may well be that you get reincarnated to another dimension. Doctor, welcome back.
Good to be back.
Is that a possibility? I mean, if you embrace the concept of reincarnation, perhaps reincarnation to another dimension is as likely as anything.
Well, yes, I suppose it depends how things are arranged when we fully understand the universe. Anything is possible. At the moment, science is a very, very curious place. When we can talk about multiple dimensions and multiple universes and quantum events, it really is it's a wonderland of a place. And so there's so much that we don't know. Dark energy, dark matter, we don't know what they are. We don't know what more than 3/4 of the universe is. So there's a lot of unknown stuff out there.
Boy, there sure is. All right, any further comment on, you were in the middle of talking about dimensions beyond our 3.
Yeah. I was just making the point, really, that we're talking about 2 different things there. You mentioned the multiverse, and that really refers to many other universes out there of which we have no knowledge, which could host life and all kinds of other things that we don't know about. As far as the dimensions of the particle physicists refer to, these 11 dimensions or 23 or however many, we have the 3 large dimensions of space that we know about, that we live in. But these other dimensions are microscopic, submicroscopic. They're quantum level dimensions. They're curled up, as it were, into a very small size. So they're of a different order of things than the dimensions we know about. So we need to be clear that we're talking about different things there.
Oh, yes. Indeed. All right. Let's see where to go. Where do you want to go? We'll go to Skype. Hello, Skype. Matthew.
Art Bell,
Praise the Lord.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. This is Matthew, the Sunday school teacher. And Dr. Darling, you're a wonderful guest and you have a wonderful accent, but I'm disappointed that you're not a religious man.
Well, you have a wonderful accent too, caller, but I bet you are.
Well, thank you, Art, but these people are calling in telling that Planet X will bring retribution, but the only retribution has come from the Lord God. And Dr. Darling, reincarnation is a wicked and idolatrous doctrine.
That's not a question, that's a statement.
It is a statement, and it sounds like one coming from somebody that I might be relative of somebody I know.
Well, I love the show, Art. Dr. Darling, please just tell us a little bit more about these extra dimensions, but I'll take my answer off the air.
All right, thank you. Wicked, huh? You really think wicked?
I'm not sure what the question was there. I think we just had a comment, and I don't know. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. It's a free world, isn't it? Or we hope to.
That it is. I recognize the tone, if nothing else. Let's go to La Jolla, California. Hello.
Yes. Hi, Art. Tom again. You made a reference to Jodie Foster in Contact earlier.
I did.
And as an aside, Agent Darling was in the Silence of the Lambs. My question is back to the subject of detecting an inbound comet or asteroid or something.
Oh, yes.
And the conversation about making an attempt to re-divert it or move it. And it reminded me of another phrase that was in the movie Contact, which why build one when you can build two at twice the cost?
That's right.
And it was a great line at the time, but it makes you wonder if it's such a small variance to detect whether the inbound object could strike Earth, that people can manipulate that minuscule variance in the data and actually create a panic and a good revenue stream to build a couple devices to try to protect the Earth. So I wouldn't put it past the industrialists or the bankers to. This is my new. I'm trolling for conspiracy theorists here.
Well, I'm sure you'll find them. Think about this: if an alien wanted to destroy humanity, they wouldn't even have to touch foot on the planet. They could take one good look at us, say, "What a bunch of baloney going on down there." Go on out to where the big rocks are, and reorient one in our direction. And that'd be it.
Sneeze on it, and it's here. Yeah.
Well, that's true. If they wanted to destroy us, if there was an advanced intelligence out there, there's a whole lot we could do about it. Why they would go to the trouble is another matter,
Well, I mean, if they felt that we were dangerous in some manner and not good to be venturing out from our little globe. Then that would be an easy way to get rid of us. You'd never have to touch Earth, just go on.
So I guess my question really is, the people detecting asteroids or comets, is there some built-in protection that we won't get fooled?
Well, what sort of built-in protection would you consider reasonable? I mean, scientists don't go into science to pull the wool over people's eyes. They go into science to learn the truth. They're not trying to cover stuff up. Governments do that. I agree. They have their various motives, but scientists don't cover things up. Why would they want to? They want to discover unusual things. It's the same with the extraterrestrial life. Why would they cover up the discovery of it? That's the whole point of science, is to discover new things and make it known to the world. So I don't have a...
Okay, Doctor, wait, well, there is the Brookings report, right? I mean, that was commissioned by government. And basically it said that if ET life was discovered, the disruption to institutions, to our basic everything would be so great that it should not be disclosed.
Well, that's an opinion of that group, or a few people that were involved in it, and it's a valid thing. It would cause panic, but it's not the entire scientific consensus, and it's just one possibility.
Well, you mentioned yourself, governments cover things up, and that sounds like one they might want to cover up.
It's a possibility. possibility. It's a possibility, yes. But I don't think the information would be able to be kept secret. I think it would get out anyway if it's something that big. But who knows? No, I don't know everything.
Well, or to the contrary, create something to put us in fear in one more way.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, thanks, Art.
All right, thank you very much for the call. Take care. And let's see. Let's go to Phoenix, Arizona. Hello in Phoenix, Arizona.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Just fine, sir.
Good. Hi, Doctor. I got a couple good questions for you. Now, we've been talking about these. I know that Professor Stephen Hawkins, correct, he's looking for extraterrestrial life as we speak. I guess him and a bunch of scientists are forking out hundreds of thousands of dollars to find this life. Now, my question to you, let's just say, what if? Let's say they find this life. Who is going to be the representative of the world or the Earth, planet Earth, to talk to them? Because like South America, Europe, they can sit there and say, yes, this life does exist. The United States, they say, our government says, oh, it doesn't exist. So our government's going to hide this information from us.
Well, let me turn it around on you, caller. If you were to pick somebody to represent humanity, who would you pick?
Basically, scientist.
You'd pick a scientist?
Yes. Like the good doctor here, because he wants to know. He's not going to sit there, he's not going to go for technology. He's not going to go for, let's do this with this and just skyrocket the dollar here. It's more likely, let's see what would benefit us.
Why do you make the assumption that governments will be trying to cover this up? I don't follow that line of thought at all. Why would they cover it up?
The United States government covers up everything. They try to cover it. Look at Roswell. Area 51.
Yeah.
Look at all this. Now, we have reports come out of, South America, Russia, stuff like that. These reports saying, yes, these UFOs do exist. They are here.
Well, we have no government officially recognizing that UFOs are alien craft that I know of.
On the one hand, you're talking about UFOs, and then you were talking about signals from, SETI programs. Those are two different issues as well.
They are indeed.
There is a scientific search or searches going on for signals from other stars, and that's a separate process from the business of UFOs. So you can't lump those two together. As for how we would react, again, I think if a signal did come in, it would very quickly be public knowledge, because the people that are doing the detection are scientists, they're free-thinking people, and that information would very, very quickly spread around the world, especially with the internet now.
All right.
And there have been false alarms in the past, and we know that that information, governments couldn't keep it a secret, I don't believe.
All right, hold tight, Doctor. Area code 952-225-5278. That's a public number, 952-225-5278, otherwise Skype here or worldwide.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Those are the numbers. We'd love to have you join us. Dr. David Darling, here all the way from Dundee, Scotland, is our guest. And we are talking about space stuff. So if you have a question, we'd love to hear from you. And we also touched on consciousness. I have a feeling, Doctor, we could do a whole show on consciousness. What do you think?
I think so. It's a great subject. It's a great subject, and an important one too, because it's our world, isn't it? Consciousness is what life is all about.
Indeed, so I have thought in the past that consciousness may turn out eventually, once it's all known to be the most powerful force in the universe. I know that's a real stretch, but I honestly feel that way.
I think so too. It's one of those questions that if you said, if you had 3 questions you could have answered, tell me what the nature of consciousness is, what it actually is. That would be one of my big 3.
I'm with you. All right, let's go back to the lines and say hello to, I believe it's Kalisher. Is that right?
That's right, Art. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, it's actually Johnny from PA. It's my first time using Skype. I just wanted to try it out.
Oh, it's working great. Sounds like you're right here.
My question is, I took Dr. David Jacobs' course at Temple University. It's called UFOs in American Society, and I'm wondering if the guest is familiar with his work, especially the first part of his course was really just about UFOs.
Oh, listen, trust me, we're going to have we're already scheduled, well, I hate to give away things for the future, but we're going to have Dr. Jacobs on. And he does not necessarily feel that aliens, and he does think they're real, and he does think abductions are real, but he doesn't think they're friendly.
And I'm right there with him, Art, as far as that goes.
I am too.
But the question is, the guest seemed to indicate that he didn't, I guess I got the feeling that he didn't think that the UFO side of it had been credibly
proven.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with him. It hasn't. Well, I mean, if you take the raw number of sightings and witness testimony, you can make an argument that it amounts to a credible thing. But, scientifically, classic, scientific, provable, repeatable stuff, no, not that.
True. That's true. I mean, it hasn't, and I brought it up in Dr. Jacobs' course. It's all of the evidence is anecdotal. But like you said, the raw number and the credibility of some of the witnesses, like the pilots.
I know. Trust me, I know. Doctor, any comments?
Well, again, I think there's this sort of opinion abroad that scientists, have no time for UFOs. It's not the case at all. Many scientists believe it's entirely possible that the Earth has been visited or is being visited by extraterrestrials. There's nothing unscientific about that. Mm-hmm. It isn't that scientists are against this idea. They just simply want the evidence. They don't want fuzzy patches in the sky. And by the way, even if a pilot sees something unusual, it maybe is something unusual, but it may be natural, or it may be artificial. We don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's an alien intelligence behind it. That's all I'm saying, is that there are many. You should always look for the most mundane explanation first. Eliminate all of that. Don't jump to the conclusion that it's something extraordinary to begin with. That's all I'm saying, is that's the approach that most scientists take. They go for the mundane first, eliminate all that. If anything is left at the end, then yes, that the possibility is now open to us. So it's just a question of the way you look at these things, really.
All right. Caller, thank you. I'm going to give you something to look at or listen to, and you tell me what Occam's razor would say about this. I was on my way home with my wife. My wife saw something coming up from behind the car late at night, 11:45, quiet, dead quiet, doctor, dead quiet. We got out of the car, looked behind us, and coming up from behind us was this monstrous triangle, metallic-looking triangle. It wasn't going quick, fast. It was going 35, 40 miles an hour at best, if that. It was not more than 150 feet above us. It was dead silent. Could hear crickets, a quarter of a mile away, half mile away, whatever. This thing didn't make a sound. Not a sound. It passed directly over us, then went out over the Pahrump Valley. And many, many people here in my little town saw this craft and had identical descriptions of it that hit the newspaper. Local Air Force Base said it was a C-130, which is silly, but that's what they said. The Air Force Base said, yeah, secret mission over Pahrump, C-130, haha. So when you see something like that, apply Occam's razor, what did I experience?
If I'd seen it, I would be as puzzled as you are, and I'm not doubting that you did see it. I have no explanation for it. I have no explanation for it at all. My initial feeling would be: are there military bases nearby?
Oh yes.
Is it?
But this thing was not, Doctor. It was not flying. At 30, 35 miles an hour, 40 at best, it was not flying. It was either floating or defying gravity.
Okay. Well, again, I have no explanation. I have no explanation for it, literally no explanation for it. So, I would have to look into it more. I'd have to talk to you. I'd have to talk to other eyewitnesses. Is there some explanation we can come up with that is feasible from what we know? I don't know. I have nothing to say on that except that I simply don't know. It's one of these personal experiences or group experiences that you hear about, but until you start digging around, looking at more evidence and the basic evidence, you can't even come up with a theory. All you can say is that I simply don't know, and that's an honest answer.
All right, and I can't expect more. Woodlands, California, is it?
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Hi. So I just wanted to make a comment about why the government may possibly be covering up the, any of the situations. According to Dr. Michio Kaku, when you cross an anthill, you don't go down and give them all your technology.
When you do what to an ant? I'm sorry. When you do what to an anthill?
If you cross an anthill, you don't go down and give them all your technology because they would not be able to understand it. According to Moore's law, technology advances for us at a rate of, it doubles every 18 months or so. For an alien civilization or whatever, their expansion is going to be at least as fast as the universe expands. Not only would we not be able to use their technology, but our brains most likely would not be able to understand it. So it would honestly be pointless for them to tell us. Also, in the movie Interstellar, the technology was so advanced, the beings had to create take a three-dimensional depiction of their world because, as I said, we would be unable to comprehend what was going on. Also, just a quick theory that I, came up with was the possibility that maybe we could be from another source or another planet, and maybe we possibly seeded the life to our planet. And this kind of goes along with the space traveling, time traveling humans are actually the UFOs, but possibly the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs may have been a seed with our life, and maybe we found that Earth was a planet that could support life. So we sent the asteroid not only to kill the dinosaurs, but to feed our planet, thus killing two birds with one stone, no pun intended. But I don't know if the doctor has any suggestions or comments about that theory. I would like to hear them. I can take this answer offline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we did talk about the idea that if there is alien intelligence, the chances are, first of all, that it's far more advanced than us. We've only had high technology in the form of being able to fly and have computers for over the past century or so. So you can imagine how advanced an intelligence that was 1,000 or 10,000 or 1,000,000 years ahead of us would be. The caller is right. It would seem like magic, and we wouldn't even if we looked at their technology, we might not recognize it as such, or it may not be visible to us. So there's certainly truth in that matter. As far as the seeding of life goes, of course, this is an old theory, the panspermia theory, that life can spread from one world to another, either accidentally or in the case of directed panspermia, where it's actually planted on other worlds. Yes, it's but the fact that is that asteroid that struck the Earth and did for the dinosaurs was a local asteroid. It came from within the solar system.
Doctor, what about the idea that Mars, which once I believe had an atmosphere, was perhaps even a livable planet? We don't know. It had its atmosphere stripped away. Something hit it good and hard. And isn't it possible that life was seeded from Mars to Earth?
Yes, it is possible, and it's possible the other way around too. We know that meteorites have arrived on Earth from Mars, so we know that for certain. We have those meteorites,
right?
And so it is possible, and it's actually a mainstream idea that we may be Martians, basically, that life may have evolved on Mars and transferred to Earth. There's nothing really controversial about that. It's entirely possible. In fact, it would be surprising if life hadn't evolved on Mars a long time ago, whether there's life still there or not. We'd have some explaining to do if it hadn't evolved there. It's perfectly reasonable that it would have done.
There you go. All right. Hello there. You're on the air with Dr. Darling. Hello? Going once? Hello? Yes?
Hi, Art. Thank you for having me on the show.
Sure.
I just have a quick question. I know that Dr. Darling was mentioning earlier about overpopulation, or perhaps there being too many people so that it's unsustainable for the planet.
Right.
I'm curious if the doctor would have anything to say regarding the repugnant conclusion or the paradox of life in and of itself being of value, and therefore having more and more children would be plus happiness for the people who are born. I'm not saying that I agree with that, but I'm just curious to hear what his take would be on that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the limit is as to what the Earth can support, but there has to be a limit. The human population is growing quite rapidly. I'm not saying that's the cause of all the problems. I think the way that we live our lives as well as the number of people is a problem. We all use far too many resources than we need to. But I think more and more people, obviously at some point there has to be a limit to how many the Earth can sustain. And if it has too many, then that's not going to improve life for anyone.
I guess we're going to find out pretty soon. Skype, Michael, you're on the air with Dr. Darling.
How you doing tonight, Art?
Fine.
I was just curious what the doctor would think. What if humanity has evolved? Excuse me. What if there was an ancient race that lived here, evolved, and moved on, and that's what we're going to find out there in our own solar system? Maybe eventually, they left behind.
You mean find ourselves essentially?
Yep. We were the left behind. We were the leftovers.
Okay. Why not?
It's like, what do you think about something like that?
Well, I think it's an interesting idea. It would make a great story. Nothing wrong with it in principle. I mean, humans started to evolve millions of years ago. There was certainly time for us to have several civilization peaks in the past. And to have evolved space travel. And there was actually time for it. The question is, where's the evidence that it actually happened? So I know nothing wrong with the idea in principle. It's just, tell me why I should believe in it. But if we do find life, relics of advanced life in the solar system, where they are our ancestors or not, who knows? I don't see the evidence that there was that actually happening. That would be my point.
Okay. Let's see. Short on time, to be sure, but you're on the air with Dr. Darling. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Is this me?
Yes. Only you know that for sure, but yes, you.
Well, okay. Hey, I didn't catch the beginning of the program, but regarding consciousness, did you discuss Dr. Oliver Sacks and his passing?
No, we didn't talk about him. No, I've read his books in the past. I think he was a fascinating man and excellent books. We haven't actually talked about him. No.
Maybe as a suggestion, Mr. Bell, you could have him like just go over his works and refresh everyone. I'm sure you know who that is, and he's just I didn't know what a fascinating man he really was until his passing, and I'm sad that it was after the fact.
I'm sorry, who are you talking about?
Dr. Oliver Sacks.
Okay.
He wrote a number of books, including Awakenings, and
right.
There was a hallucination one, and he was just he lived to be 82 or 83, I believe, and he's just a fascinating man. In retrospect, I implore you to check it out.
All right.
I have referred to his work several times in my own books, so I'm familiar. He was a great man, a great writer, but we haven't discussed him on the show so far.
All right.
I'm gonna let you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Art.
Right. Thank you, caller, and take care. Yes, I'm a big believer, Doctor, in the power of consciousness. I conducted some experiments with concentrated intent, using a lot of the audience to try to cause things to happen. And I must say I had some amazing, startling stuff that even scared me a little bit that occurred.
Mm-hmm.
It was so successful. Can we do this again, Doctor?
Let's do it again. That would be fun, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes. It's something. Dr. David Darling, thank you for being here, my friend. And is there anything you want to plug?
You can visit my website for all the stuff I've done, daviddarling.info, and it's been a pleasure being on your show.
Thank you, my friend, and good night. All right. Well, there you have it, Dr. David Darling. And what a show. What can I say? We'll be back tomorrow night. Do the same thing again. Well, not the same thing. Always something a little different. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, on behalf of Midnight in the Desert, good night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are in the world's time zone. Sports in order. I'm Judge Bell. Actually, welcome to Midnight in the Desert, truth or trash version. We're going to try it anyway, see how it works out. I have an idea, and we'll see how it works out. I think it will work out well. Everybody is behaved. We have two rules for the show: no bad language, and only one call per show. That's it. Those are the only rules, except tonight. There's going to be other rules. And I want you to listen to me. It's very important that you listen very carefully. The first thing we're going to do is jury voir dire. That's it, voir dire. And what I'm going to do is I am going to collect 4 jurors from my Skype setup, MITD51. So I'm going to collect 4 jurors. I'm going to do a little voir dire on them, ask them a couple of questions, make sure they're good jurors. And to be a good juror, you have to, number one, have a headset mic with your Skype or be using an iPhone or whatever. Good audio, right? That's qualification number 1. Number 2, you can have had no more than 2 drinks. What jury is allowed to do that? But no more than 2. Small ones. Let's see, number 3, you've got to be of good character, upstanding moral citizen, and all that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to impanel 4 jurors on Skype. I can do that. In fact, I'll show you how I can begin to do that. Let's see if we can find one right away. Michael, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm here.
You are. All right, Michael, turn off all devices.
Alrighty.
Because you'll be hearing on the air. Now, to be a juror, you have to be willing to spend an hour with us. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
Are you of good character, Michael?
Yes.
I'm hearing something in the background. That's not good. That's distracting.
It's probably the TV. I will turn it off.
All right, that will distract other jurors. All right. You can spend an hour with us?
I can.
All right. Guess what, then? You are juror number 1.
Awesome.
Okay. Juror number 1, stand by, please. Now, let's continue voir dire. Let's make it, oh, you know what? I just screwed up. See? I am so sorry. Michael, you need to call back, please. That was my fault. Totally my fault. Dino is here, though. Dino?
Yes, I am here, Art.
Okay, Dino, you sound too loud. You need to back away from whatever it is you're too close to.
My phone must be too good.
Oh, that's good. Now you're good.
Okay, good.
Okay. Are you qualified to be a juror, Dino?
I certainly think I should be.
Because you're upstanding?
I certainly am.
No more than 2 drinks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Dino, you're number 2. If Michael calls back, he's going to be a juror number 1. Now watch how I do this, I think. Let's see. Michael, are you there? This won't work if I can't add. I'm trying. Add to contact. Add to group call. Well, I tried. And it doesn't. Oh, if this doesn't work, that's going to mess up my whole scheme. It should be adding. I should be able to add. And I'm not able to add. Let me try again. Okay. John, are you there? No. And if I answer it like that, it knocks off Dino. This is just not good. Now Jack is there, right, Jack?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one more time I'm going to try this add to group call stuff. For some reason it doesn't seem to be doing it. Let's try it. Okay. Now we've got a caller, but we've also got one who got slammed onto hold because it didn't add properly. So I'm still having to try this. I'm sorry, folks. I figured this would just work. It does on my other setup. Who have I got here still?
You still got Mike?
Michael, okay. I'm really trying to figure out how to do this. And see, that's going to knock you right off again. Hello there. Michael, are you there? No? Must be Jack.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I should be able to add to group call. This is really annoying. And heaven knows I'm trying to do it.
I'm patient, sir.
I'm well aware you are. There should be someone named Joe in there, but I guess not, huh? Okay. This is not working well. All right, reorientation here. All right, everybody, hold tight. We're going to change up. I think I can do it on my other Skype. I don't know why I can't do it on this Skype. It doesn't make any sense at all, so let me decline these. Let's put together our jury on the international line, MITD 55. Everybody call to be on the jury, MITD 55.
Yes, sir.
That's what we're going to have to. I'm sorry. I can't take your call on this line. I'm pretty sure I can do it over on this line. Now, let me try it. It's MITD 55 if you want to be on the jury. So, who have I got? Kale? Is that right? Kale? Hello, Kale.
Yes, it's me.
Yes, yes. You're international somewhere, right?
Yes, I'm from South Africa.
South Africa? Wow. Okay.
I am your second caller from South Africa.
You are indeed. As a matter of fact, what are you doing in South Africa? Well, you're living there. What do you do there?
I'm a programmer. I program from home.
Okay. Excellent career.
Yes.
I am so annoyed at my Skype. Kyle, you're not a Skype expert, are you?
You see, it's about the upload speed. You have to get proper upload speed. If you have
I've got plenty of upload speed. I really do. Can you afford to stay on here for an hour?
Yes.
And be a juror?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can add now to this. Okay. And here we go. Now we should have somebody else on here. Kyle and I think is it Matthew?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Is it Matthew?
Yes, it is Matthew.
Okay, where are you?
I'm calling from New York City.
New York City. Can you be a juror?
I can.
All right. 2 drinks or less, right?
Have not.
Have not imbibed.
Have not invited. No.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's add yet another one. I think this would be Jason. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Jason. Where are you?
I am in North Carolina, Greensboro.
Okay. 2 drinks or less, right? Jason, turn off your device. You've had 2 drinks or less, right, Jason? Jason, I'm going to have to dump you off if you don't speak. Hello, Jason. Okay, well, unfortunately, we're going to have to knock him off. End the call. Okay, there we go. Jason should be gone. And, should be gone. Okay, there he goes. Let's continue on. Lewis. We have 2 jurors so far. We need 4. Lewis.
Yes.
Okay. Are you a good, upstanding citizen, Lewis?
I am a great, upstanding citizen, Art.
Okay. Can you stay on for an hour, at least?
I can stay on for an hour.
Okay. All right. Excellent. All jurors have to be quiet, by the way. We have Carl, Matthew. We had to eject Jason, and we have Lewis, so we need 1 more. Let's make it Brian. Maybe. Hello, Brian. I guess not. You keep trying here. Let's see. We've got an Adam. Hello, Adam. Are you there? I haven't done it yet. Come on, Skype. Do your thing. I'm trying to add to group call here. And it's not letting me. So I've only got 3 jurors. That's really strange. Now this Skype is going nuts on me. All right, well, it's too bad because this was... Okay, now I'm... no. You know what?
Hello?
We've got 3 jurors. We've got Kyle, I believe Kurt, and Matthew. Is that right?
I'm here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you're all there. I'm trying really hard to add 1 more. I need 1 more. And it's not letting me do it. Well...
What are we going to be the juror of?
Yeah, you were going to judge the stories, and it's not going to work. All right, jurors, I thank you. We're going to have to... I'm not going to spend all night trying to make this work when it won't work, so I'll just say thank you all for trying, and we'll do this a different way. Looks like I cannot impanel jurors on Skype, because Skype won't let me add that many people. So, I tried. All right, so here is what we're going to do. I'll allow my Skype people tonight only to call MITD 51 or MITD 55. We have to adjust as we go here. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to take stories from callers on the phone. Now, there are some rules. The rules are as follows. They must be, or they should be, real life stories, if possible. No UFO sightings because a jury can't possibly decide on UFO sightings, and no ghost sightings because, again, a jury can't really decide on those. Now, if you were physically abducted, okay, I'll go along with that. So I'm going to be the judge. If the story is really terrible, then I'm not even going to turn it over to a jury. If the story is interesting, compelling, fascinating, scary, whatever, I will turn it over to a jury that I will simply pick, and we'll ask truth or trash. We're going to let the people... Let's see, what am I going to do? I guess I should pick my stories from Skype. You think? See, I'm all messed up now. I really had a plan tonight, and that was to put my jury together by Skype. But apparently when this many people call Skype at one time, it loses its brain, and I don't know what it does. Anyway, so I want stories. I want good stories. And then I'm going to allow people to judge. All right? And so I guess I'll take some stories. I know that people are listening on the phone. I'm going to now take stories. So forget the jury idea. If you have a story, a compelling, interesting story, then I want to hear about it. Now, here's everybody can groan, my big speech about Skype. I shouldn't even be using it, seeing what it did to me tonight. you should actually be able to, add an endless number of people. So here is my Skype deal anyway. Tonight only, everybody can call either one of the Skypes. I don't care. MITD51 or MITD55 if you have a story you want to submit to the jury. And I have a jury sitting here on the phone. All the phone lines are full. So I've got what can be a jury. Maybe I should do a little voir dire there very quickly. We'll have to do this somewhat backwards. Hello, in Allentown. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi. Can I trust you to be a juror and stay on the line?
You could either trust me to be a juror or tell a story, either one.
Okay, you're a juror. All right?
Okay.
What is your name again? First name?
Johnny.
Johnny. Okay, Johnny. You are now juror number 1, okay?
Sure.
Hold tight. All right. I'm going to this call and say, hello there. What is your first name?
Hey, this is Tom from Florida.
Tom?
Yeah, from Florida.
Okay, Tom. Can you be a juror?
Absolutely.
You've not had more than 2 drinks?
Oh, no, not a drinker.
Upstanding dude?
Oh, yeah.
All right. You are now officially a juror. Juror number 2. Juror number 3 is right here, possibly. Hello.
Yes, this is Big Howard from Coshado, Louisiana.
Did you say Big Howard?
Yes, sir.
Can we just call you Howard?
Yes, sir, that'd be fine.
Okay, no more than 2 drinks, right, Howard?
Right on the margin, too.
Yeah, all right on the margin. That's fair. All right, you're on hold. And let's go to New Jersey for juror number 4, maybe. Hello. Hello in New Jersey. Going once.
Hi.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Okay. The judge, unfortunately, has got to reject juror number 4 because you don't have enough of a telephone line. The nation's capital. Look at this. Washington, D.C. Would you like to be a juror?
Sure.
Okay, what's your first name?
Patrick.
I'm sorry?
Patrick.
Patrick. Okay, Patrick. Okay, you are going to get to listen to stories from people on Skype, along with the rest of the jury. I'm putting you on hold right now. None of the jurors should hang up. That would be some kind of terrible disqualification or something. I don't know. Again, these stories should come from real life if possible. They should be compelling. You can make them up. You can lie your butt off if you want to. I don't care. Just do it well. Make them believe. The jury is waiting for you at Skype. MITD51 or MITD55. That was hard. Thank you, Skype. Thanks for all that. I appreciate it. I thought I could put a whole bunch of people on hold, but apparently not. All right. I'm no Judge Ito. I'm tough, so you've got a story. We're here.
Gonna take a lot of love, change the way things are. Gonna take a lot of love.
When people are out, gotta get a messy, get it all through. So that mama got you happy right.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
All right, we're going to go to Skype, MITD51 or 55, to collect stories. Now, again, these should probably be real-life stories, and they have to be good stories. And if you're going to lie, lie like a pro. So they believe you. The whole point is to get the jury, made up of Johnny, Tom, Howard, and Patrick, somewhat skewed on the male side, it would seem, to believe you. And they're probably a pretty tough jury, I would imagine. Let me give out one more number that you can use if you have a superior story you want to tell. That would be area code 575-208-7727. That way we can at least get one by phone. Area code 575-208-7787. We'll take stories there. In the meantime, here we go. I believe we've got James on the line. Hello, James. Hello, James.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, Art. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Do you have a story?
I do. I wasn't exactly sure what genre of story you're going for tonight. But,
well, look, we can't judge somebody seeing a ghost. We can't judge somebody seeing a UFO. That's not judgeable. So probably real life, something horrible, something good, something weird.
Well, I was thinking more of a ghost experience I had, but
no, see, that's not going to work. How can a jury judge that?
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. I agree. So I can bow out.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your candor. I wish I had a gavel. I've got my nicotine lozenges, but they don't carry very much authority. Okay, let's go to Wayne. Let's see if Wayne has a story. Wayne? Hello, Wayne. Going once. Wayne, you have no audio. Hello, Wayne. Too bad. Let's go to Shane. Perhaps Shane, unlike Wayne, has audio. Hello, Shane.
Hello.
Hi there. Do you have a story?
I do have a story.
Finally. Yes, good.
What happened to me was I was able to get a little bit past the line at Area 51. It was an accident.
Oh.
I went out there. I was solely going to just go to the mailbox and eat a sandwich and look around and go back. Well,
that's what you should have done.
That's what I wanted to do. And you're right, I should have, because here's what happened. I go out there. I rented a car in Las Vegas, took the car out there, talked to people in Rachel, Nevada to get the coordinates to know how to go out there. So I go out there, and about 30 miles before you get to the actual place, you start seeing signs of stuff coming up, and I'm getting excited. Well, I get to the mailbox. Well, there's other people there, and they start waving at me, and I, honest to God, was not paying attention, and I hear the screaming. Well, they're screaming because I suddenly crossed the line. Well, at this point, I'm like, I don't know what to do. I can't turn around. I didn't want to draw more attention to myself, so I keep going.
Now, wait a minute. You're in a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, you're in a vehicle.
Yeah, I'm in a vehicle. And so I crossed the line, and the people back there at the mailbox are screaming, and so I'm getting nervous. And probably less than 1 minute from the time that I crossed the line, a white truck comes up. So now I'm like, oh, man, I can't outrun it because they're going to shoot the tires out.
Right.
You know that as well as I do probably. So
maybe worse.
Yeah. So what I did was I got out of the car and I put my hands up to let them know that I didn't have any weapons.
Right.
I didn't take a phone with me. All I had was an ID because I figured, because I'd heard stories of people who would maybe try to take pictures even at that mailbox. They would sometimes get harassed if they see people.
Oh, no, it's true.
Doing that. So I was like, I'm not going to do that. And so they questioned me. There was two guys. They get out of the car. They both had sidearms. They're dressed in full military gear.
Okay.
And I told them that I accidentally crossed the line back there when I was talking to other people and wasn't fully paying attention. I meant no ill. They searched me. They also had a wand, kind of looked similar to what you see at airports. They patted me down and everything. They called Lincoln County Police because I guess they help handle any trespassing that goes out there. So they come and they talk to me. And after about 30 minutes of discussion, they determined that I didn't mean any harm. I had to pay a $650 fine, plus I had to sign a contract which clearly states that I cannot get within 30 miles of that site, or the contract says things will not go well.
Yeah, how do you drive on the highway?
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, how far? Well, let me ask you this: how far in were you when they got you?
I think it was time. I don't know how far I was in. I think it was, but I know it was about 2 minutes.
2 minutes of driving.
2 minutes.
All right.
From the time that I passed that to where I saw that truck.
I got it. So you had to pay a $600 fine and sign a contract.
$650 fine.
And sign a contract.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see what the jury thinks. Let's go first to Johnny. Hello, Johnny. Truth or trash?
Gee, that's a tough one.
If you have any questions, by the way, as a juror, if you have any questions, you can ask.
Okay, so when the guys pulled you over, were they MPs?
They were dressed in military gear.
Nothing MP on the arm?
Not that I could see, but I was just like scared out of my mind at this point. I wasn't scoping them out. I just saw them. They were in camo. It looked like regular military gear, and they had sidearms. I definitely saw those guns.
Okay, hold on. I see what I can do now. I can put all my jurors on at once. All right, good. All of the jurors are on. Now, you asked your question, Johnny. Tom, Howard, and Patrick, do you have any questions for this story?
Yeah, I wanted to ask him, well, he made it sound like that he did realize that he was doing something wrong because of everybody screaming and telling him to stop, and he said he didn't.
And he kept going?
He couldn't turn around. Why wouldn't you just turn around?
All right.
Well, at that point, I'm committed, so it's like, well, I know I was wrong, but you might as well keep going because you know how it is. You get this thing that, well, we're already committed now, so you keep going. And so I decided to just keep going.
All right, then, here we go. I'm going to poll. Now, hold on. I'm going to poll the jurors. Johnny, truth or trash?
I'm going to have to say trash on this one.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I served in the military. I was in the United States Air Force. 2 minutes in, I'm surprised. I knew guys who worked on flight crews. If you put your bag over a line, they would jack you up.
Okay.
And he didn't sound like he got very jacked up. I mean, the $650 fine is a lot, but
okay. All right. Well,
he was really in.
All right, Johnny, hold it there. So trash. Tom?
I'm gonna say trash too because
trash,
he was just going to eat a sandwich and to look around, and he's saying once he was doing something wrong, he wanted to continue to.
You got it, Howard.
I'm going to go truth.
Truth.
Because I didn't hear anything in his voice, anything in the way he said, or this is the truth.
Okay. All right. We're short on time here. Patrick?
Truth.
Truth. Oh, my goodness. 2 truths and 2 trashes. Caller, is it a true story or is that trash? Caller? Shane's not going to tell us.
I'm here.
Is it?
I didn't know you were talking to me.
Yeah, is it truth or trash?
It's trash.
The jury got taken for a ride.
So it was tied, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, good job. Thank you very much, Shane. This is midnight in the justice system.
In that darkest time between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. All right. The Pointer sisters are wasting the court's time. So let's get right back to this. And we've got a story coming up. Our esteemed jury is Johnny, Tom, Howard, and Patrick. And they are patiently waiting for the next story, which is coming up right now, perhaps from Pete. Hello, Pete.
Hello, Art. Roswell's, and if I could holler at my friends at the Into Infinity board, I'd like to do that.
All right. Well, you just did that.
Okay. I believe you're a cat lover, so this is kind of a different story.
Okay.
All right. So back probably about 12, 13 years ago, my girlfriend and I, we got a cat. And she knew I didn't like cats. She snuck in a kitten. And the kitten would bark like a dog.
What?
And yeah, when it was a kitten, it would bark like a dog. So we kind of jokingly named the kitten the name Retard. And I hope I don't offend anybody by this, but it's
already
just
a little offended.
Name.
But go ahead.
Anyways, so about 2 years later, the cat got out of the house. It was an indoor cat. It actually ended up having some indigestion problems, but we it got out of the house and got stuck in a tree. And you always hear the story of cats getting stuck in trees.
Yes.
This cat was stuck up in a tree about 60 feet in the air. I did not know what to do. I called the vet. The vet actually told me to call the fire department. I called the fire department. The fire department told me to call, the animal control people. The animal control people told me there's really not a lot you can do. Try to just wait for it to come down.
Okay.
So, and they said, well, it would help if it would rain. This cat was stuck up in the tree for 3 days. It was summer.
Oh, good Lord.
And I'm sitting out there for 3 days calling with a bowl of food, shaking it, this cat,
got it.
yelling his name, obviously.
Right. We've got to get to the end of the story.
Okay.
Calling him retard, yes.
That's it. That's pretty much it. 3 days, I'm up, looking up at the tree, yelling retard.
I understand.
Unfortunately. But the cat actually finally did come down, and it was odd. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. I was waiting up all night long, and it started raining. It started storming. The lights went out, and I swear to you, the lights went out, and there was a flash of lightning, and I'm out there with a laundry basket with a towel in it.
Yes.
And as soon as the lightning flashed, I saw him.
Retard.
He was hanging, retard, hanging from the limb, and then lightning flash, and he, boom, gone. And then he fell into the basket fell out of my hand, and then the funny part of the story is that I heard later that the neighbors were saying, hey, look, the neighbor boy's drunk again. He's out there yelling up the tree, retard. So that's the story.
And you swear that this lightning went and the cat came flying down, landed in what you had there waiting for it.
Yes, in a laundry basket with a towel in it, knocked it out of my hand, it knocked to the ground.
All right. Interesting story. Johnny, juror 1, truth or trash?
I think for certain he was out there yelling at that tree. So I'm going to go with truth.
Truth. All right. Juror 2, Tom.
I'm going to go with truth.
You also go with truth. Juror 3, Howard.
I go with trash.
Trash. And juror 4, Patrick. Truth. Man. Okay, so we've got 2 trashes. 1 trash and 3 truths. It looks like they believed you. So now the big question is it truth or, in fact, trash?
It is actually truth. The only thing that is trash is the punchline who I've told people the story is, the neighbor saying, the neighbor boy's out there drunk again, yelling up the tree.
You sound a little on your way tonight, too.
Yep.
Thank you very much for the call, and there you go. They believed you. You know, it's funny. I believed the first guy. I thought the first guy's story was right on the money. That's like the fine you get. That's what they do. He really had it down. He had sold me. I was sure it was true. All right. Let's see. What we got a lot of people is what we got. Let's go with Jareen. Is that correct? Jareen?
That is correct.
Okay. Welcome to the show. Do you have the story?
Yes, I do.
All right. The jury listens. Proceed.
I'm in an apartment with my roommate. I'm in my room. I smoke a pipe. And when you smoke a pipe, you have a tool called a tamp. And this particular tamp was a GBD tamp. It's got a little, it looks kind of like a pipe. It's silver. It's got a little pointing thing on it that you can dig around inside. And then the other end is flat, so you can push the tobacco down with the fire and get it all good for smoking.
Okay.
So I get ready to smoke my pipe. I keep all my pipe stuff in a little box. I open the box. My tamp isn't in there. So I start looking around, and I'm the kind of guy, when I lose something, I just go bananas. I got to find it. So I'm looking around in my immediate area, like, hey, it could have fell on the floor, it may be on the desk. Yes. So I look around, I don't see it. I get frustrated. I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute, it's got to be here someplace. Okay. So I move the chair away. I get up. I start looking around. I don't see it any place. I go and ask my roommate. He's in the other room. I say, hey, have you seen my tamp? Did I leave it out here? No, man, I haven't seen it. Great. I go back in there. Long story short, I took everything out of the room, item by item, systematically, one at a time. I get freaky when I lose stuff.
No, I know. I've done it myself.
I take everything out of the room. There's literal furniture, there are lamps, everything. There's nothing in the room. I'm standing in the other room. My roommate never got out of his chair. He was watching a ball game.
They thought you lost your mind.
Exactly. And I'm saying, man, it's got to be here. It's got to be here. What's the deal? He's like, oh, you left it someplace. You took it somewhere, whatever. I walk back in the room, and there's my tamp in the middle of the floor.
And you think that it was placed there by...
I have no idea what happened.
You had eyes on your roommate the whole time?
He never got out of the chair. He was watching the ball game. There's only 2 people in the apartment.
So in other words, some kind of entity... I mean, if you actually emptied a whole damn room... Some kind of entity had to have done that. All right, fine. I'll put that to the jury. Juror number 1, Johnny. Truth or trash?
Sure, I'll buy that. Could have been on the corporate carpet and fallen off when he took it out or something.
Truth, yeah. Okay. Tom?
Truth.
Truth, really? Okay. Howard?
I smoke a pipe. I go with the truth.
Truth again. Patrick?
It's unanimous.
Truth. Okay, so they bought it hook, line, and sinker, caller. So what say you, truth or trash?
They bought it like they should. It was truth.
Okay. Here I am telling people, thank you very much for the story, that they can lie. And look what I'm getting. I'm getting all of these apparently true stories. And now comes Sandra with a story. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi. Did you say Sandra?
I did.
Hi. I just want to say hi to the Bell Gab listeners.
Okay.
I spoke with you back when John Dvorak was on I'm in San Francisco, and recently you just had an earthquake, I just want to say.
Right.
So, my story, it involves a bit of rock and roll. The first time I ever got on a jet plane, and how I believe I willed something to happen. Like, I believe that I willed the ability for me to meet David Bowie.
Really?
Yes. So you have to imagine.
No, wait a minute. You're on an airplane, right?
Well, it didn't happen on the airplane, but it was my first jet.
But when you were okay, let me get it straight. On the airplane, you concentrated on meeting David Bowie.
Yes. And even beyond when we landed, I was living in Massachusetts.
Yes.
And I was invited to go on this trip. So the whole trip was just going to be a weekend to see the very first show on his Sound and Vision tour in 1990 in Quebec City.
Okay, so what happened?
So it was also when I was living in Salem, Mass, and I had just started to understand what Wiccan religion was about.
Okay.
So I really was into the whole idea about focusing.
Yes.
Meditating, and
okay.
I used
order in the courtroom. We need to get to the end of the story here.
Sure. So I had to imagine when he was going to come out of the hotel. We were in the same hotel as him.
Yes.
For sound check, and I imagined that I was going to be either in the elevator when he got in or when he got out, and I basically had to cross through almost half of the Quebec City to get back in time. I got to the elevator, I pushed the button, and there he was.
And there was David Bowie.
With his bodyguards.
With his bodyguard. And you did what? You said, oh my God, David.
I actually sort of nodded and curtsied. It was a really bizarre experience, but it was the most amazing thing I have ever experienced. And I have a photographic memory with things like this, so I can picture it right now.
Okay, well, I can too. All right, hold on. Jury's coming up. Juror number one, Johnny.
I had one important question, Art.
Okay.
Did you remind him of the Babe?
Did I remind him of the beat?
The Babe.
Bead? We're not getting
B-A-B-E.
What is it?
It's a line from one of his performances. You remind me of the Babe with the power. What power? Power of voodoo.
No.
Okay.
Truth or trash?
You believe it, so I'm going to say it's truth to you.
Truth. Okay. Tom.
Yeah, she had too many details. She really sounds like she believes it, though, or that it happened. So I'll say truth.
Okay. All right. Howard.
Truth.
Truth. Wow. And Patrick.
I'll say truth because of the curtsy detail.
Yeah, that was kind of a cute little detail. All right. So, Sandra, now you got to own up. Is that story true or trash? Truth or trash? Sandra?
There's nothing I could make up about it.
So it's absolutely true.
Absolutely true. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I must say, I'm impressed by this jury. I want to thank you guys. We're not done with you yet, so stay there. I'm very impressed with the jury's ability to ferret out the apparent truth thus far. Let us go to James. Hello, James. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we've got a little audio trouble. You get good and close to whatever you're talking into.
Is that better?
It is, yes, actually.
Okay.
You have the story.
All right, my story is about 5 years ago. I had a real bad insomnia problem, and I was laying on my bed trying to go to sleep. And it was about 2:30 in the morning, and all of a sudden, I felt like this presence in the room. I felt like someone was watching me, and then the next thing I know, at the end of my bed, right next to my feet, I looked down right as I felt pressure at the end of the bed, and the bed actually had an indentation in it where it looked like someone was sitting on the bed, but I couldn't see anybody at all. It freaked me out. I mean, believe me, I didn't go to sleep for the rest of the night. I got up, I looked around all the house, there was nobody there.
Okay.
But I swear to God.
Is that it, or is there more?
That's it.
Okay, no, I can't turn that one over to the jury. I said, no ghost stories. We need things that can sort of be judged. And, I'm not going to ask the jury to judge a little indentation in your bed. I'm sorry. Brock, let's see if you've got a story. Hello. Hello, Brock.
Hey, yeah, let me extinguish my device real quick.
Thank you. Even knows the lingo. That's good. Anyway, Brock,
yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I was diagnosed early on as having a conjoined twin.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, turn your device all the way off, please.
All right.
Thank you. You had a co-joined twin, really?
Yeah, and it was something they discovered when I was very young, and when I was in the 4th grade, I was interested in getting into football because we had Pee Wee football at that time. And
maybe you should give us more of an idea of how co-joined you were. I mean, joined at the hip, joined.
Well, see, that's it. It was at first we really didn't even know that there was a twin because I was kind of absorbed it in the womb, apparently.
Okay, I've heard of that.
And so I went in for physical to get cleared for football, and the doctor saw some things on the because I had a problem, I guess, with he noticed there was problems with breathing, and so he ordered an X-ray, and that's when they found some things. Initially, they thought it may have been cancer, but then they realized that there was there's some teeth in there and some other tissues.
Other body parts of your twin. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, Brock.
So it's still in there, and because they didn't really see any point in removing it. I think just one of those things.
Do you get any feedback from your co-joined twin?
Oh, no, it's dead.
It's dead?
Yeah.
So you have a twin living inside of, well, not living inside of you, but the vestiges of your twin are in there?
Yeah, that's what the doctors determined.
Okay, that's a hell of a story. Let's see what our jury thinks about it. Johnny?
I'm not buying that one.
No, false.
It sounds too much like a movie.
Okay, Tom?
Oh, I'm 50-50 on it. I guess I'll say truth.
Truth. Okay. Howard?
I'm the forever optimist. It's scientifically possible.
Let's
go true.
Okay, truth. Patrick?
I have a quick question, if that's all right.
Oh, sure. Ask.
When the physicians found this the twin or the remnants of the twin, did they tell you what the term was for this?
The medical term?
Sure, the medical term, or even the common term that's used in scientific reporting and things like that.
It's been so long ago, I don't remember. Conjoined twin.
Co-joined twin.
Kind of what came. That's all I remember.
That's all he knows. Truth or trash?
Because he doesn't know the terms, vanishing twin or fetal reabsorption, I doubt the story, but it's a real medical thing that happens, so it could be very, very well could be true. Sorry.
All right. So you would say true?
The story is entirely plausible. I don't know if this particular story is true.
Well, if you want to try to talk your other jurors out of their vote, you can do that. I mean, or into it.
No, I'm no troublemaker, Art. Sorry.
All right, so let's find out the truth. Brock, do you really have this thing in you?
No.
You got him. You got him good. Thank you very much.
All right.
Take
My
care.
pleasure. Roswell's and Bell Gabs to you, Art.
You bet. Thank you. It sounded like it could be true until that one juror, I think it was Patrick, asked him for a medical term. And that sort of did it. We've got somebody named Ron. Hello, Ron. Do you have a story for us?
Yeah, Art. I was in my 20s, early 20s. I was driving in upstate New York.
Yes.
And very late at night, maybe, early in the morning, 3 a.m. or so. And I'm driving, and it's all of a sudden the sky lights up for like 3 seconds, and then it stops. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And I'm saying, like, you've seen like lightning storms. I mean, have you seen it when it lights the entire sky?
I have.
Like
yes.
that.
I have, yes.
Okay, so it was like that, and I'm driving, and as I'm driving, this keeps on occurring at seems like random times. And then all of a sudden, well, before I get to it, I'm looking and I see all the houses' lights as I'm driving through this little farm area. They all like turned off every time the light shone in the sky. And so then I just kept driving. I looked over to my left and I saw this farmer's field. And there was this massive dome of light. It was like a half of a sphere right in the farmland. And I looked over there and I was like, what the heck is that? And I kind of like forgot about it for a while, or I just talked myself out of it.
Remember now, we're not doing UFO sightings.
That wasn't, well, I'm not sure if it was a UFO or not.
Yeah.
It could have been like a transformer or something in the middle of
but there's no way a jury can judge that story. Not really. That's why I said no UFO sightings, no ghost sightings, because how is a jury going to know? Now, if you were abducted, taken by a spacecraft, we'll take that kind of story. Otherwise, real life stories. This is Midnight in the Desert.
It's not radio, but it is what's next, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. Midnight in the Desert with Art Bells. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to very quickly, I think, thank our jurors. They have been wonderful, and we're going to impanel another jury. So let me do this, and I want to say thank you, jurors. You have been all wonderful, and I appreciate your having, sat in judgment.
Thanks, Art.
Awesome.
Right, thank you all.
Thanks for having us.
Right, take care.
Right.
All right. There we go. So now I'm going to impanel another jury. This will just take but a moment, and then we'll get the break out of the way. Let's start with you, whoever you are. Brandon?
Is this me?
It is you.
Well, hi, my name is Sharon. I'm calling from Winnipeg, Canada. And Art Bell, is this the night where people can just call in and talk about anything?
Well, no, it isn't, hon. We're looking for jurors.
You're looking for jurors?
Yes.
For
to judge
for your show.
To judge people's stories.
Oh, well, what I'll do is, because I have two ears and one mouth, maybe I'll listen.
Okay, so you want to be a juror?
Sure.
Okay, all right. You are now juror number 1, so you have to sort of be silent and listen to the stories, okay?
Yes.
I now christen you juror number 1. In Kansas City, do we have a juror here? Hello?
Oh, is that me?
That's you, yes.
Oh, I was calling up with a story.
Okay, well, no, this is for jurors.
I'll be a juror.
You will, huh? Okay, what is your first name?
Steve Chaga.
No.
Steve.
Steve. All right. You can be a good juror, Steve. You haven't had too much to drink.
You know it. I've got my detector on.
I don't know it, but I'll take your word for it for the moment anyway. All right. So Wells Fargo or something like that.
Oh, hey, hi. This is Lewis.
Lewis?
Hey, yes.
You going to be a juror, Lewis?
Yes,
juror. Are you a fair person?
I am a fair person.
Okay. That's enough. See how easy it is. One more. I need one more. Hello there. Hello? Yes. What is your first name, please?
Ed.
Ed? Can you be a
Yes,
good
sir.
juror, Ed?
Yes, I can, sir.
You can afford to hang on through the hour and judge people.
I sure can.
All right. We now have our, let's see here. We now have our 4 jurors. Sharon, Steve, I'm glad we finally got a female, Lewis, and Ed. So the stories will be coming up in a moment. Right now, we're going to take the break so we get it out of the way. From the high deserts in the great American Southwest, this is Justice. Sort of. If you're coming in on Skype, you better have a good story.
I want your love. I want your love. I want your love.
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Okay. We're doing Truth or Trash. You can make up a story. You can lie your butt off if you want to. Or you can tell an absolutely true story. But it should be wild, no matter what it is. I'm still thinking of the cat falling out of the tree into the... Anyway. All right, we've got our jury, Sharon, Steve, Lewis, and Ed, and now come the storytellers. Let's go to Jim. Hello, Jim.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. If you're at a computer, just get good and close to the microphone, please.
How's this?
Good.
Very good. Good evening, everybody.
Evening.
Here's my story. This happened, it's been quite a few years now since this happened, but it was quite a remarkable evening. I was living with a gal at the time, and it was just a summer evening. I was lying on the bed, and she was going back and forth between the bathroom and the entrance to the room, and we were having a conversation. And so she was leaning against the door, and we were talking about nothing in particular, and all of a sudden, out of this corner of my eye, I see this ball of light. Was about the size of between the size of a marble and a golf ball. It was brilliant, and it looked like a miniature sun. It came streaming in through the window. It slammed into the wand of the mini blind, which was the mini blind on the window, right, and sent it flying up. And then it ricocheted a couple of times. It disappeared into the floor. Meanwhile, the mini blind was just left swinging back and forth. So there was a literal physical effect from this ball of light. Mind you, there was no, I know about ball lightning, there was no weather in the area that night. It was a clear night.
Okay, did your girlfriend see all this?
He saw it too. We both saw it, and we were both left with our mouths agape at what we had just witnessed.
And there is your story, right?
That's my story to this day. I don't know what caused it.
All right. Sharon, Sharon, do you think that's truth or trash? Sharon? Where is Sharon? Guess we lost Sharon.
I'm here.
Oh, you are there? You got to be there, Sharon, when we call you.
Yeah.
Truth or trash, Sharon?
I would say it's trash.
Oh, trash, really? Okay. Steve?
There is your story. We're talking it over with the tune-in chat room. They say trash.
Trash. Okay, Lewis?
I say trash. It sounds like he believes it, but, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Ed?
Trash as well.
Trash, okay. Well, I'm afraid they don't quite believe you, Jim. So what is the truth? Is it truth or trash?
It's 100% true. Witnessed by 2 people.
Yeah.
Absolutely and completely true.
You got them. All right, congratulations. That's amazing. Okay, well, maybe this jury is just not made up of what the other jury was. Let me bring the jury back. Somebody's got an awful lot of noise in the background. Who's that?
That must be me, Art.
Okay. Oh, really? I hate to eliminate the only female on the jury. I really do, but there's so much noise coming from you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's better now.
Oh.
Okay, so all right, we're gonna let you stay on the jury for now, Sharon. All right?
Okay.
All right, stay right there. Okay, let's go to our next storyteller, who would be Richard.
Hey, Art.
Oh my God! Now you've got a lot of noise.
Yeah, I'm driving a truck in Montana. If it's not good, I'll let you go.
Well, how good is your story, Richard?
Well, it's pretty good. I'll make it really quick.
Okay, good.
Me and a friend were working for a place putting in cell phone towers. We're pouring a concrete base.
Yes.
And we couldn't get the concrete trucks up there, so we were flying it up with helicopters. And so about halfway through the day, my friend's pulling the handle on the bucket to release it.
Right.
Well, his finger gets wedged in there, and he grabs on with the other hand, and the helicopter goes up, and so he just grabs on, and then the handle releases about 10 foot in the air. But he just kept hanging on, and he got up about 500 foot in the air before we could let the helicopter know he was on there.
Oh my God! And he's hanging. Wait a minute. He's hanging from his finger.
Well, not from his finger. He grabbed on with both hands.
Both hands. He's hanging onto the helicopter 500 feet in the air.
Right. And we let the kid know that had a radio to talk to him that there was somebody on there. And so he just kind of stopped and let him down. And my friend got down to the ground, jumped off, and ran back up the hill. And we just kept working the rest of the day. But I wish I had a video of it. It was crazy.
All right. Well told. Jury, Sharon, truth or trash?
Well, I'm going to say truth because he's being specific.
Okay. Very specific. Steve?
It's a very interesting story, but I think he's pulling my finger. I would say trash.
Trash. Okay. Lewis?
I'm going to say trash as well.
Trash. Okay. And Ed?
I'm going to say truth. It was very specific.
It's a very split jury.
Give him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, well, there you have it. All right, thank you, jury. It's a split decision, my friend. 2 say truth, 2 say trash. What, in fact, is the truth?
It's absolutely true, and my bosses were scared the BLM guy was going to find out and run us off.
Oh, man, what a story. All right, Richard, you're really in a truck?
I'm really in a truck here.
Unbelievable. Hey, listen, get on the CB and let them know we're back.
I don't have CBs. They got cell phones now.
What kind of truck doesn't have a CB? Okay, all right. Thank you, Richard.
All right.
See you later. That's amazing that we get people like that on a truck. That is really cool. All right, let's try Tyler, I think. Hello, Tyler. Hello. Speak up a little bit.
Sorry, I was turning my radio off.
That's good. You're good now.
Okay, quick story. Starts back when I was 14. Me and my buddy would go camping at his dad's kind of boathouse on a lake.
Right.
Pretty short distance from our city.
Right.
Anyway, the way it started as, adolescent boys would like to stay up at night and just kind of walk the camp trails. We thought we were tough, without flashlights or lanterns, anything like that. Sorry, it's still just thinking about it kind of gets me going again.
That's all right.
But we're walking, it's, moonlit night, and we're just kind of, BSing while we're doing it. From all of a sudden, we see in between the trees and the path, we see a large figure jump from tree to tree.
From tree?
Kind of like when you see one of those monkeys in National Geographic just launching back and forth.
Right.
We basically just get startled because we don't know what it is. And then all of a sudden we just see two, I'm not kidding you, Art, two red eyes staring at us from the top of the tree.
You know I hate red eyes.
Yeah, I tell you, I'm there with you, buddy. and it just started emitting some kind of mix between a howl and hiss. And it just, basically at that point, we just hightailed it, stumbling through the dark, barely making it back to the campsite, and just, commenced to try and get a shred of sleep for the rest of the night, but just still, I laid in my sleeping bag, pretty much what you would do when you just zip it over your face and pretend like it's not there. And the next morning, the park ranger came around, checking on the sites and everything, and said that there had been a lot of commotion last night, and sorry, it's just kind of hard to put it. Basically, there were some animal remains that had kind of looked like a predator had attacked it.
Well, I'm glad that they weren't remains of your buddies.
Yeah, myself included as well. But that's my story. I mean, I've been out in the wilderness before. I know what a cougar sounds like because we have a lot of them in our area. And I can tell you for sure, Art, that was not a cougar at all.
All right. No, it's a good story, actually. All right, jury. Sharon, what did you think of that? Truth or trash?
Well, a darn good story, but something's telling me, I want to say it's true, but I'm going to say false.
Okay, trash. Steve?
Trash.
I'm leaning towards true. I think he saw a big musky ape out there. I think he's saying true.
True. Okay. Lewis?
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that it's true just because I've seen some weird stuff while I'm out camping, so I feel you, man.
Whatever it was big, that's for sure.
Yes.
All right, Ed?
I'm going to go with trash. There was a lot of hesitation in his voice as he was telling the story, so it was either he was making it up as he was going or it was nervousness.
So we have a split jury. I guess under normal circumstances, you have to let people like that go. However, let's bring him back and find out, is it truth or is it trash?
I was completely trash, Hard.
You got him. You got him good, too. At least two of them. All right. Thank you very, very much for the story.
Thanks, Art.
And take care. Well told. You see, it can be an absolute lie. You don't have to tell the truth here. If you've got something good enough, well, yeah, sure, let it fly. But if you want to make something up, this is the time for lying. I believe it's Tom. Hello, Tom. T-H-O-M? Tom? Yeah, gone. All right, too bad. Let's see. Manila Thriller.
You got him.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, turn off your device, please.
I will, Art.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right, good. Where are you calling from?
I am calling from Burbank, California.
Burbank. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Do you have a story?
I sure do.
All right. Let her rip.
Story. It's a true story. You guys are going to hear the truth tonight.
All right. Well,
okay.
How can we know?
Relate to this, and I'll keep it PG.
Okay.
I was 17.
Mm-hmm.
We were cruising through the Sunset Strip looking for some action at 17, me and my cousins and some friends. And we saw these two beautiful girls walking down the street that were over 6 foot tall with their heels on. And they were done up. So, we circled around a couple times and we started chatting up to them. So they took us back to a hotel. And, there was four of us. We're all 17, 18, 19 like that. I was 17.
There were four of you?
There were four of us.
Two of them?
Two women.
And they take you to the hotel?
Off, they weren't threatened. We weren't threatened by them. So,
okay.
We're just looking to have a good time. It's a long time ago.
I get it.
And, so, they were actually business people, business ladies. So I got my choice. So I picked Portia. And Portia took me over to her part of the room and we did our thing. And, I felt really good about myself. I was like, wow, this is, she was gorgeous, like being with a Playboy bunny. And I was like, dang, I felt good. So then, I went and waited in the living room and, a few hours went by, we're drinking with these girls and stuff. And, all of a sudden the other girl started going, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. And I was like, got kind of concerned. I'm like, what? She's like, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. I've known her forever. I said, what? She goes, I can't tell you. And I'm like, what is it? She said, it's a man. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Wait.
It's a man.
Wait, it's a man.
Like,
so who's the man? Porsche,
the one I chose of the
oh
two
my
is
God.
50-50, and I picked the man.
All right, and that's your story.
That's my tranny tale.
All right, hold on. Oh my Lord. Yeah, I know. I agree with you, jury. Ha ha ha. Sharon, truth or trash?
Well, it's a bit too much information for me, but I'm going to trash it.
You trash. Story that good and you trash it. All right, Steve?
Well, it's hard for me to say. He's been hitting the chaga. I think it's true.
You think it's true?
I think he got buffaloed, yes.
Oh, brother. Lewis?
I'm going to say it's true just because I know what happens on the Sunset Strip.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Ed?
I'm going to say trash, and I hope it is for his sake, because why would you ever admit to anything like that? I'd take that from my grave.
I don't know. We're going to find out, though. So let's see. We've got trash, true, trash. Again, we're split. This jury splits a lot. All right. They're absolutely split, buddy, over your story. So I guess we have to ask you what – I'm going to bring the jury in.
Tranny talk.
Is it the truth or is it absolute trash?
Okay, Art, just let me preface. Okay, rewind, fast forward 25 years. I'm in France, going to the Moulin Rouge. Same thing happens. Two gorgeous.
No. You can't tell two stories. No.
So
is it?
Said no. So it's true, Art.
It's true?
It is a true story. And my nickname was Sunset for many years after that.
Yeah, well, jury, do you feel sorry for him?
No, I don't. No.
It's the 21st century, Art. Anything goes.
Yeah, apparently so.
Got the good.
All right, I don't know what to do with that. Oh, God, let's go on to the next storyteller. This would be, it looks like a ham radio call letters or something. Hello? Are you there? Hello? Well, whatever you are, you have no audio, so I can't talk to you. Let's go to Ralph and say, hello, Ralph.
Hello.
Ralph, turn your device off.
I'm turning it off.
Okay.
Okay, got it off, yes.
Excellent. All right, do you have a story?
I sure do.
Still working on that last one. Okay, so proceed. The jury listen.
Probably about, this happened about 20 years ago. I picked up a car for my daughter. She was going to school in Alabama. I lived in Georgia. There's a manual car driving the car from Alabama to Georgia. It's a 4-lane highway.
Yes.
And it was a manual shift car.
Right.
And on the way there, it started to have problems. The clutch was giving me problems, so I pulled off the side of the road. And I just passed the town about, maybe a mile or so back, so I got out of the car and figured, I'll walk back towards that town because I knew something was behind me.
Right.
So anyways, all of a sudden, I turned around, and here's the car rolling down towards me.
Oh, my God.
And all of a sudden, if the wheels turn on the car for some reason, go across the 2-lane highway, was actually a 4-lane highway, go across the 2 lanes and ended up in the middle. So I don't know what made me turn around, but something made me turn around. So that's my story.
So your car it was on a hill, right?
Well, it's sort of on a hill, not a very big hill. It's pretty flat, but it was on the hill. But, I know the clutch went out, and I thought I put it in gear when I pulled on the side of the road, but obviously I didn't, or it came out of gear, and it started rolling back towards me. So, and for some reason I turned around and seen it coming. So
you saw your own car coming at you.
Right.
It did a left or a right turn, went across 2 lanes, and stopped in the middle.
And stopped in the middle, in the ditch in the middle, in between the divided highway.
That's pretty weird. All right, jury, what do you think, Sharon?
Well, I'm glad you turned around. I'm going to say this is a true story.
Okay, Steve.
Yep, I've done that same thing. After working all night, I was exhausted, and I didn't set the brake good or something. The car was rolling.
Okay. Lewis?
I'm going to say true as well.
Okay, and Ed?
I'll say true as well. Probably forgot to put the brake on.
All right, that is that 4 jurors saying absolute truth. So what is it, caller? Truth or trash? Well?
Glad you took my call. Good talk to you. I'm a fellow Trumpian.
Wait a minute. Wait. Is it truth? The story, is it truth or trash?
Yeah, it's true.
It's true. Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the call, and take care. Okay, well, the jury nailed that one. I think it was the way he told it. It was just sort of so matter-of-fact that I bought it. All right, let's go to John. Hello, John.
Hey, Art.
Extinguish your device.
Oh, I have.
Thank you. Somebody wrote a poem up on the website called Extinguish Your Device, I think. Anyway,
I saw it.
I haven't seen it yet.
I've been waiting here for about 15 minutes, just sitting here listening along and waiting to extinguish my device. So.
All right. Well, you have done so, and you have a story. Proceed.
Yes, I do. So about 2 years ago, I moved into an apartment with my girlfriend, now my fiance. But at the time, it was my girlfriend. And she had told me for months previous that at nighttime, she would see things randomly through the night. She would wake up and see things standing in the corner. And at one time, she saw a man standing in the corner with a scarf on. And I never thought of anything of it until it was probably about a month or two after we moved into an apartment together. I woke up one night and I felt something playing with my feet.
Yeah.
And so I freak out, right? And I jump up and I start swatting at something playing with my feet. And it felt like probably like I would guess a golf ball sized mouse running over one foot under the other and going back over that foot under the other. And so, of course, she thought I was just dreaming about it that night. And so as I'm swatting at my feet, she's telling me to calm down. And all I could think about was her telling me about how she saw things staring at her at nighttime. And I calmed down eventually. But right before I was about to go to sleep, I feel these things playing with my feet again. So I jump up and I start swatting at my feet again and freaking her out, freaking the dog out who sleeps between us. And and since then I've woke up once again, experiencing sleep paralysis and seeing this tall, dark being staring at me during sleep paralysis.
All right, well, now how can a jury judge this?
I mean, they really can. I mean, it's really me telling the story and them saying whether or not I'm full of it or not. But all I know for sure is I felt something playing with my feet one night.
Rats on the feet. Right?
Right.
All right, so rats on the feet. Jury, very quickly. Sharon, you're laughing. Truth or trash?
I'm sorry. Well, John, I'm going to say it's trash.
Okay, Steve.
It sounds really silly. It sounds like Elton John or something is playing with his feet. I'm going to say trash.
Yeah. Lewis?
Sounds like he has cockroach problem.
Yeah. Trash. Okay, and Ed?
I want to say truth because I believe he believes that happened, and there is a version of sleep paralysis where that can occur.
There is. All right. So is it truth or trash, caller?
Well, all I know is you're playing
truth or trash.
Philadelphia Freedom. It's truth.
All right,
this
truth.
John is being truthful with you.
Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
Times are changing now, but won't get fast. But the fever's gonna catch you when the bitch gets back. Take it some more, make it blow away, blow away, blow away.
You're raging into the night with Midnight in the Desert. To be part of the show, please call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Well, all right. Welcome back, everybody. This is hard. It's really hard because I had in mind to do it a whole different way. But in fact, we're going to do it. Don't worry. Let me be sure of my jury. I know, Sharon, you're there, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think, Lewis, you're there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey,
and
Art.
We've got a new member, I think, Diane. Is that correct?
Yes, and I am from the Talking Art Bell Midnight in the Desert Facebook group.
Way to give a plug.
Wonderful group of people, yes.
I know what they are.
And Dino is still waiting to get through. So.
Okay. All right, and who's our other juror?
Ed, I'm still here.
Ed?
Yes, sir, I'm still here.
All right, Ed. All right, that is our jury. Sharon, Lewis, Diane, and Ed. And here is our next story. It's going to come from Chris. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
Hi.
Wow, it's amazing to be on air with you.
Well, that's what you should expect when you call.
Here's my story.
Well, okay, you got to get good and close to your microphone, Chris. Look for it on the computer. It'll be a little round hole there. You need to get right up to it.
I'm not using the computer. I'm using my Android.
Okay, in that case, you need to not be on the speakerphone.
Okay.
Okay, switch to being on the phone itself. That's very important, folks. You don't want to be on the speakerphone. You want to be on the phone. Now, looks like Chris dumped us by mistake, so sorry about that, Chris. Let's try Andy. Hello, Andy.
Yeah, I'm here.
You also are almost impossible to hear.
Can you hear me?
No, you're mostly not there, Andy, but thanks for trying. See, that's why I try to get people set up. Let's try Peter. Hello, Peter.
Wait. Can I pick up?
Peter, yes?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, we got you. Okay.
Okay.
Beautiful. Fantastic.
Right. Peter, talk directly into your device and turn off.
Yeah. Got it.
You've got me on speakerphone, don't you?
No, I got you on Skype right now.
Right, but it's on speakerphone, though.
Yes.
Turn it off and just talk into the phone.
Okay, talk on the phone.
Yes, the phone. Don't put us on speakerphone. That's...
I might have to show on the phone running. Then I don't... Let me see. I don't know how to do this. Oh, shoot. Can I talk now?
All I can say is you're going to have to get...
Okay.
See, it's all a big mess when we're on speakerphone.
You've got me on speakerphone, don't you?
This doesn't work.
No, I got you on Skype right now.
Okay, sorry, can't do that. See, that's a lesson, everybody. Do not put it on speakerphone. Talk directly into your phone. Hello, Mike. Trying for Mike.
Can you hear me, Art?
I hear you just fine, Mike. Hi.
How you doing?
Good. Do you have a story?
Yeah. My story is about my cat.
Okay.
It was many, many years ago, and I woke up crying, and my wife asked me, "What's wrong?" And I said, "My cat, Kicker, Kicker as in punch and kick, my cat Kicker is dead."
Oh.
And I had just had a dream, and in my dream, I woke up crying. My wife asking me what's wrong. I said, "My cat is dead." I run through the kitchen, the living room, put my knees on the couch, look out the front porch window, and in my dream, he's laying there dead. I wake up, picking up where I left off. She says that. I run through the kitchen, living room. I put my knees on the couch. I look out the window, and he's laying there exactly the way I saw him in the dream, and he's dead.
Oh, my God. That really is something. Okay, I'll let the jury go at that. Sharon, sad story. What do you think? True?
Well, as a jurist, can I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely, sure.
Okay, I want to ask him, how old was Kicker?
If I remember right, he was middle-aged, probably about 7, 6.
Okay.
And when you saw him lying there dead, where was he exactly when you saw him as you were looking out the window?
Oh, right below the window. Right below the window on the front porch of the house.
Just like in the dream.
Just
exactly
like in the dream. Okay, I will give you a true story there, Mike.
Okay. Lewis?
I'm going to say that it's true just because it's a sad kitty story.
Boy, it is. It really is. Diane?
I would have to say it's true, too.
Oh, they're buying it. Ed?
I'll make it unanimous, true.
It is unanimous. All right. Now the absolute truth. Or is it trash?
Okay. Unfortunately, Art, it is true. This actually happened. It was very sad for me.
Oh, that is sad and amazing also. Actually, so all
The
right.
most amazing things that ever happened to me.
Yeah, amazingly sad. But thank you very much for the attempt. That's really pretty amazing and pretty awful, huh? Pretty awful, I would say. Okay, let's go to Cal, Kaal. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Hi, where are you, Cal?
South Africa, I'm the second caller.
Oh, that's right. Okay, all right. Yes, go ahead if you have the story.
All right. This is the history of the moon as I researched the history of the moon.
I don't get it.
Okay, it starts 500,000 years ago.
Okay, we can't take the history of the moon, Cal. Not here.
Yes,
you have to have a story.
Yeah, that's why I asked. I knew you were not going to take it.
No.
Okay, then can I go to my second story then?
If you have an actual story, Cal.
Yes, this is an actual one from me.
Okay.
All right, happened about 15, 20 years ago. I was staying with a friend in another town here. Stayed there for a year. He was nice with me. I managed to get some money. And then eventually I got my money and I said, all right, now I'm going to go to the bar. I'm going to buy a beer. And so I walked because I didn't have a car then. I walked about 15 minutes to get there just before the bar closed. I went in. I asked them for a beer. I was ready to buy. And then the manager turned around to me and said, sorry, we are closed. We just closed.
Yes.
And then I got so angry, and I turned around to everyone and said, come on, how can it be? I walked 30 minutes to get here.
Yes.
I've got the bucks. Please give me a beer.
Yes.
And again, the guy turned around to me, and he smiled a little macho smile at me, and he said, sorry, we are closed. And then I got angry. Then I got out. I walked.
Okay, we're short on
outside
time now, so we got to get to the end of this.
I walked outside of the bar.
Yes.
I walked to the corner of the streets. I turned around at the bar, and I screamed at the top of my lungs.
Yes.
No! And then straight after that, 2 blocks of lights either way from me blinked out, and the whole place was dark. The whole street lights blanked out for 2 blocks from there. That's my story.
So you shouted the lights out.
It was the emotional anger inside me
that blew out the lights. That's it. Okay, all right. What do you guys think? Truth or trash?
I don't like it. I think it's trash. Trash.
Okay, that's Sharon?
Yes.
Trash. Okay, Lewis?
I think he lives in a sketchy neighborhood, and the bombs probably took out his lights from it.
Yeah, okay. Diane?
Well, I would say that he was desperately needing a drink, if that really happened.
Sounded like it, yeah.
Trash.
Yeah, trash, okay. Ed?
I'm going to say trash. There's been specials on TV in the past about people that have the ability to do that.
I
think
know.
he's watching somebody.
Saw it on TV. All right. Sorry, buddy. They think that's absolute trash, all 4 of them. Are you going to tell me it's true?
I'm going to tell you that this is definitely true. There was a power box next
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you. It's definitely true, huh? So the jury got it all wrong. You know what, though? I'm with the jury. This is somebody named NB, I believe. Hello. Is NB correct? Maybe not. Wait a minute. Somebody's on hold here. This Skype is messing with me. NB, hello. Going once. Going twice. Gone. Let's start fresh and try with, my goodness, ANKH, is that right?
Yeah, that's good enough, Art.
How do I pronounce that?
Let's go with Onk. I've got a story I've been trying to tell you for about 2 or 3 weeks since you started asking about September.
Okay.
So, first an ALMAO to some of my friends out there, and about March of this year, I was walking outside of where I work, and I just look up in the sky, and it's kind of dark over in the distance. And, I'm out there for a bit waiting for my bus, so I make a couple calls, and I turn back around, and there's this huge beam of light just coming down over this building in the distance. So, it's weird, but I don't think anything of it because, weather's weird. Stuff happens like that. But about every 2 weeks since then, I've been having these visions at night. And it's nothing big and fantastic. It's just like I'm sitting in my room in the vision watching the TV. And
sir, how can a jury judge this?
Well, about as well as they can judge a cat falling from a tree, I guess.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, this is like a UFO sighting kind of, right?
Well, no, because the beam of light wasn't coming down. It was coming up from this building.
Okay.
So it's something, originating on the planet.
Okay.
Like a signal beam. So then, in these visions since then, I've been seeing things, and 2 weeks later, they've been on the TV.
I see.
So I am predicting the future through my visions of television broadcasts, and they have cut out exactly coinciding with the start of September.
All right, well, I'm ruling that one unjudgeable. I mean, you just, see, folks, you can't judge that kind of thing. I appreciate the effort, but there's no way to judge it. Hello, Barbara.
Yes, hi.
Hi, do you have a good story for us?
Yes, I do. Way back when, I used to go to Farmingdale College on Long Island.
Okay.
And they had a concert for the college, and me and my friend decided to go to it. It was the Kinks.
Oh, yes, I remember them.
Yeah, and of course, we decided to sneak in. So it was like 3 or 4 in the afternoon when we decided to do this. The concert was held in a gymnasium. So we go in there, and the bleachers are pulled down on one side of the room, and there's these guys sitting on the bleachers. They kind of look like English guys,
Yes.
They had long hair. They were playing cards.
Okay.
So they asked me and my friend if we'd like to play cards with them. We were kind of shy, and we said no, and they said they were playing Whisk. And we kind of thanked them, and we went and we sat down in one of the chairs, and we were embarrassed because we were sneaking into this concert. So we were in there like 2 or 3 hours waiting for the concert. Finally, it's time. People start coming in. We're sitting in the front row. The guys come out, the Kinks. It's the roadies.
Mm-hmm.
They gave us this the lead singer kind of leaned forward, gave us a wink and a smile. And we were pretty humiliated because we didn't pay for the concert. And that's my story.
That's it. So you snuck into a concert.
Yes.
I'm not sure how they would judge that.
Well.
I guess we can try.
All right.
Sharon?
Well, thanks for your confession, Barbara, and I think it's a true story.
True. Okay.
Yes.
Lewis?
I think it's a true story. She sounds like a groupie.
It's a cruel jury. Diane?
I think it's a true story, and I hope you let us tell a story at the end as well.
Okay. Ed?
I'll say it's true.
True. All right. 4 say it's true. Is it true?
Yes.
All right. Well,
Yay.
Thank you. Thank you for that's one the jury got absolutely right. Let's try Peter. Hello, Peter.
Oh, yeah, Art. Can
Yes,
you hear me?
yes.
Perfect. My wife is here. She has a story for you, Art.
Your wife?
Yeah, Sherry.
Hi, yes. We're using his computer.
Okay.
Okay. So a number of years ago when I was at work, I had a lady come in off the street, and I don't know if you've ever experienced that, or those that have worked in an office and somebody comes in and tries to sell you things off the street. So I ended up buying this cute little farm duck, and it was a stuffed animal, and when you tapped it on its head, it would play or quack out 3 different songs right in a row. Like quack, 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 like the whole thing. And then Frere Jacques, quack, 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 quack. Anyway, so the whole idea was this stuffed animal would only quack out like 3 songs without separate notes. So I took this thing home for my children. I raised 2 boys,
Right.
and they were teenage boys. And one day I had this thing in my son's room, my younger son's room, and I was vacuuming while the kids were at school, and this thing started quacking at me separate notes while I was about 10 feet away. So that kind of freaked me out. I shut the vacuum cleaner off, ran downstairs, and the boys came home. And I was still shaking, and I said, this is what happened. We all went upstairs, and they were, of course, laughing and quite cynical about it. And we started asking it questions. And I said, okay, if this is for real, 1 quack for yes, 2 quacks for no. And the boys, of course, are laughing hysterically. And sure enough, within about 10 seconds of me asking the first question, are you related to one of our family members that has passed? And about 10 seconds later, through their hysteria and laughing, it quacked once for yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was pretty freaky, and this carried on a few more questions, and at the end of the 3rd or 4th question, that was enough for my boys. My younger son literally went over to the little stuffed animal, picked it up and wrenched it across to the other side of the room, and it shattered, and a few little batteries came out.
Very smart child.
Yeah, so I ended up with a possessed stuffed animal in my home.
That's a good story. Hold on. All right, jury, you can ask questions or render a verdict. Sharon?
Well, Sherry, I think you're telling a true story, and I'd really like to hear you quack out that song again.
Yeah, it was good. Lewis?
A Ouija duck? I say yes, true story.
True story. Pretty scary. All right, Diane.
Mm-hmm. I have to agree with everyone else. I think it's a true story.
True story. Guys really buy into this stuff. All right, Ed?
I'm going to say it's a true story, but most likely a defective item.
Yeah, all right. All right, so is it truth or trash, caller?
That's an absolutely true story.
A true story. Can you quack it out once more for us?
You want all 3 songs?
Well,
Quack,
not
quack,
all 3,
quack,
no.
quack,
I just...
Quack, 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 quack.
That'll do. Thank you very much. All right, that was in the spirit of exactly what I want. Let's go to Frank. Wherever Frank is, it's your turn.
Yes, hello, Art Bell.
Hi.
I'm calling from Denver.
Excellent.
Any more room for jury members tonight? A little bit late for that?
No, I could form another jury, but I mean, I kind of like this jury. They have a sense of humor.
Well, hey, I tell you, I would contribute. I'm pretty fair, and I've heard a lot of paranormal stories.
You don't have to sell yourself as a juror. Do you have a story, though?
Yes, I actually do. So, when I was about 18, I went to Deadwood out in South Dakota.
Oh, yes.
Family trip. And when I was out there, my parents decided to stay in this old casino type of hotel. And it was a very old place, and, you know, I grew up watching horror films and whatnot, so naturally I was a bit nervous, as I am right now. You know, once again, I'm a huge fan. I've been listening since I've been 6 years old. Wow.
And what, you're 90 now?
So, I'm there at the hotel, and I'm underage, so my parents go gambling, and they're like, well, you can go on up to the hotel and wait for us up there. So, give me the key. I go up to the hotel, and our room's at the very end of this long hallway. And I'm walking down the hallway, have the key in my hand, and find the door. The key number matches the door, so I start to put the key into the door, turn it. It won't go in. And at the very same time... All right,
that's where you've got to stop your story. I've got a break, which I have to do.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA... Well, you know. To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Well, there you have it. All right, let us bring back our caller. Hi there. You had a key in your hand, I believe, and we're headed for the door.
Yes, Art Bell, really quick in case anyone's just now tuning in, very short recap. I was out in Deadwood, stayed in an old hotel. I'm on a family vacation with my parents, so yes, I'm in an old casino hotel. My parents are gambling, they give me the key, and they say, hey, go on up to the room, we'll be up there later. So I find the room number, it's at the very end of a very long hallway. and I have the key in my hand. It matches the room number, so I'm there with the key, and I insert it into the door. It's not going in, and at the same time, I'm struggling trying to get it in. It's not going in. At the very end of the hallway, I look to my right at the very end of the hallway, and I see a bluish orb floating mid in the air, just kind of floating there, kind of moving almost like in a circular, but kind of like in a random type of way.
Yeah.
I'm feeling extremely fearful. I start nervously, shaking, sweating, a million thoughts are shooting through my head, and, then it just, in an instant, it just goes away. The second that it goes away, the key goes right into the door, and I get into the room.
Okay.
And once I got into the room, I was so freaked out, I ran back downstairs and waited for my parents, and then I slept in the car that night.
Pretty interesting, but it's very hard for a jury to judge something like that. A blue orb.
Sure, yeah. It's maybe one of the jury members had a similar experience, or something like that.
I think that's the only thing that's going to help you. All right, let me find out. Let's see who we've got here. We've got most of our jury left. I think we've got a new jury member from Kirkfield, Ontario. Is that correct?
That's correct, Art.
Okay. All right, so let's do it one at a time. Sharon, Blue Orb story. What do you think?
Frank, is it? Well, you're well spoken, well told. I'm going to say it's true.
Okay. Lewis.
I'm going to say he's telling the truth. It sounds like something that could happen.
Okay.
Some weird remote time.
I think we lost Diane, and so our new juror is
Terry.
Terry? And what do you think, Terry?
I like the way he delivered the story. It sounded very matter-of-factly, and he presented it very well. I bought it. I say it's true.
That's true. And who's left? Ed?
Yes, sir. I'm going to say trash. The part about him sleeping in the car is what broke it for me. So.
Gotcha. All right. Well, so
fair enough.
Now the truth, please.
Yes, absolutely true, 100%. As I said, I was about, 16, 17 when that happened. And
okay, good enough. I appreciate the answer. Thank you. And let's see if I can straighten everything out here. This has been tough tonight because I expected to do it sort of an opposite way from this. Nevertheless, let us proceed with Marvin. Hello, Marvin.
Hello, Art.
Marvin, you sound very far away from your computer, and it's hard to hear you.
I'm using a headset.
Pardon me?
I'm using a headset.
Now you sound good, Marvin.
Okay. Well, I've got a story.
Okay.
Now, this happened about 13 years ago, and I had gotten sick with my doctor diagnosed me as having some kind of pneumonia.
Okay.
And after I had been home for about 2 weeks or so, I went to bed, and then I guess I had kind of a dream or kind of a vision.
Okay, again, this is going to be very hard for people to judge.
But there is a real living element to it.
All right.
And what happened is I saw strange robed figures, very tall, but they didn't really seem human. And they were playing some kind of game, using stones with symbols carved on them.
Yes.
And there was a giant octagonal kind of, board on the floor wherever they were at. And they were playing this game, and I was watching them do it, and they were moving these stones. But gradually, the symbols on them turned to characters I could recognize, just plain English text. And it said, "You shall not die here." And I woke up from that dream, and I wasn't really sure what it was about. But the next day, my illness got worse, and my parents actually drove me to the hospital. and it was at Beaumont Hospital. And the lobby in that hospital, when I looked up at the ceiling from the wheelchair they had me in, that ceiling, and I'd never been there before, but that ceiling was, the room was roughly octagonally shaped. It had black and white tiles. And looking up at that, I felt a lot better. I felt like I was in the right place. And I was in that hospital for actually a whole month, and actually underwent a lung surgery there, which still frightened me nonetheless, but I felt that I had something going for me, and I actually pulled through.
What was wrong with you? Why did you need lung surgery?
I had too much fluid in my lungs.
That'll
They
do
actually
it.
put a chest tube in.
And so your dream was you'd be okay, and the answer was you were okay.
Yes.
After a month in the
And
hospital.
I connected what I saw in that dream with what I saw in that lobby on the ceiling.
Okay. All right. Jury, any questions?
Well, it's me, Sharon. I'm getting a little bit of static, Art, but I was going to say I've had pneumonia myself, but haven't had that. I'm glad that you're with us still. I don't know what to say. I'll just say I'm sure it's true.
Okay. Lewis?
Sounds like the good stuff kicked in, so I'm going to say it's true.
Terry?
I have concerns about his oxygen level to his brain at the time. I'm going to call trash.
Trash. Okay. Ed?
I'll say it's true, but I'm sure it was a hallucination.
Well, okay. All right. So, what say you, caller?
From my perspective at least, it did happen, and I've
Okay, so you're saying it's true?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the call, and take care. From your perspective, it happened. Interesting. Hello, Scott.
Hey, Art. How's it going?
It's going well. Do you have a story?
Hello, jury. I've got a nice story for you.
All right. Go ahead.
All right. 1973, I got my first job in radio.
Mm-hmm.
I was at it for several months and was driving in to do the morning shift, 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. And about 10 minutes before I got to the station, the radio went dead. And I checked the radio, and all the other stations were coming in okay. So I switched back to our station. Still nothing. So, like I say, I'm 10 minutes out from the station. I pull into the little parking lot, go into the building, and there, lying in the hallway, is the overnight guy dead.
Oh, my God.
So, self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Uh-huh.
And I walk into the studio to pick up the phone and call the cops, and I look down on the desk at the program log, and the final entry, which coincided with the time the radio went dead, was suicide.
Whew. Wow. What a story. Holy mackerel, Scott. All right, hold on. Don't go anywhere, Scott. My goodness, what a story. Dead DJ, big time. Sharon?
Well, I can't relate like you can, Art, but I'll say that's a true one.
True one. All right. Lewis?
I'll say it's a true story just because crazy things have been happening with personalities and stuff like that. So, yes, true.
They have, and very recently, too. Terry?
Yep.
I'd like to ask Scott a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Scott, what is an Arbitron?
Arbitron is a company in, I think, Hyattsville or Beltsville, Maryland, that does the ratings for radio stations.
Good one. All right. Terry?
Okay, I'll say true.
Okay. And finally, Ed.
I'm going to say trash because I would find it hard to believe there's no other people in the building at the time.
Well, no, wait a minute. It was the overnight guy. All right. Well, anyway, trash it is. All right, Scott, time for the truth.
Well, Art and 3/4 of the panel, I am happy to say I got you guys, but not the last guy. Strangely enough, actually, the station was about 40 miles outside of D.C. in the burbs back in 73, so there wouldn't have been anybody overnights. But that story actually did happen at another place.
Well, that's all right. You're allowed to lie. That's the whole point of this thing.
I thought I'd spring it on you guys, and I was 3/4 of the way successful.
You were. Thank you very much. We're going to break here, and then we'll come back to our jury and our stories. I actually bought that one. I could kind of see that happen. Anyway, this is Midnight in the Desert. Stay right there.
But you're in love with me. Lips as sweet as candy.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
By the way, I'm sorry, we lost one of our jury members earlier. She wanted to tell a story, so she probably split. I think it was Diane to try and tell a story instead. So if I see Diane calling, I'll try and get her as quickly as I can. In the meantime, let's give a shot. Let's try Jim. Hello, Jim.
Hey, Art. I'm calling from Washington, D.C. I got a story for you.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
My first wife and I, we lived in a house on top of the hill next to Arlington Cemetery here.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some nights when she seemed to be harassed by these unseen energies. She would, sit up in bed and swat at them and yell at them.
Right.
And it was a fairly common occurrence. And one night, just after I'd gone to bed, she was already asleep. She sat up and started yelling at them and swatting at them like that. And she was completely unresponsive to me. I couldn't get her to stop or acknowledge me or anything.
You couldn't see a thing.
I didn't see a thing.
All right.
So that evening I'd been reading a book that offered techniques for protecting yourself from malevolent energies.
Mm-hmm.
And the author spoke of visualizing a white light and surrounding yourself with it and expanding it to push these things away.
Heard about that? Yep.
So I closed my eyes and I started the process. I started to visualize the white light. And when I felt that I was surrounded with that, I expanded it to surround the entire bed. Then I further increased it to engulf the entire house. And it was at precisely this point, she turns at me and grabs my arm and yells, "What did you do?" I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "You put something around the house."
Really?
I almost had a heart attack.
Yes.
I was doing this only in my mind. I had never mentioned the technique to her at all before.
Wow.
And the next day she had no recollection of what had happened.
Oh, my God. What a story. All right. I like the story. Jury, what do you all think of it? Sharon?
Oh, that one gives me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah. I will say, considering that I was bamboozled the last time, okay, I'm going to say it's true.
It's true. All right. Lewis?
I'm going to say it's true as well.
All right. That's two. Terry?
There's just a little bit too much coincidence in the whole story. I'm going to say trash.
All right. So splitting. And Ed?
I'll say true.
True.
Since Arlington was originally owned by Robert E. Lee, it might have been the ghost of the Confederate soldiers being pissed off or something, I guess. So I'll say true.
All right. So there you have it. 1, 2, 3 trues. What's the absolute truth, please?
Art, I've been wanting to tell you this story on the air for close to 20 years now. It's absolutely true.
Wow. All right. Well, no matter how you look at it, it's a cool story. You were doing that in your mind, and what a story. Excellent. All right. Let's go to, I think it's Jim, if he's there. Are you there, Jim? No, he's not. Let's go to Rob. Hello, Rob.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm calling from the land of the midnight sun in Anchorage, Alaska.
Way up north.
Yep, and my story is this. So when I was 16 or 17, I lived with my mom and dad along with my my whole family. My older sister used to get really bad nightmares, and she used to sleepwalk very, very bad.
Right.
She would have dreams that she was at work, she would act out her work. She was even like a pirate queen one time, and she was shouting "burn them all" and laughing maniacally, but one night, she was on our love seat, crouching, because we were trying to get her to, calm down, and she jumped 20 feet from the middle of the room up onto this professional speaker system that we had.
20 feet?
Yep.
My God.
Straight up.
So straight up
Anything.
to a speaker system.
Yep. Well, it wasn't straight up. It was over and up.
Over and up, but a total of 20 feet.
The speaker system was about, it was crazy. The speaker system was about 5 feet off the ground. So she was up and over.
Good thing you didn't have surround sound. So that's a true story. You're telling me that's a true story, right? How do you think the jury will see that? A 20-foot jump is like superhuman.
I would say that story is actually not true. It was only 10 feet. But it was pretty impressive.
You shouldn't have told me that. You just spoiled. We didn't even check with the jury yet.
Oh.
Even a 10-foot jump is pretty outstandingly crazy. What do you guys think?
Rob, I have a question for you.
All right.
Your sister, you said, slept walk a lot. So you said just a moment ago you're trying to get her to calm down. I thought you weren't supposed to disturb someone when they're sleepwalking.
Yeah.
Well, I know that, but we were really afraid that she was going to hurt herself because there was a couple times she was like heading to work and she grabbed her keys and was starting to go out the door. So we were mainly just trying to keep her corralled.
And she actually jumped 10 feet.
It was 10 feet.
I will say, Rob, I'm going to say it's trash.
Trash. Okay, Sharon, I'm not buying that one. Lewis?
I'm going to say trash because, no one can jump 10 feet. No one.
That's right. Terry?
Gosh, Rob, it sounds like nobody had a measuring tape that night. Can't quite decide. I'm going to have to say trash.
Trash. All right, that's 3 trash. And Ed?
Quick question. How many stories was the home you lived in?
Just one.
It was just a one story. I'm going to say trash as well.
All right. Thoroughly, completely trashed. Now, the real truth is or isn't 10 feet.
It was 10 feet over. She jumped. It was the weirdest thing that I have ever seen, and she landed right on top of this of the speaker and perched there. It was one of the craziest things I've seen in my life.
For real true, huh?
For real true.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call and the story. I, too, had a sister that sleepwalked, and while you're not supposed to wake them up, indeed, they can do damage. I mean, something bad can happen, so I kind of get it. But 10 feet up onto a speaker, holy moly. Let's try, I think it's Mike. Is that right?
That's correct, Art.
Hello, Mike. Do you have a story?
I do.
Good.
8 years ago, I had a cyst. And it was, let's say...
Where?
An unmentionable reason.
It was in a what?
Unmentionable reason.
Okay, a cyst in a bad place. Yeah, we get it.
Okay. They're called pilonidal cysts.
How
can look it up.
How big was this cyst?
Oh, about the size of 3 thumbs.
That's a big cyst.
I couldn't sit down. I couldn't sleep. And I went and had it removed.
Uh-huh.
I woke up from anesthesia.
Uh-huh.
And the doctor came in and said, well, we got some news for you. He said they got it all, and all was good, but they found teeth, hair,
oh my God,
and a small bit of brain matter.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
For real, huh? Okay,
real.
All right.
I'm
There's
not
more.
finished yet.
Okay, go ahead.
We did some DNA testing on it.
Yes.
And found out it was my twin.
Boy, we had one other story like this, sort of.
And we actually had it buried in the family plot.
Oh my God.
It was horrible.
Yeah, right. All right. I don't know what to do with that story. Jury, good luck with this one.
Gross. I want to know is how long has this been on you, or were you living with this?
How long had it been there? Yes.
Yes.
Well, it didn't really start bothering me until, it was a couple months where it really got really bad. But, I'm guessing it had been in there since I was born.
Okay.
You wouldn't notice it, like prior to it beginning to hurt you, you didn't notice it at all prior to this pain?
Honestly, I thought it was just part of my tailbone.
There you go.
Part of your tailbone?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say true.
Okay. Lewis?
I'm going to say that it's true. It could happen.
Hate to think of teeth in there, though. All right, Terry?
Well, he does have the cyst in the right location. It would be at the tailbone. I'm just trying to decide if the rest of it is true. And I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
True. All right, Ed?
True.
Well, I will say trash because I've also had a pilonidal cyst in that same exact spot, and they are started by ingrown hairs, not twins. So.
All right, let's find out what's for real and what's not. Mike, it's time for the truth.
Oh, no.
It's so much trash.
It's trash?
It's trash.
See, but you know how to lie, buddy.
Yeah.
You got him.
Liar.
Good on you, Ed. Good on you.
All right, everybody, hold on. We might have time to do, let's go here. Hello there, Ryan, I believe.
Hey, Art, how's it going?
It's going well, Ryan. Where are you?
I'm in Mount Pleasant, North Carolina.
Excellent. Okay, well, the jury listens.
Okay, about 20 years ago, I lived in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm a musician, but I was working in a sign shop at the time. And this guy walked in one day, and he asked, how big can you make signs? And, I mean, that's a really general question. I'm like, well, I don't know how big you need to make it.
Uh-huh.
And he was like, well, I've got kind of an odd request. I said, okay, well, what is it? He says, I want to communicate with aliens. And I want to make some symbols that'll go on the side of a mountain. And he had my attention immediately.
I'm sure.
And I'm like, okay, well, I gave him a couple of suggestions. I was like, look, man, if you're really wanting to do this, we can come up with a way to make it happen. How big do you want to go? And he's like, well, I was thinking 100, 150 feet per character.
Right.
And I'm like, well, what kind of characters are you going to make to communicate with aliens?
Right.
And he was like, well, I've got some symbols.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, fair enough. And, I couldn't spend that much time with it. So we talked a little more about how we would actually fabricate these things. He thanked me and went on his way. And over the years, I've thought about it here, there, and, just briefly it'll pop into my head and whatnot. Well, the more I think about it, I remember what the guy sounded like. I remember what the guy looked like. I think it was Dr. Stephen Greer.
Oh, really? Dr. Stephen Greer, the Dr. Stephen Greer we interview from time to time here.
Exactly. He's from North Carolina.
Right.
He was going to do this in the Appalachian Mountains.
Cool. Might be something Dr. Greer would have done, too.
And, yeah, I mean, it sounds like the kind of thing he would do.
It really does. And you've seen photographs of Dr. Greer since, I presume.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And
so are you suggesting to us that it was, in fact, Dr. Greer?
So I think so.
All right. Hold it right there. We will come back to you after the break. Okay? That's an amazing story. Don't hang up. Just stay there, Mark. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Never turn you down. When all the others turn you away, they're around.
It's not radio, but it is.
As a pleasure.
He didn't finish. To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Technology. Okay, so unfortunately, unless he calls back, we lost Ryan. I'm sorry about that, Ryan. Although it sounded as though there's Ryan. There's Ryan Good. Hello, Ryan. Hello, Ryan.
I'm back.
Okay, good. All right, Judgment Time, and it's a pretty cool story, actually. Sharon, what do you think? Could that have been the real thing?
Well, I think, Art, by your response, I'm going by how you responded with almost delight learning who this person was.
Well, my delight, let me tell you, Sharon, my delight was just thinking about the possibility, because it's really something that he might have done.
True. I'm going to say true.
True. Okay. All right. So she's going by what I said. Lewis?
I'm going to say true as well, just because the guy, I heard the interview, and it sounds like something he'd do.
It does. Terry?
It does. It's kind of weird.
Okay, I think this is a masterfully constructed lie.
Okay.
He's crafted it so well, and he's got you to buy in on it, kind of on a personal level.
Yeah, you're right.
You might know, and everything. I'm going to say trash.
Okay, all right, you've said it. Ed?
I'm going to say trash as well, because I would have been like, sure, I can build you anything you want. Here's my price.
All right, well, then that splits the jury right down the middle. So, Ryan, the truth, please.
I swear to God it happened.
It okay.
Oh,
with a caveat.
Yes.
It was 20 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And I've seen his movie. I've seen some clips of him on YouTube.
Yes.
It could be my brain.
All right. Well, look, I'll settle this once and for all, because I'm going to have him on the show, and I will ask him, okay?
Please do.
All right.
That'd be great.
All right. Jury, thank you. Hold on, jury. And we will get back to you. In the meantime, I think we will go to Amy. Are you there?
Hi, Art. It's Amy. It's the Haunted Skeptic. How are you?
I'm fine. Fine, Amy. Do you have a story for us?
Yes, I do. I get really nervous thinking about this story because it happened about 5 years ago.
Okay.
I was out on a road trip with my girlfriend. We were doing this great American road trip through the Southwest. It was wonderful, brilliant. But we were on our way back home, and we were taking this route through West Texas, and we had some car trouble. And so it was getting late. It was really late in the day, and as you probably know, it's like there's no cellular reception out there in West Texas in a lot of places. It's really spotty.
Right. Every time, even in movies, when people get in trouble and monsters and bad people come, there's never cell reception. Never.
I know, right? Well, I've driven plenty of places. I am a road trip queen. I love my road trips. I've hardly ever had like any issues going out on road trips or anything. But back to the story. So started having some car trouble, and we had like no cellular reception, and it was around the end of the day. But I had remembered passing like this house about maybe a mile or so back, and so after walking for a little bit, we came upon this I guess it was like a farmhouse. So we knocked on the door and we asked if we could use the phone, and this guy answers, and he just tells us he's like a caretaker there for the owner, but they didn't actually have a phone there. So it was getting late, but he said that we could go ahead and stay overnight, and he promised to drive us to the nearest town the next morning, which was probably about maybe 50 miles away. So what could we do? We said, okay, it was better than sleeping in the car. Sure. So it was totally weird, though. The guy had like no food. We just sat there maybe for the better part of an hour, and he just stared at us, like before he offered to let us go ahead and sleep in like one of the guest rooms or something. And so I decided, okay, well, I'm getting tired. I don't want to just sit there and stare at this guy anymore for the rest of the night. Okay. So I went off to get changed, and I had this really funny feeling, and I just kind of out of the corner of my eye, I glanced out the window, and I noticed the guy was peeking in on me from the outside. And I did not want to say anything. I didn't want to act startled or anything. I just kind of turned around slowly. I was going to go and get my girlfriend. I think she was like outside looking for a dog or something. She'd let her dog out because we'd had it on the trip too. But then I turned around, and like there he was. He was right there in front of my face. And so I was thinking, how in the world is this possible? And then he started he started talking like really nice to me, and so I just kind of pushed past him, and I decided, oh, okay, well, I'm going to go and find my girlfriend. And so she's probably outside with her dog, and so
what was he saying? Like, I really like you. You're really nice. Nice groove.
It was actually kind of like that. I mean, he was talking about my hair and everything, and it was really weird. And
Okay, so we got to get to the end of it. So what happened?
Okay. So getting to the end of it, I went outside and I was looking for my girlfriend. I see this light kind of out in this field back behind the house, and I don't see her anywhere, don't hear the dog. So I decided, okay, well, maybe there's like another house or something over there. Maybe she went to go and talk to somebody else with a phone. So I walked over this light, and turns out it's like this giant bonfire. And so I approach like this whole area, and I just see nothing but like maybe 8 women out there fighting in nightgowns. It was just so strange. It was the strangest thing. It was like they were in some sort of makeshift temple or something.
Got it.
And then I heard this really loud growl. It's like nothing I have ever heard in my life.
Yes.
And then I turned around again, and I saw this guy. He was this really dark figure. I mean, he was really tall, dark figure. He was dressed in these robes, these black robes. And I was just really freaked out about that. And so I ran straight back to the house. I found my girlfriend. She was there. She had not found her dog yet. But she told me, that she had met the women out there, and they said that they were like the wives of like the sky. And I was like, wives? So there's like some strange like polygamous cult thing going on. I don't know. I have no idea. We decided that we were just going to get out of there. And we thought we'd heard her dog like a little bit further down the road.
Okay, we're about out of time here, so real quick.
Okay, but real quick, we walked down the road. Eventually, a cop car drove past. He picked us up, and we told him everything that had happened. And he basically said that nobody had lived there for the better part of a decade after like these 2 vacationers were found dead there. And we never found my girlfriend's dog. It just went completely missing.
That's a hell of a story. All right, let's go to the jury. Sharon?
I don't know what. Amy, you spin quite the yarn. I'm going to say it's trash.
Trash. All right, that's one. Lewis.
I've unfortunately lived in Texas and driven through West Texas, and there are some weird things like that out there and weird people. So I'm going to say it's absolutely true, because that's something that would happen in Texas.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, rap on Texas. Terry?
Well, I think this is straight out of Rod Serling and Night Gallery, so I'm going to say trash.
Trash, okay. And Ed?
I'm going to say trash as well, because I'd rather sleep in my car than a strange home with no phone. So.
All right, that's 3 trashes and a true. Give us a straight scoop, Amy.
Okay, so the straight scoop that's just a variation on a really old B movie called Manos, the Hands of Fate.
B movie is right.
Whatever.
I knew it.
Like one of the worst movies of all time.
I told the man when there was no cell service, I knew it. All right. Thank you, Amy. And this is one where you can make up what you want to make up. It's just fine. Let's go to Mark. Hello, Mark. Hello, Mark. Going once, Mark. Going twice. Gone. Looks like it's going to be Richard. Hello, Richard.
Hey, Art.
Hi.
How you doing?
Fine. Do you have a story, Richard?
Oh, I do, Art.
All right, turn your radio device, whatever, down, off.
I'm going to turn the amp off, Art.
Yes, do
the
that.
amp's off.
Yes, okay, good. Got a story?
Yes, I do, Art.
Go ahead.
First of all, can I just say, before I start my story, to my stepkids and to my grandchildren in Texas, I love you. And can I also say to everyone at Belgab, I love you too.
Okay.
And everyone who
where are
is
you,
not a
by the
time
way?
traveller, please sign up. It will cost you £3.50 sterling, €4.40 euro. You will get the best entertainment you have ever got. Please, please, please sign up and keep this man on the radio.
All right, thank you. That's very kind, Richard. Now, your story.
Well, Art, here's the story. Until I was 14, I did not realize that my parents weren't my parents. Wow. They were my grandparents. So, a lot of your people won't know who this person even is. But back in the day, I was terrified by a guy called Frankenstein in the old black and white movies. A guy called Boris Karloff.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to go to England from Northern Ireland, and I used to go to England and I used to see a man who I thought was my brother, but he wasn't my brother, he was actually my father. I didn't realise this, but my father had been a stage hypnotist. And one day he said to me, let's go, we're going to go and have lunch with a man, and his name is Bill Pratt, and we're going to go and have lunch with him.
Mm-hmm.
And we went out and we had lunch, and I'll never forget the woman that served me the what he called. She was the most beautiful of women, not in a playboy sense, but her skin was perfection, or never forget it. I never forget the smell. She served us a little trays of fish pie.
Okay, and the story is?
Well, I was terrified by this guy called Frankenstein.
Mm-hmm.
And he says to me, Richard, this is Bill. This is Bill. And I says, hello, Bill. And I shook his hand, I never forget it. And he took me out into his room. He says, come on, he says, Bill's going to show you who he is. Bill Pratt was Boris Karloff. Boris Karloff.
It was a real Boris Karloff?
It was Boris Karloff. It was Frankenstein. And I never forgot that day. And I was never afraid again, Art. I was never afraid again.
So you met the real Frankenstein?
I met Bill Pratt, and I was never terrified after that. Every time I seen Frankenstein after that, I looked at the black and white movies.
Got it.
And I thought, that's fantastic.
All right, true story, jury? What do you think?
You softened my heart. I think it's that Irish accent.
Yes.
And I could just sit and listen to you all night, but I'm going to say it's not true.
Okay, trash. And Steve?
Trash.
Lewis, I'm sorry. Trash, okay.
Sorry, trash.
Two trash, all right. Terry?
It's a little too convoluted. I'm going to say trash.
Trash. All right. Ed?
Quick question for Richard. What year around did this happen?
This happened in 1974.
Okay, well, Boris Karloff died in 1969, so it's trash.
Okay. There you go. Okay, well, I'm afraid you lost that one, buddy. But we appreciate your attempt anyway. It was good. And that was a good catch there. Very good catch, jury. All right. Do we have time for more? I think we do. Let's try Andy. Hello there, Andy, from somewhere. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Art?
Okay, I can sort of just barely hear you, Andy. Not a good connection.
I've got my mic right up to my mouth here. Still can't hear me?
No, not a good connection. I can hear you, but it's not a good connection for a story. So you might want to repair that and get back to us. Jacob, we're going to give you a try. Hello, Jacob.
Hello.
Hello.
And good evening to the jury as well. I was calling because I wanted to tell a story about
All right, you're going to have to get good and close to your mic there.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
What are you using?
It's on my webcam, but it's...
Okay, here's what you do. Here's what you do, and everybody hear this. Pick the webcam up with your hand and talk into it like a mic.
That's what I had been doing.
Okay.
Okay, so can I go with my story
Yes,
now?
you may.
Alright, so my cat has me trained basically. She'll jump into my windowsill at night when she wants to come in and like slap the window, and I'll go out and get her. But one night it was pretty foggy outside, so I couldn't really see, and I heard the knocking. So I was going on my way out to get her, and I saw a room with a light on, and I went to turn it off because I figured my brothers had left it on when they went to bed, but my cat was in there sleeping, and I ended up not going outside at all.
Okay.
And that's the whole story.
That's the story. Well, I'm not even going to submit that one. Thank you for the attempt, but very quickly, Joe, do you have a story? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay. Yeah, back in about 2001, I was looking at a photo mat.
Okay, your audio is not good, buddy.
Can you hear me now?
A little better. I don't know. What are you using?
It's an Android phone.
An Android phone. Are you speakerphone or what?
How's that?
Oh, God, much better.
Okay. Yeah, back in 2001, I was working at a photo mat in North Carolina inside of a Target. It was like a Kodak booth, you know?
Right.
And there would be this arson investigator that would come in and, you know, maybe a couple times a week he would have photos developed of different fire scenes he was investigating.
Right.
And he, you know, the work he did was kind of interesting, so when his photos popped out of the developing machine, I would look at them kind of closely.
Very quickly, because the show is ending on us here, so.
Anyways, I pointed out this little, like, burnt can that was in one of the photos, and he said he hadn't noticed it. And he went back to that place, investigated it again.
Right.
Basically, I solved an arson case by looking at a photograph.
Holy mackerel. Congratulations. That is quite a story. All right, jury, that's a good one. What do you think? Sharon?
I'd say true.
True. Lewis?
I'm going to say true as well.
Really? Okay. Let's see, who have we got left? We've got Ed left. And what do you say, Ed?
I'll say true.
True.
And Terry here, Art, I'll say true.
Okay. Terry, listen, I want to take a moment. Well, first, let's find out. Is it a true story or not?
No, it's completely false. I did see it. I saw a naked rock band, but I can't talk about that because I don't want to get sued. So.
You tore him up, man. Good job.
Yeah, good one, good one.
Yep, thank you very much. And jury, I want to thank you for your service. I mean, you've been overwhelmingly good, all of you. So.
Oh, thank you, Art.
Thank you.
Everybody have a good night. Everybody have a good weekend, all right?
Dark matter.
Later, everybody. That was fun. All right. Solved an arson crime. Totally false. Blew them all away. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night.